The story starts with our MC in the middle of the war. His mane is Wom, gritting his teeth and curses the grim reality of the battle around him. A soldier's foot steps forward, confirming the simple and brutal truth that this is war. Silhouetted soldiers clash against a backdrop of fiery explosions, reinforcing the state of total war. A dark silhouette stands starkly against the sky, filled with smoke and the haze of battle. A voice triumphantly announces the enemy has fallen, the words hanging over a field of corpses. Surveying the aftermath, a soldier remarks on the awful scene of carnage laid out before him. Wom's face is shown, his eyes weary and his brow sweaty from the brutal exertion of combat. A soldier suggests killing a motionless enemy, pointing out he has not moved for some time. The wounded man, bleeding from his head, looks up from the ground with terror in his eyes. Watching the scene unfold, Wom clicks his tongue, a sign of his weary annoyance. Another soldier approaches, telling Wom to move aside so he can pass. The wounded enemy lies on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth as he makes a gurgling sound. A soldier brings his sword down, decisively executing the helpless man on the ground. A close-up reveals Wom's unwavering eye as he watches the merciless execution. Wom turns and walks through the desolate field of bodies, leaving the scene behind. In another time and place, a television displays a cheerful weather report about a sunny day. The man watching the television is introduced as Takakuro Reizu, his back to the viewer. He stands in a stark, prison-like hallway, thinking to himself that he must go to work. Walking down a long flight of stairs, Reizu sighs, expressing his deep exhaustion with his life. Suddenly, an extreme close-up of his eye shows a flash of intense, panicked realization. Outside in a back alley, Reizu lets out a cry of pain as he collapses to the ground. He clutches at his chest, gasping desperately for air as his body fails him. A sharp pain shoots through his chest as he realizes his body is suddenly giving out. As his life fades, his final, desperate thought is that he does not want to die. Back in the present, a soldier named Jose asks Wom why he is holding his hands together. Wom, his face speckled with dirt, simply explains that it has become a habit for him. Jose smiles, telling Wom that it is time for them to group up with the others. Jose wonders if Wom is happy about the victory, but Wom scoffs at the very idea. As they walk through the fortified camp, Jose brings up Wom's impressive battle record. Jose encourages Wom to be proud of his 9 kills, but Wom rejects the notion. A confused Jose asks his grim comrade for an explanation for his strange attitude. From behind, Wom explains that it is simply his job, not a quest for numbers. He turns his head slightly, stating that he is only fulfilling his duty as a soldier. Jose looks at his friend with a slight smile, thinking to himself what a serious guy Wom is. Wom, without looking, lets Jose know that he could hear his unspoken thought. Wom expresses his exhaustion and desire to rejoin the squad, confusing Jose, who points out he was just sitting. Later that night, the soldiers gather in their camp, sitting around fires and talking. Wom sits alone on a wooden crate, eating from a small bowl by the firelight. A loud voice calls his name, startling Wom as he is about to take a bite of food. A large, drunk soldier drapes an arm over Wom, boasting of his 15 kills. The soldier concedes that Wom, with his 9 kills, is not half bad either. He admits, however, that neither of them can beat Commander Dewey because he has a skill. Nearby, another soldier complains that unlike magic, skills are just a form of cheating. This comment appears to be directed at 2 new soldiers, identified as the surviving rookies. The young man, Burrito, proudly introduces his coxcomb hairstyle and his companion, Nor. Burrito loudly defends his skill as his own power, not a cheat, though others disagree. The shy Nor asks Commander Dewey if the rumors about his powerful warhammer are true. Dewey boisterously confirms it is true, while Wom watches on, thinking skills are cool. The commander explains that unlike the dreams of magic, skills are real, superhuman physical abilities. Commander Dewey's immense strength is described as a sure-kill technique. The weary soldier, Wom quietly expresses his wish to have such a power. A view of a battlefield graveyard illustrates how one man can change a war. His comrade Jose suggests a skill could bring in money, teasing Wom. Wom sits silently, holding his mug as he listens to his friend. Jose leans in, asking if Wom, who has no skill, wants one. Taking a long drink, Wom considers his friend's question. He pragmatically states he would only want a skill if it were free. Nearby, another soldier discusses the magic user already in their group. Wom smirks, musing that magic is a pleasant thing to dream about. His expression turns serious as the mood around the campfire shifts. Jose is startled by a sudden, boisterous exclamation from another soldier. The drunk soldier and Jose excitedly try to coax the quiet Wom into speaking. Annoyed, Wom tells them to be quiet, claiming he is sleepy. Commander Dewey interrupts the commotion to brief them on tomorrow's plans. Wom and Jose sit attentively as their commander begins to speak. Dewey, his face scarred and resolute, warns of many battles ahead. He announces to the squad that their new opponent will be mired. Wom's eyes narrow, absorbing the gravity of the impending war. A map shows the Hyserk Empire's strategic advance towards Saria City. The map clarifies their new course. Mired is their true objective. Dewey grimly suggests that the fun part of the war is now over. The squad listens, Burrito confidently declaring they are coming for Mired. Dewey warns the worried, nor that this battle will be unlike any other. Jose, however, listens with a cocky grin, seemingly unfazed by the warning. With a final, somber look, Wom accepts the command to prepare himself. Blood drips from a blade, signaling a flashback to a brutal battle. The battlefield is a chaotic swirl of violence as soldiers clash. A warrior is brutally impaled by a spear amidst the carnage. Wom recalls an enemy's desperate plea for his family. He justifies his actions, reasoning that a soldier must kill to survive. An enemy soldier raises his sword to strike the distracted Wom from behind. Wom's eye widens in alarm as he senses the coming attack. The drunk soldier from camp suddenly appears, intercepting the blow. He kills the enemy, declaring Wom owes him for the close call. The soldier smirks, teasing Wom for daydreaming on the battlefield. The story moves forward, showing a column of soldiers marching to a fortress. Commander Dewey calls out Wom's name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Dewey asks if he was daydreaming as Wom quickly snaps to attention. With a firm step, the commander announces that they have arrived. A wide view reveals their destination, the sprawling Saria City. The soldiers are informed they must wait until the following morning. A comrade invites Wom to get a drink with Commander Dewey. They walk down a city street lined with tall, imposing buildings. A destitute woman emerges from an alley, offering herself for the night. Wom listens to her proposition, his expression weary and unreadable. Commander Dewey observes the needy beggars and prostitutes crowding the street. The woman grabs Wom's arm, trying to secure his attention. He looks at her bruised and tired face as she repeats her offer. He walks past her, flatly stating he has no need for her services. Her eye is shown, strands of blonde hair framing her weary face. His intense, tired gaze is shown from the side. In a wretched alley, the woman stands amidst other huddled, desperate people. Her weary, bruised eye is shown in a tight, emotional close-up. With his weapon resting on his shoulder, the soldier observes the scene. His hand moves towards a small coin pouch hanging from his belt. He instructs the surprised woman to buy herself something to eat. Her eye widens in shock at the soldier's unexpected kindness. Walking away, she quietly expresses her gratitude for the coin. He looks on with a somber expression after his small act of charity. His commander starts to warn him against feeding the local populace. Dewey explains that her bragging could attract a crowd of beggars. The commander tells Wom not to let his better nature overrule him. He notes that the city's people already seem desperate for help. His commander teases him for having a soft side, despite his battlefield ferocity. He looks down, quietly wondering about his true nature as a soldier. His mind focuses on the overwhelming sight of beggars and poverty. He recalls his childhood home, a small, rundown farmhouse in the country. His own younger, grime-covered face appears in a memory. His family is shown inside, struggling to survive on farming. A hand lets go of a few coins, symbolizing their poverty. He remembers leaving home to become a soldier for the army's pay. A young one looks back at his family as he departs. He fears his parents and siblings could end up like these beggars. His gaze hardens with a grim and focused resolve. His commander begins explaining that Saria was once a prosperous land. The commander recalls the past, his face marked by old battle scars. A map shows the kingdom of Kanoa fortifying its borders against Hyserk. He remembers being surprised they won a battle against a well-fed populace. He describes the old kingdom as an abundant land of delicious food. Wam asks his commander how such a place became so ruined. A map shows the mired Duke defecting to the Farius kingdom. The allied armies are shown invading and destroying the Kundun territories. He states that the land's ruin was caused by its betrayal. Wam's expression becomes stony as he absorbs the grim history. He explains Hyserk postponed its own invasion due to a lack of troops. The desolate citizens are shown again, victims of the Duke's betrayal. He concludes the locals' grudge against Mired is deeper than with Hyserk. Another soldier calls the Duke's betrayal a dirty move. He looks up at the city buildings, contemplating the coming fight. He resolves that Mired is an enemy he is now obligated to defeat. His face is set with a cold and determined look. They reach their destination, a local tavern for food and drink. A sign outside the tavern advertises drinks for its patrons. The soldiers toast to victory in their next battle against Mired. He sits quietly, looking down at a bowl of bean soup. His hand dips a piece of bread into the steaming bowl. He takes a bite, enjoying the simple but satisfying meal. Small crumbs fall from the bread as he takes a bite. His face shows a rare moment of genuine pleasure and satisfaction. A soldier reflects on how he has unexpectedly changed his mind about bean soup. His spiky-haired comrade holds a mug and confirms that the food is indeed good. Commander Dewey, with a scarred and smiling face, urges his men to eat and drink up. For a moment, Wam manages a weary smile, enjoying the simple pleasure of the meal. Later, the scene shows Commander Dewey passed out drunk at the messy tavern table. Wam, looking pale and unwell, admits to his comrade that he feels like vomiting. The unnamed soldier sits at the table, surrounded by empty bottles and leftover food. With a loud creak of his chair, the soldier pushes himself away from the table. He offers a slight, knowing smirk as he observes the state of his passed-out commander. In his drunken sleep, Commander Dewey's face twitches as he mutters something unintelligible. Stepping out onto a dark balcony, Wam looks out over the quiet city at night. He observes the empty streets below, thinking that it has always been this way. His lone figure is silhouetted against the stone wall, shrouded in darkness and thought. An internal monologue reveals his feeling that his actions as a soldier are hypocritical. A close-up on his eye reveals the deep anguish and internal conflict he is experiencing. He continues to question the very meaning of being a soldier in this brutal world. His dark hair hangs over his face as he grapples with his own moral turmoil. Finally collapsing to his knees, he confronts his identity, calling himself a murderer. The next morning, the army gathers in the vast, circular courtyard of Fortress. Standing in the ranks, the soldiers, including a stoic Wam, await their orders. Other soldiers in the crowd look on with expressions of nervousness and grim anticipation. From a high platform, the imposing commander Gerard Berger introduces himself to his army. Addressing the thousands of troops, he calls them symbols of bravery meant to end the war. His face is a mask of ferocity as he urges them to trample their enemies without fear. With a final, thunderous roar, he bellows the command for his men to kill them all. In response, the entire army roars as one, thrusting a forest of weapons skyward. A closer view reveals the faces of the soldiers, including Wam, caught in the war cry. Sweat drips from Wam's face as he stands amidst the roaring, fervent crowd. His trembling, gloved hand reveals the deep unease he feels beneath his soldier's facade. Commander Due notices Wom's pale complexion and asks him if something is wrong. Due looks on with a knowing expression, a mix of concern and insight in his eyes. He offers to listen to Wom's troubles, but jokes that he cannot help with money. A map illustrates the Hyserk army strategy, showing them divided into 3 large troops. The plan highlights a particularly difficult objective, a massive fort guarded by 3,000 soldiers. An arrow on the map indicates that Due's squad is being sent to this location. From a ridge, the soldiers look upon Saria's paramount fort, their daunting objective. A close-up on a soldier's face shows a grim smile of anticipation for the battle. Due rallies his men, telling them the results of the war await inside the castle. Leaning against a tree, Wom takes a drag from his cigarette, calling the scene awful. He stares down at a patch of dead, discarded insect shells on the ground. His weary, sidelong glance reveals the deep toll the constant conflict has taken. Due confronts Jose, asking him what he is doing as he reacts with disgust. The commander then teases Jose and Burrito about their apparent fear, which they deny. Wom observes his foul-mouthed comrades, seeing it as a sign of their good shape. Commander Due explains their dangerous role as frontline substitutes in the castle siege. The rookie soldier nor expresses her relief, glad that she and Burrito will be fine. Due states his complete confidence in Wom's ability to handle any enemies that appear. Wom complains about being portrayed as some kind of battle-obsessed maniac by his commander. Privately, however, he admits that he does not want to see the newcomers die, nor recalls hearing of Wom's past victories, but confesses that she is still worried. With a look of certainty, Nor's eye reflects her assessment of the situation. The soldier Wom feels the heavy, hot weight of war clinging to him. On the ground nearby, the discarded husks of dead insects are scattered. His comrade, Jose, looks on with a nauseated expression, feeling sick. Commander Due appears, teasing Jose for his apparent pre-battle nerves. Wom's heart thumps as he realizes the enemy has finally arrived. Grabbing Jose, Due excitedly announces that the war is now starting. A fierce grin spreads across Due's face as he urges them to fight. Seen from a distance, Wom stands resolute, preparing himself for combat. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as he focuses intently. The soldiers begin their advance, moving forward behind large, mobile wooden shields. A tactical map shows Wom and Due's squad positioned near the castle gate. Peering over his shield, a soldier swallows nervously, anticipating the attack. Through the gaps in their shield wall, the attackers see the high fortress. High above on the battlements, enemy archers stand ready to fire. An enemy archer draws back his bow, aiming at the advancing forces. A Hyserk soldier braces himself, his round shield held ready for impact. The wall of shields continues its slow, determined push toward the fortress. Suddenly, a volley of enemy arrows streaks through the air toward them. An arrow finds its mark, striking a soldier with a brutal, fatal blow. Burrito screams, a warning about the enemy's skill, a hard shoot. Gritting his teeth, Wom expresses his frustration with the difficult advance. Burrito warns Nor to hold her ground, telling her she'll die if she retreats. Their commander bellows an order for them to hurry to the wall. Due's helmet gleams as he prepares to signal the next phase of the attack. He shouts a warning to his troops that something is incoming. A massive magical blast erupts, tearing through the defenders on the wall. Wom and Nor are showered by the magical water bullets from their ally. Due watches, satisfied that his plan has been executed successfully. With a roar, he leads the charge toward the now vulnerable fortification. A soldier looks on in shock at the sudden, overwhelming magical assault. The allied magician continues to bombard the enemy lines from a distance. Due fiercely rejects any thought of halting their forward momentum. An order rings out for the troops to surround the disorganized defenders. Nor, looking anxious, asks Wom if they're going to climb with ladders. Wom confirms the enemy guards are gathering at the gate, signaling their intent. A messenger arrives, relaying new orders from their battalion commander, Liguria. The command is given to break through the enemy walls with full force. The soldiers begin their perilous climb up the tall siege ladders. Burrito tells Nor to stay close behind him as they ascend the ladder. On the wall, defenders desperately try to push the ladders away. Burrito stabs the hand of an enemy trying to dislodge their ladder. Wom is among the first to successfully reach the top of the wall. He immediately kills a defender with a swift and powerful sword strike. His comrade Willard shouts his thanks for the timely, life-saving intervention. A nearby enemy soldier looks on, his face a mask of utter terror. Wom curses as he continues to push forward into the chaotic melee. Dewey observes the successful breach with a knowing, sinister little laugh. The blur of a sword slash cuts cleanly through the air. Wom carves a bloody path through the enemy soldiers on the wall. Defenders on the fortress wall react with utter shock and horror to the assault. Leaping over the rampart, an attacker named Wom prepares to strike the defenders. His face splattered with grime, Wom grimly notes that the enemy is still climbing. In the midst of the chaos, Wom intercepts an enemy's strike to save a comrade. With a swift counterattack, Wom ensures his fellow soldier, Willard, is safe. A close-up captures Wom's sword as it plunges into the enemy's skull. Blood erupts violently as Wom drives his blade through the defender's helmet. Now a whirlwind of death. Wom is surrounded by soldiers shouting to contain him. His eyes suddenly widen in alarm as he frantically calls out for his squad mate, Nor. A massive Sarian knight in ornate armor stands over the body of their fallen friend. The terrified Nor looks up, stammering in fear at the imposing, silent warrior. The knight's helmet visor clicks shut, sealing his face in intimidating steel. Recognizing the formidable foe, Wom realizes with dread that this is a true knight. He sprints down the wall, his tattered scarf flying, to intercept the attack. Wom manages to block the knight's massive poleaxe with his small shield. The crescent blade of the poleaxe looms large, a symbol of deadly power. The battle rages across the wide fortress wall, a scene of total chaos. The knight scoffs, dismissing Wom as a nobody who only preys on new recruits. With righteous fury, he vows not to let the barbarian soldiers defile his homeland. The knight's armored boot stomps down, creating a shockwave on the stone floor. Wom stands his ground, bracing himself against the intimidating, fully armored Sarian knight. A tear of exertion rolls down Wom's cheek as he strains against his powerful foe. The knight's poleaxe clashes against Wom's blade in a shower of sparks. Crying out in exertion, Wom struggles against the knight's overwhelming strength. The two combatants leap apart from each other, their duel a dance of death. Wom's face is a mask of grim determination, sweat beading on his brow. Finding an opening, the knight's weapon slices across Wom's shoulder, drawing blood. Wom's sword strikes the knight's torso, but fails to penetrate the thick plate armor. He realizes with frustration that his sword is useless against the heavy protection. He knows that if he takes too long, the knight will surely kill Nor. Wom deduces that an elite enemy like this should be fighting Commander Dewey. He curses the terrible tactical situation that has left him facing this opponent alone. He resolves that he must defeat the knight quickly, right here and now. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Wom grits his teeth against the searing pain. The two warriors face each other across the blood-soaked stone of the battlements. The knight lets out a contemptuous scoff, unimpressed by his wounded opponent. His sword points downward, poised for the final, deadly strike. With a firm grip, the knight prepares his poleaxe to deliver the killing blow. Glaring at the knight, Wom tells him that he is the absolute worst. The knight lunges forward, his weapon a blur of deadly motion. Wom meets the charge, his sword clashing violently against the heavy poleaxe. A spray of blood erupts across Wom's face as the knight's attack connects. The brutal force of the blow sends Wom flying backward through the air. The knight bellows for the small fry to give up and accept his fate. As the poleaxe descends, Wom feels a strange new power awakening within him. The knight's killing blow is mysteriously stopped inches from Wom's face. Stunned, the knight questions how his axe spear could have possibly missed its mark. Wom's hand hangs limp at his side, blood dripping from his wounded shoulder. From behind his visor, the knight's eye widens in dawning, horrified comprehension. He realizes with utter shock that Wom has just manifested a magical barrier. With a sudden realization, he understands the new feeling coursing through him is raw power. An unnatural lightness fills his body, making his formidable sword feel weightless in his hands. Enraged at being thwarted, the mired commander charges forward, vowing that Wom will not escape. Moving with uncanny speed, Wom easily leaps high into the air, evading the commander's attack. His blade flashes through the air in a blur of motion, aimed directly at his opponent. A look of pure shock and pain crosses the commander's face as the decisive blow lands. In a dynamic arc, Wom's empowered strike cuts through the heavy armor, felling his massive foe. A single, desperate question hangs in the blackness of the commander's fading consciousness. In his final moments, he wonders with confusion about the strange boy who defeated him. From the ground, his dying eyes see Wom standing over him amidst a spray of blood. He is horrified to see his young opponent's face is twisted into a manic, unsettling laugh. A nearby enemy soldier stammers in disbelief, trying to comprehend the nature of this power move. The dying commander questions how a mere soldier could have possibly defeated him. Across the battlefield, soldiers from both sides shout in shock, announcing that Commander Elmer is dead. Wom now surveys the enemy forces, who have been thrown into chaos and disarray. Seeing the opening, a Hycerc officer rallies the troops, declaring they have secured a path forward. The officer gives the brutal order for his men to kill every last one of the enemy. Wom approaches his comrade Nor, asking if she is all right and noting her wound isn't deep. She reassures him it is only a bleeding wound, thanking him for his timely intervention. He silently examines his gauntlet hand, contemplating the incredible power he just unleashed. Clenching his fist, he identifies the exhilarating new ability as his very own power move. His eye flashes with fierce determination, a thrill running through him. Leaping into the fray, he is eager to test the limits of his newfound strength. An enemy soldier screams in absolute terror as Wom charges directly toward him. He carves a path through the enemy lines, shouting for them to clear a path. A manic thought reveals he cannot resist the urge to try out his new ability. From the fortress wall, a voice calls out to Wom, praising his impressive save. The imposing silhouette of his superior, Commander Dewey, appears on the ramparts. Dewey observes the carnage below, acknowledging that Wom has finally discovered his skill. Patting his shoulder, he tells Wom to get some rest, leaving the rest to them. Now on the ground, Wom looks up as his comrade, Nor, approaches him. She calls out his name, her face etched with concern for his well-being. He looks back at her, acknowledging her presence amidst the chaos of the battle. With a grateful smile, Nor expresses her sincere thanks for him saving her life. She reports that thanks to him, the bleeding from her wound has stopped and she can fight again. Wom offers a small, weary smile, glad to hear that she is okay. A view from above shows a long, bloody trench filled with the bodies of fallen soldiers. His face streaked with blood and sweat, Wom looks out over the battlefield exhausted. He reflects on the brutal fight, amazed that he has somehow managed to survive. Completely drained, he sits alone on the ground, his shield resting beside him. Sometime later, Wom and his comrades analyze a victim, deducing a wind and fire magic user. His expression is grim as he processes the new threat posed by the enemy. He concludes there are at least 2 enemy ability users still at large in the area. Nor examines another body, wondering if the strange injuries were also caused by magic. A gruesome close-up reveals a dead soldier with half of his face completely crushed. A strategic map illustrates how escaped mired troops now wage guerrilla warfare in the forests. The scene reveals the full devastation of the ambushed Hycerc supply caravan. The High-Cirque soldiers express their frustration over another caravan being hit by the unseen enemy. Wom quietly considers the report of a dead man with a crushed face. The patrol discovers the bodies of local informants hanged from trees in the forest. Nora observes the victim, noting the crushed area is too large for a halberd strike. Another soldier suggests a shield was the weapon, a surprising and brutal thought. The squad speculates that if a shield was used, the attacker must possess a skill. Commander Dewey identifies the ability as the Iron Wall skill, a type of power skill. He explains this skill makes even a wooden shield deadly enough to cause such carnage. Wom grimly processes the information about this new, powerful enemy threat. He concludes Myard is using at least 2 ability users in their guerrilla warfare. In a close-up, Wom's eye reflects his assessment that this situation is not good. Dewey recounts how an entire company failed to find them, losing 30 men instead. A soldier notes that the enemy, though defeated, remains remarkably resilient and dangerous. The squad patrols through the forest, passing the wreckage of an ambushed supply caravan. Dewey takes a moment, lighting a long tobacco pipe with a spark from his gauntlet. Nora looks up, wondering if the smell of tobacco will be noticed by the enemy. Another soldier dismisses her concern, joking that their own unwashed stench is much stronger. The soldiers banter, one sarcastically suggesting they should wear perfume to mask their smell. Dewey interrupts, pointing towards something unsettling that catches Nora's attention in the distance. He reveals the grim sight of executed traitors hanging from a tree, explaining their crime. Nora is visibly horrified by the brutal display, her face pale with shock and disgust. Wom calls out to Nora, noticing her distress at the grim scene. He recalls being told these traitors were the reason so many of their friends died. Nora, though understanding the reasoning, still appears deeply troubled by the cruelty. Wom looks on stoically, his face impassive as he accepts the harsh reality. He covers his mouth, contemplating the grim necessities of war and betrayal. 2 soldiers discuss the enemy, comparing the fight to taking on Dewey and Wom simultaneously. The other soldier agrees it would be an impossible fight, even with 20 of them. Wom smirks, jokingly asking if he's not considered part of the normal human group. A sudden, distant explosion interrupts their conversation, catching Wom's immediate attention. A soldier with a spiky crested helmet reacts instantly to the sound of the blast. The rest of the squad turns in alarm, alerted to the new and sudden threat. Wom's expression hardens as he focuses on the direction of the explosion. The sensory specialist shouts the exact distance, reporting it's caught in their search network. Dewey immediately orders his squad to flank the enemy from the right, trapping them. He bellows with fierce intensity, commanding his men not to let the enemy escape. With a final roar, he leads the charge, and the Dewey squad moves to attack. Wom looks on with grim determination as the battle begins in the background. The elite squad crashes into the enemy lines with devastating, overwhelming force. The Mvar troops are stunned by the sudden and ferocious flank attack. A High-Cirque officer explains the pincer tactic, identifying the Dewey squad's key role. A soldier sweats with exertion, noting the arrival of the unexpected enemy reinforcements. Dewey is a whirlwind of violence, slicing cleanly through a Mvard soldier's neck. He continues his rampage, cutting down another enemy with a bloody spray. A surviving Vard soldier can only look on in shock at Dewey's brutal efficiency. Dewey's eyes narrow as he dispatches another foe, his focus unbroken. He cuts down a third enemy with a clean, powerful slash to the neck. Pivoting from his kill, Dewey's attention is suddenly caught by a new arrival. His expression shifts to one of surprise as he identifies the new combatants. His eye reflects a dawning realization about the nature of these new enemies. A voice from the battlefield announces the arrival of powerful reinforcements. The new arrivals are identified as the formidable leading adventurers, changing the battle's tide. A female mage adventurer urgently calls to her leader, warning him of their encirclement. With a look of stress, the mage adventurer expresses that they have somehow managed. The archer Emi, seeing her comrades arrive, joyfully exclaims that everyone is here. A High-Cirque soldier asks for clarification on adventurers, while another explains their profession. Commander Due reflects, wondering how the defeated Meyer troops were so skilled at guerrilla warfare. With dawning realization, he concludes it was the adventurers, leaving only elite knights. A massive adventurer uses his large shield to block a High-Cirque soldier's attack. An observer notes that the large adventurer seems to possess the Iron Wall skill. A furious High-Cirque officer complains, believing the Adventurers Guild was supposed to be neutral. Another soldier reasons that they are likely free-willed mercenaries, not official guild members. In the distance, the mage adventurer stands silhouetted amidst a swirl of magical energy. Due's eye widens in surprise as he witnesses the powerful magic being unleashed. A massive vortex of wind magic erupts across the battlefield, sending soldiers flying. A close-up shows the small, dragon-emblazoned shield worn by the mage adventurer. The hilt of her ornate rapier is visible as she moves through the forest. An overhead view reveals the magic user at the explosive epicenter of her spell. Due identifies the attack as a wind blade, cursing the appearance of a magic user. After dodging the blast, he lands firmly on the ground, his poleaxe ready. His face set with grim determination, Due prepares to re-engage his new foe. From Due's perspective, a High-Cirque soldier charges toward an enemy in the woods. The opponent is revealed to be the stylishly dressed mage adventurer, standing her ground. The charging soldier is confused, seeing that the powerful magic user is just a kid. His internal thoughts reveal he sees her as a nuisance that must be eliminated. A dark, abstract panel visualizes his intense and immediate desire to kill her. The High-Cirque soldier is shocked as another figure suddenly intercepts his charge. As two soldiers move to attack, the mage adventurer defiantly challenges them. Due's determined face is shown as he moves swiftly to intervene in the fight. His poleaxe flashes with incredible speed, slashing past the soldier's helmet. Due is seen in the heat of combat, his weapon clashing against his own man. The first soldier cries out as blood splatters, Due announcing he is down. After felling the second soldier, Due states he is finished and seeks his next target. He moves with deadly purpose through the forest, leaving his fallen comrades behind. In a brutal, horizontal slash, Due's curved sword cuts across the soldier's neck. The soldier screams in agony as the fatal blow lands with a spray of blood. Elsewhere, a different wounded High-Cirque soldier pleads for someone to wait and help him. The mage adventurer stares with wide, horrified eyes at the brutal scene before her. Due looks on coldly, telling the dying man to give up all hope of rescue. A series of violent, abstract white slashes on black represents the merciless execution. The mage adventurer watches in shock as her companion stands over the dead soldier. Her face contorted in disbelief, she asks her fellow adventurer why he did it. From the perspective of the now-dead soldier, he sees her ask why he was killed. The mage adventurer screams at her companion, questioning how he could kill so easily. Due observes the emotional outburst with a detached, knowing expression. A close-up reveals his cold, analytical gaze as he assesses the situation. He continues to watch the mage adventurer and her companion from safe distance. The adventurer's sword lies on the ground near the body of the executed soldier. The mage adventurer tells her companion that such actions are necessary on a battlefield. Due internally remarks that she has surely killed her own share of people. He dismisses her moral crisis as a pointless conversation to be having during a war. The mage adventurer's eyes are wide, filled with tears of rage and grief. She lets out a final scream, unleashing another furious magical attack. Due recognizes the magic attack is the same as before, with a familiar trajectory. Leaping over the projectile, he declares that it is time for his opponent to die. The mage adventurer looks up in terror, her face covered in sweat. She raises her small, round shield in a desperate attempt to block the attack. With a look of intense focus, Due prepares to strike her down. His eye narrows as he brings his poleaxe down with incredible force. The two warriors are locked in a dynamic pose as the attack descends. Due's weapon glows, imbued with the energy of a powerful skill. The force of the blow completely shatters the adventurer's shield into pieces. Thrown backward by the impact, she lets out a sharp cry of pain. Due observes her coolly, his expression thoughtful and analytical. He internally questions their earlier, nonsensical conversation about the morality of killing. A sudden, clear realization dawns on him as he understands her weakness. He deduces that while she is skilled, she is not accustomed to killing people. Having figured her out, Due plants his foot and begins to walk away. He turns his back on the defeated adventurer, leaving her in the forest. The adventurer looks up, her expression a mix of confusion and anger. Her arm throbs with pain as she struggles on the ground. Due glances back slightly, his face set and determined. He calmly tells her to submit, considering the fight to be over. Her face contorts with rage and humiliation at his dismissive command. Letting out a scream of defiance, she launches a surprise attack at his back. Her desperate charge catches Due's attention at the last possible moment. With a defiant sound, she raises her sword to strike him down. He reminds her of the place where she herself once took a life. Spinning around, Due easily parries her telegraphed, desperate attack. In a daze, the adventurer wonders if this is the moment of her death. Due's curved blade slashes cleanly across her undefended torso. He stands over her collapsed body before turning to leave the scene. Looking towards the trees, Due calls out to someone unseen. Elsewhere, the soldier Wom clashes weapons with the adventurer El. Wom's poleaxe meets El's curved sword in a fierce, brutal exchange. Wom plants his foot firmly, bracing against his opponent's strength. The two warriors are locked in a deadly duel amidst the forest trees. Wom clicks his tongue in annoyance, assessing the difficult fight. El tells his leader to stay back, positioning himself to protect her. The female leader cries out El's name in concern and fear. Wom, his face bloodied, identifies the woman as the adventurer's leader. The two combatants face off again, preparing for the next exchange. Wom raises a hand to his helmet, weary from the protracted fight. He expresses his deep hatred for the grim situation he is in. His eye narrows with intense focus as he prepares to unleash an attack. A bright flash of light signals the use of a powerful magical ability. Wom and El clash once more, their blades a blur of motion. Wom ducks under a wide swing, his own weapon poised to counter. He looks on with surprise as his opponent reveals a new skill. El uses an ability, moving with a burst of speed that kicks up dust. Wom is shocked that this opponent can also use body acceleration. He correctly identifies El as a user of wind magic. Wom, now wielding a large axe, meets El's charge head-on. Wom's eye widens in a narrow view, having noticed something important. With a confident smirk, he taunts his opponent, asking if he is sure he wants to fight. The adventurer El's face twists in fury as he screams for the invader to be silent. El watches in the foreground as one brutally cuts down another of his comrades. In utter disbelief, the adventurer lets out a choked sound of shock at the carnage. The invader's heavy battle axe splits the head of El's ally in a spray of blood. El's eye widens in horror as he mutters a curse under his breath. Appearing suddenly behind El, Wom prepares to deliver a decisive blow with his longsword. The invader calmly states that he has already adapted to El's speed-enhancing magic. The adventurer leader screams a desperate warning for her subordinate Emi to get out of the way. From a distance, Wom calmly observes the chaos unfolding, his expression unreadable. With a look of shock, the adventurer leader watches the tide of battle turn against her. A powerful magical blast engulfs the archer Emi in a blinding flash of light. The leader's face shows only stunned confusion as she processes the death of her friend. In the forest clearing, another of Wom's comrades takes aim at the adventurer leader. The battlefield erupts in a frenzied, chaotic clash of dark energy and violent motion. A soldier's body is flung through the air, crying out in pain as they fall. The weeping adventurer leader screams her fallen comrade's name over and over in anguish. An invading spearman lunges forward, his weapon aimed directly at the distraught leader. She confronts the soldier, accusing the invaders of being crazy, bloodthirsty monsters. A close-up reveals the invader's cold, shadowed eye as he listens to her accusations. He calmly questions why she, a killer herself, believes she is immune to death. Overcome with grief and rage, the leader repeatedly screams at him to shut up. Her hands grip her weapon tightly, knuckles white with strain as she prepares to act. The adventurer leader looks up in shock and terror at an unseen, impending threat. Wom intercepts L's attack, their weapons clashing together with tremendous force. His eye focused and determined, Wom presses his advantage in a one-on-one duel. He brings his heavy battle axe around in a powerful, arcing swing. The axe blade bites deep into L's side, drawing a spray of blood upon impact. The adventurer leader's face is a mask of horror as she watches her protector fall. In the forest clearing, Wom stands victorious over the defeated adventurer L. The leader screams in anguish, her face contorted with overwhelming grief and rage. Panting, she whispers in disbelief that all of her comrades are now dead. Wom remarks with grim jealousy that she isn't used to the act of killing. The leader gasps in horror as she fully accepts that L is dead. Wom turns his head slightly, his expression calm as he senses a new development. A powerful, dark magical energy begins to gather around the grieving woman. From a distance, Wom looks on, wondering what is happening as the air changes. The ground erupts as the leader's hidden spell is unleashed with devastating force. The spearman cries out in shock, questioning the nature of this new, powerful magic. His arm is violently torn from his body by the raw magical force. He curses, realizing it must be a hidden spell and wondering who cast it. Both he and Wom react with shock as the source of the power becomes clear. Wom looks on, a single bead of sweat on his face as he understands the truth. He identifies the grieving leader as the source of the immense magical power. The leader's eyes, filled with tears of pure rage, glow with destructive energy. She unleashes a massive vortex of magic that tears through the forest floor. Wom's face is a mask of terror as he declares this is no joke. His comrades are caught in the blast, their bodies thrown through the air. A soldier screams a final warning about the ranged AoE attack, urging them to scatter. A massive explosion of magical energy rips through the forest, leaving utter devastation. In the aftermath, smoke billows into the dark and cloudy sky above. The chaotic scene is filled with the swirling dust and smoke of the blast. Amidst the drifting leaves, the soldier Wom stands silently with a grim expression. Alone in the ruined woods, he observes that his enemy has managed to escape. Two of Wom's comrades rest, discussing the powerful skill their foe used to flee. A soldier turns to his squad leader, asking if they should give chase. The commander decides against it, stating the main enemy force is already defeated. Wom clenches his gloved fist, reflecting on the intensity of the recent battle. Deep in the forest, the defeated adventurer leader collapses, weeping in frustration. Wom considers how the adventurer's skill almost overwhelmed his more seasoned side. A close-up reveals Wom's weary but determined eye under the rim of his helmet. The shot focuses on the details of his helmet and the chainmail protecting his neck. Walking away from the carnage, Wom internally states that he does not kill by choice. The forest canopy is seen as the sound of the adventurer leader's sobs echoes. Overcome with grief, she questions the motives of the man who defeated her. A stark image of a single eye appears as she recalls his cold demand to submit. She remembers fleeing through the dark woods, seeing him only as a monster. On a peaceful lakeside, the tattooed soldier Willart calls out to a younger Wom. Willart holds out his hand, inviting Wom to take it and begin a lesson. A confused but curious Wom looks back at him, questioning the strange request. From a distance, the soldiers are gathered near the water as Wom asks about holding hands. Willard explains he will teach Wom about magic, as he had expressed interest before. Wom's eye widens with keen excitement at the sudden opportunity to learn. Eagerly, he grasps Willard's hand, confirming his desire to be taught. Two other soldiers watch, with one explaining the transfer of magical energy. His female companion expresses her surprise that Wom might learn magic. The first soldier notes this test will reveal Wom's aptitude for elemental spells. Their comrade, Yo, smirks and makes a teasing comment about the intimacy of the lesson. The instructor, Willard, shows his clear annoyance at Yo's distracting joke. Yo quickly dismisses his own comment, saying it was only a joke. Ignoring the interruption, Willard sternly instructs Wom to concentrate. Their clasped hands begin to glow with a powerful surge of magical energy. Wom feels a strange, cold sensation flowing into him from their touch. Willard confirms this feeling is a normal prerequisite for using elemental magic. After a moment, Willard tells Wom that he can let go of his hand. Wom closes his eyes, focusing his mind and visualizing water and rain. His thoughts fill with the image of raindrops falling upon a choppy sea. A quiet sound of realization escapes him as he feels the magic manifesting. In his cupped hands, a small pool of water suddenly appears from thin air. His eyes fly open in astonishment as he asks Willard if this is real magic. Willard looks unimpressed, dismissing the result with a click of his tongue. He tells a shocked Wom that while usable, the amount is barely suitable. Willard then offers to let him experience the hardship of being a human well. A nearby comrade overhears and loudly jokes about having 2 human wells for the squad. The other soldiers in the background react to the teasing with amusement. Horrified by the implication, Wom breaks out in a sweat and pleads for mercy. Willard calmly advises him to conserve his magical power by not sweating. He warns that if Wom is not careful, he risks dehydrating himself completely. Willard explains that this water magic requires far less mana than Wom's combat skills. The young soldier Wom touches his head in disbelief, questioning if he has been using magic all along. His mentor Willard confirms this, explaining that skills and physical reinforcement both require magical power. He further clarifies that elemental attacks are magic, while strengthening the body is a skill. Wom admits his illiteracy from a farm upbringing, explaining his ignorance of such theories. Unfazed, Willard announces their next step is to test Wom's aptitude for fire magic. A nervous Wom sits down, preparing himself for the difficult fire magic aptitude test. Focusing his mind with intense concentration, Wom begins to channel the element of fire. With a sudden burst of energy, something goes terribly wrong during the magical attempt. Before the test, Willard and Wom sit opposite each other in the quiet grass. Nearby, their comrades Yo and another soldier laugh boisterously while splashing in the water. Their rowdy behavior clearly irritates the stern Willard, who glares at their childish display. Wom's eyes widen in alarm as he feels the immense power surge from his hands. A massive, uncontrolled burst of fire erupts violently from his position with great force. His expression turns to one of pure shock as he sees the results of his magic. Thrown backward by the fiery explosion, Wom looks on, utterly stunned by the raw power. As flames engulf the camp, a panicked Wom desperately shouts for Willard's help. A nearby soldier panics, while Willard observes the powerful fire with detached curiosity. The flames catch squad mate Tosaka's hair, and she screams in rage at the stupid idiot. Apologizing for her actions, Tosaka grabs the stunned Wom and flips him over her shoulder. Wom's face is a mask of terror as he is unceremoniously hurled through the air. He protests that it was an accident, helplessly asking Willard what he should do now. Willard calmly reaches for a water skin, seemingly unbothered by the surrounding chaos. A terrified scream escapes Wom's lips as he is flung toward the nearby river. He crashes into the river with a massive splash, completely submerged by the impact. From the riverbank, Tosaka watches the result of her furious disciplinary action. His legs flail for a moment before he sinks completely beneath the river surface. She watches the ripples in the water, waiting for him to reappear from the depths. A sputtering Wom breaks the surface, coughing up water and gasping for air. Soaked and furious, he glares at Willat, shouting that this is no laughing matter. His mentor simply extends a hand, offering to help him out of the cold water. Willat easily pulls the shivering, drenched young soldier back onto the riverbank. He calmly states that Wom has a clear aptitude for fire, and they will continue. At the prospect of more training, a terrified Wom can only manage a weak squeak. Their training is interrupted by a sudden, piercing shriek from the nearby woods. Commander Dewey, alerted by the sound, turns his head with a sharp, curious expression. A mounted messenger arrives, announcing he brings a message from the Allied troops. The messenger is clad in the formal armor of a high-ranking military courier. He relays that the order is from Captain Ligurian, specifically for Commander Dewey. Dewey expresses his intense desire to learn the contents of this urgent message. A grim, knowing smile spreads across Dewey's face as he anticipates the news. Elsewhere, a blonde female commander reacts to the new strategy with utter disgust. The news contained in the message clearly shocks the normally unflappable Commander Dewey. Wom asks his mentor if this is the new strategy, and Willat confirms it is. The battle is set for the plains of Riref, a field promising certain defeat. A tactical map shows the mired and Farius stronghold positioned on two hills. Observing the enemy's position reveals their main force will attack the mired army first. In a command tent, subordinates confirm that everything is proceeding as they predicted. The enemy leader, Lord Farius Winston, observes the situation with cunning confidence. He remarks on the High Cirque's audacity in trying to restrain his massive army. Lord Farius chillingly declares his intent to create skeletons from the High Cirque troops. From his command tent, Lord Farius Winston emerges with a focused expression. He surveys his army's flawless positioning, asking a subordinate for confirmation. Winston's eyes narrow as he considers the coming attack on Myerd's forces. He knows that neither side is his true enemy, a thought he keeps hidden. With a confident roar, he exhorts his men to fight for their king. His secret plan is to let both armies destroy each other for Farius's gain. From his vantage point, he observes the High Cirque troops finally beginning their advance. The massive armies prepare to clash, 15,000 High Cirque against 25,000 Allied forces. On a nearby hill, Wom and his comrades watch as the battle commences. Commander Dewey explains the mired forces fight fiercely on Farius's homeland. A female soldier questions their orders, but Dewey grimly reveals their true purpose. He states they were obviously brought here to be sacrificed and thrown away. The commander looks on with a grim, stressed expression, confirming his dark assessment. Wom listens with a look of dawning horror and confusion on his face. Dewey begins to briefly explain the complex and deceptive deployment plan to them. A map shows the High Cirque army attacking the mired stronghold as a feint. Their squad will then converge with Jeff's cavalry for a decisive blitz attack. Wom's face is a mask of terror, sweating as he understands the plan. A commander announces the reckless plan for infantry to run with the cavalry. When questioned, another officer offers the flimsy excuse of the battalion's experience. His sharp, worried eyes betray that he finds the situation deeply concerning. A soldier, his face showing his anxiety, asks if the situation is bad. Willart confirms it's terrible, as they will have to run with horses. A close-up on a soldier's eye reveals the intense pressure and fear. He explains the brutal conditions. To stop means death by being trampled. A soldier angrily demands to know why their squad is on the front lines. A comrade points at Wom, explaining it's because of his power move. Wom is completely shocked to be singled out as the reason for this. He tries to deflect, arguing that Commander Dewey is even more reckless. The other soldier smirks, dismissing Wom's attempt to pass the blame. Wom is left speechless and confused by this unexpected revelation. Willard elaborates that with 2 power users and his magic, it's unavoidable. The distant sounds of the battle beginning can be heard, growing louder. Wom looks towards the sound, his face tense with anticipation and dread. The battlefield erupts into a chaotic mess of clashing shields and spears. He contemplates the impossible task of running alongside the cavalry until the end. His eye reflects his desperate hope to survive this ordeal without dying. The squad leader notes with concern that their attack orders are late. He worries that the plan might be failing for the vanguard force. Wom looks on, his expression showing his own growing unease and concern. Still, the leader expresses faith that Commander Berger wouldn't misread the situation. A commander is seen on a high platform, observing the unfolding battle. Suddenly, a soldier looks out, alerted by a new development on the field. The ground trembles as a massive force moves swiftly through the grass. The main army of Farius is spotted charging directly towards their position. Panic sets in as the soldiers cry out, asking what they should do. A soldier desperately wonders where their own attack orders are. Another lookout spots the mired reserve army also heading straight for them. A commander grimly notes that if they don't act, they'll be decimated. Wom's eyes widen with terror, realizing they are caught in a deadly pincer. Amidst the chaos of battle, a mired commander on horseback bellows a surprising new order. His soldiers, their faces etched with confusion, question the sudden change in their objective. Without warning, the Hysark cavalry thunders forward, initiating the unexpected charge. From a low angle, the infantry scrambles through the tall grass, urged to run. Guise sprints desperately, his expression showing the strain of the forced, chaotic advance. In a flash of action, he curses the direness of their sudden, reckless situation. A tight close-up on his eyes reveals a mixture of intense fear and grim determination. He and his comrades are commanded to run to their death in the desperate assault. The sounds of battle erupt as the armies crash together in a wave of steel. Breathing heavily, Guise grimaces with the raw exertion of the life-or-death charge. The full scale of the battle is revealed, with the outnumbered Hysark army charging ahead. Guise yells in frustration, complaining about the extreme difficulty of fighting alongside cavalry. His squad's vanguard makes contact with the enemy infantry line ahead. A single, wide eye reflects the initial, shocking impact of the front lines colliding. Commander Daiwi carves through an enemy soldier with a brutal swing of his heavy axe. Their comrade Willard wobbles from exhaustion, but clicks his tongue in grim annoyance. Stumbling, he narrowly dodges a lethal attack, staying in the fight by a hair's breadth. Daiwi continues his relentless assault, his axe a blur of motion against the enemy. A soldier with a nose guard reveals that they have successfully baited their opponents. A confused Guise demands an explanation for this startling turn of events. He listens intently as sweat beads on his face, the true strategy dawning on him. The soldier explains that his initial assessment was just a hunch. He confirms that they feigned weakness in order to lure the enemy into a trap. A simple diagram illustrates how the Hysark army acted as a massive diversion. Their true mission is finally declared, to assault the vulnerable Farius headquarters. The soldier adds that their own decoy forces do not have much time left. Guise understands they must crush the enemy command before their allies are wiped out. A soldier shouts a warning as their unit approaches the enemy's fortified spear wall. With a sharp gasp, Guise steels himself for the imminent, brutal clash. The enemy defenders stand ready, a dense forest of spears pointed at the attackers. A commander calls for the mages, Willard and Wom, to unleash their power. Willard begins to chant, gathering swirling magical energy for a devastating spell. He focuses his power, repeating the incantation to form a massive fireball. The fiery energy grows in his hands, ready to be unleashed upon the enemy. With a final, determined shout, he launches the fireball toward the enemy line. The spell detonates with catastrophic force, ripping through the enemy formation. Guise grins with relief and triumph. exclaiming that the magical attack worked perfectly. Willard observes the destruction he has caused with a subtle, satisfied smile. The powerful explosion has successfully blasted a wide gap in the enemy's defensive line. Afaria's commander desperately tries to rally his men, ordering them not to retreat. His command is cut short as a blade flashes towards his unprotected face. Commander Daiwi and his soldiers surge through the breach, continuing their ferocious assault. The High-Cirque advance is suddenly halted by a long line of anti-cavalry fences. A soldier's gauntlet hand grabs one of the massive wooden stakes of the barricade. Their commander bellows for the infantry to remove the fences and clear a path. R.A. Guise strains against the heavy wood, knowing that failure means certain death. The heavy logs of the fence begin to shift and scrape along the ground. With grunts of immense effort, the soldiers finally manage to heave the obstacle aside. The entire line of fences is thrown down, opening a path for the charge. Looking over his shoulder, R.A. Guise lets out a short breath of exhausted relief. On the battlefield, High-Cirque infantry work to clear a path forward. A soldier from Jeff's battalion roars a war cry for his unit. He warns his comrades to make way or risk being crushed. Through the newly opened gap, the heavy cavalry thunders into the fray. In the chaos, soldiers struggle to remove massive anti-cavalry defenses. A man's face shows the strain and sweat of determined, desperate effort. A High-Cirque lancer's weapon finds its mark, killing an enemy horseman instantly. A dying soldier collapses to the ground, gasping his final words. Amidst the carnage, a soldier named Wom pants, his eyes wide with shock. From his perspective, the cavalry charges deeper into the enemy lines. Wom gasps for breath, his throat parched and raw from shouting. A comrade informs him that the battle is about to become much harder. He explains they now face the main, professional troops of the Faria stronghold. Suddenly, an elite warrior on a white horse cuts through the High-Cirque ranks. Wom's eyes track the new enemy, shocked by his speed and skill. The warrior's single, fluid swing fells two of Wom's comrades. His blade moves with a swiftness that seems almost supernatural. Wom can only stare in disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming display of power. The battlefield is thrown into disarray by this single warrior's assault. A close-up reveals the warrior's ornate armor and unique curved sword. Wom recognizes the superior quality of the soldier's armor and weapon. He identifies the formidable new opponent as one of the elite royal guard. This realization leads him to deduce that the enemy general must be nearby. He screams at his comrades, questioning their will to live in a foreign land. Another royal guard, this one on foot, intercepts him with a roar. The guard brings a massive polearm down in a powerful overhead strike. Wom struggles to block, his face contorted under the weapon's immense weight. The impact of their clash sends a visible shockwave through the air. The royal guard seems surprised that Wom managed to survive the attack. Looking up, Wom continues to strain against the guard's heavy polearm. He snarls in frustration, cursing the guard for blocking his path. Elsewhere, a High-Cirque soldier is brutally decapitated in the fighting. Wom's comrade, Baido, shouts that the enemy numbers seem endless. He spots a strange enemy formation, realizing they are attempting to flee. Another soldier near him expresses his disbelief at the enemy's maneuver. Baido calls for a partner from the Due squad to charge with him. A voice from the chaos replies that everyone is already occupied fighting. Wom realizes the soldiers are a sacrifice to cover their general's escape. Enraged, he screams at an enemy to have some honor before cutting him down. He then turns his attention back to the royal guard, unleashing an attack. His face is a mask of pure fury as he executes the powerful maneuver. Wom uses his power move, striking at the royal guard's position. To his disbelief, the elite soldier withstands the full force of the blow. A close-up of the guard's eye shows no sign of fear or faltering. The royal guard immediately retaliates with a powerful swing of its own. Its weapon strikes true, sending Wom reeling backward from the impact. A dark, fiery energy suddenly begins to swirl across the battlefield. A Faria soldier's face is shown, hideously burned and mangled by the magic. Wom looks out over the scorched, devastated landscape that he has created. The royal guard's ornate polearm lies abandoned on the smoldering ground. His bloodied face determined, Wom vows to burn his enemies to the ground. He realizes a simple fireball will not stop these zealous, heavily armored royal guards. Wom knows his side will lose if the enemy general escapes from headquarters. Panting heavily, he resolves to set his surroundings ablaze with intense, sustained fire. A furious royal guard is shocked as an enemy soldier leaps toward him. An enemy soldier questions the strange magic before ordering his comrades to kill the user. Another soldier charges forward, screaming for his opponent to die. Wom's comrade, Baido, intercepts the charge, telling his allies to leave it to them. From the tall grass, a small spark of magic crackles into existence. A powerful magical aura erupts around Wom as he prepares his devastating attack. Baido urgently warns his comrades, Burrito and Nor, to get away from Wom. The charging royal guard realizes the imminent danger posed by this particular man. He lunges forward, determined that his target will die right there. With a final, guttural roar, Wom gives himself the command to unleash his power. His eye shows intense focus as the landscape warps and the spell begins. The enemy soldier is caught completely off guard as blue flames erupt before him. A man is consumed by the inferno, crying out in confusion and agony. Another soldier screams in pain as the unnatural fire melts his armor and flesh. A massive explosion of blue fire obliterates the enemy soldiers in its path. Inside his command tent, an aide frantically warns General Winston of the danger. The subordinate insists they must retreat, as the army will fall if he dies. Winston furiously rejects the idea of abandoning the stronghold and running away. A messenger suddenly bursts into the tent, pointing toward the new chaos outside. The soldier breathlessly reports that their anti-cavalry fence has been broken through. General Winston looks on, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief. His aide, seeing the commander's stunned reaction, urges him that it's time to move. Winston stares out at the sea of blue fire consuming his loyal troops. He watches in horror at the devastating power of the enemy's magical assault. His eye widens in recognition as a long-forgotten memory begins to surface. The general's gaze is fixed on the hellish scene unfolding before him. His eyes show dawning terror as he recalls an old, ominous warning. A flashback shows an advisor warning him about seeing blue fire on a battlefield. In the present, Winston realizes with terror the name of this legendary magic. A close-up shows Wom's boots stepping onto the scorched, rustling earth. Wom stands amidst the carnage, the name of his spell revealed, Ignis Fatuus. He walks across the smoldering battlefield, his polearm held at the ready. Winston, sweating, declares that the next part of the fight is just for him. Wom stares back, his face grimy, identifying his target as the commanding general. Winston sees Wom across the field of bodies, awaiting his next move. Panting from exertion, Wom acknowledges the enemy's commanding general. A powerful shockwave marks the beginning of their final confrontation. Winston sneers that his opponent is just a common foot soldier full of himself. He proudly announces his name and title as Winston Farius. Wom studies his opponent, dismissing the idea that he could be a body double. Winston's eye glares with fierce intensity, confirming his identity. With certainty, Wom confirms to himself that this is his intended target. Wom offers a single, direct command to his opponent: surrender. He reasons that capturing a royal prisoner would be highly beneficial to Heiserk. A vertical publisher's logo for Shonen Magazine Edge is displayed along the side. Winston defiantly states that he still has his sword and his pride. Commander Winston Farius glances at the battle, declaring his soldiers are still fighting for him. The Heiserk soldier, Wom, stares back, his face grimy and spattered with blood. Turning away, Winston concludes that he therefore has no reason to surrender his position. He roars with defiance, swinging his massive greatsword and screaming his refusal to yield. Wom's eyes narrow with intense focus, bracing himself for the commander's furious charge. As Winston's huge blade descends, Wom dodges with blurring speed, evading the blow. The commander's sword misses its mark, striking only air as Wom sidesteps the attack. Wom internally questions Winston's bold declaration that he has no reason to surrender. The powerful swing carves a deep gash in the earth where Wom had been standing. He reflects on his narrow escape, knowing a slower reaction would have been fatal. The two warriors clash in a flurry of motion, their weapons meeting with great force. Wom holds his poleaxe defensively, absorbing the impact of Winston's powerful strike. He admits to himself that he underestimated the commander, who is more than a figurehead. Winston stands imposingly, and Wom acknowledges that his opponent is unexpectedly strong. Wom's inner thoughts reveal his dire situation. He is exhausted and out of magical energy. Facing this powerful foe without his skills, he desperately wonders how he can possibly win. His eyes are wide with concentration as he parries another of Winston's heavy blows. The two combatants move with incredible speed, their weapons clashing across the battlefield. Wom's face contorts with effort as he strains to defend against the relentless assault. Winston presses his attack, his sword coming dangerously close to Wom's defenses. Their weapons lock in a violent struggle, the force of the impact radiating outwards. Their feet shift through the tall grass as they circle each other, searching for an opening. Wom's eyes shone in an intense close-up, revealing his frustration at finding no weakness. Winston finally breaks through Wom's guard, his sword slicing across his opponent's arm. A spray of dark blood erupts from the fresh wound on Wom's left arm. The two warriors separate for a moment, blood splattering across the torn battlefield. Wom's eyes are wide with shock and pain as he registers the new injury. The opponents face each other again across the field of broken and tattered banners. Wom stands ready with his poleaxe, watching his opponent's next move with caution. Winston tenses his muscles, gathering his strength for a final, desperate maneuver. With a tremendous battle cry, he hurls his massive broadsword end over end at Wom. Wom watches the unconventional attack, his mind racing as the weapon flies past him. The spinning greatsword narrowly misses its target, as Wom has already begun to move. He notes that the commander must be desperate to resort to throwing his weapon away. Wom's eye gleams with manic intensity as he recognizes this is his only chance. With his opponent now unarmed, Wom rushes forward, closing the distance between them. His poleaxe blade becomes a blur as he thrusts it towards Winston's chest. Winston's face is a mask of shock and disbelief as the killing blow connects. Wom's weapon impales the commander, sending a spray of blood from the fatal wound. He stands firm, driving the weapon deeper into his enemy with grim determination. Winston's face is splattered with his own blood as he reels from the mortal blow. Wom looks on as his opponent's body collapses to the ground, the duel finished. Winston lies defeated while Wom pants heavily, exhausted from the intense fight. With his last words, Winston defiantly claims that while he has lost, his kingdom has not. Wom stands over the fallen commander, catching his breath amidst the field of corpses. His face is a mask of grime and exhaustion, sweat mixing with the dirt and blood. Wom's eye twitches, the adrenaline from the life-or-death struggle still coursing through him. A High-Cirque soldier bellows across the battlefield, announcing the Farius commander's defeat. The High-Cirque army roars in victory, surging forward with renewed and savage morale. High-Cirque soldiers give chase, shouting orders to hunt down the fleeing Farius troops. An enemy soldier cries out in agony, falling amidst the chaos of battle. Victorious but spent, Wom pants heavily on the battlefield, his face grimy. A surviving Farius soldier whispers the name of his fallen commander, Winston Sama. Kneeling over Winston's body, the soldier sobs, unable to believe what has happened. Another enraged soldier grips his weapon, letting out a pained and furious grunt. With a sharp cry of rage, he tightens his grip on the weapon's shaft. The soldier charges Wom, swinging his sword in a desperate, vengeful attack. Wom's poleaxe connects with a brutal, violent impact, ending the soldier's charge. A close-up reveals Wom's eye, alert and focused amidst the surrounding carnage. The slain soldier is thrown aside by the overwhelming force of Wom's counterattack. Wom stands in profile, his face bloodied, but his expression grimly resolute. Cavalry Commander Jeff arrives, identifying the corpse as Winston Farias without a doubt. Looking at Wom with surprise, Jeff commends him and asks for his squad's name. Wom, exhausted and blood-splattered, identifies himself as part of the Dewey squad. Jeff praises his magnificent work and promises a handsome reward for his efforts. With a grin, the commander warns Wom not to die before receiving it. As Jeff departs, Wom stands alone on the battlefield near a fallen body. A female comrade approaches, asking with genuine concern if he is all right. Wom's weary, dirt-streaked face shows the physical and emotional toll of battle. He admits his terrible exhaustion, to which his comrade replies it is proof of life. After asking about the others, she confirms the rest of the squad is alive. The hulking shadow of their commander, Dewey, falls over the exhausted Wom. Dewey notes Wom's wounds but also his spirit, offering him a water skin. The battle-worn squad stands together on the corpse-strewn field, their fight over. Smoke from the aftermath of the battle rises into the evening sky. The soldiers look out over the ruined landscape, contemplating their costly victory. Wom's expression is somber, reflecting on the brutal price of their win. A close-up on his eye reveals the depth of his weariness and introspection. He believes that with this victory, the long and terrible war will finally end. In another tent, a soldier reports Winston's death, causing immediate panic. Lord Elithmeyer is stunned by the news, his face a mask of disbelief. A tremor of cold fear runs through him as the reality of his failure sinks in. He questions the point of his servitude and betraying his motherland. His ambitious plans and strategies lie shattered on the table before him. Defeated, he apologizes to his daughter and announces his intention to surrender. Just as he surrenders, a blade slices through his neck, decapitating him. The massive, crude weapon completes its vicious swing through the air. A shocked onlooker watches the brutal execution from the concealing shadows. An angry mob of armed peasants surrounds the fallen lord. A soldier identifies the attackers as the vengeful men of Syria. The mob roars for the death of the traitor who sold their country. Riddled with spears, Elitha's last thoughts are of apology and regret. The scene ends on a desolate battlefield, a monument to hatred. Later, Wom's squad is summoned to an opulent, unsettling residence. Their squad leader, Kane, overhears their suspicious chatter and tells them to be quiet. Inside, Kane nervously wonders if he has made some kind of mistake. He sweats profusely, hoping they're actually there to be rewarded for their deeds. Wom recalls Commander Jeff's promise, suspecting a reward is the true reason. A servant presents an ornate teacup, inviting them to drink. The squad sits silently at a long, formal table, dwarfed by the grand room. The burly squad leader, Kane, leans in to ask his subordinate, Wom, for advice. An ornate teacup is set down with a delicate clink upon its matching saucer. Following his own counsel, Wom takes a quiet, deliberate sip from the steaming cup. His squad mate, Gina, looks on with a perplexed and slightly stressed expression. In contrast, Kane slurps his tea loudly, his rough manners on full display. A young female soldier holds her cup with both hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. The tattooed mage, Willart, observes the scene with a stoic, unreadable face. A thought flashes through a comrade's mind, marveling at Wom's unexpectedly good manners. Wom expresses his own pleasant surprise at encountering such a fine beverage again. He takes another small taste, savoring the moment of refined calm. While Wom drinks, his comrades Gina and Willart watch him from behind. He reflects internally on how many years it has been since he's had such a luxury. Kane slams his fist down, angrily accusing Wom of trying to embarrass them. The sound of a heavy door creaking open suddenly interrupts their tense standoff. A long-haired man enters, smiling as he observes that they seem to be having fun. Wom recognizes the visitor as a childlike old man who is also a legendary war hero. His sudden appearance brings a stunned silence to the room, startling the soldiers. The man gestures for them to sit, stating they cannot have a conversation while standing. The soldiers realize they are in the presence of the renowned Commander Belga. From his seat at the head of the table, Belga observes them with a thoughtful hum. The commander casually brings his own ornate teacup to his lips for a drink. A steaming cup of tea is carefully placed on the table before the soldiers. Belga reveals he was surprised to learn their infantry, not cavalry, killed General Winston. He explains that he summoned them to personally deliver their reward for this great deed. Gina and Wom listen with rapt attention, their faces showing shock and anticipation. One of the soldiers is stunned that the commander is using such formal language with them. Pointing a finger, Belga identifies Kane as the squad leader and praises his fierce fighting. He tells the emotional squad leader that soldiers like him are treasures of the nation. Wom looks on with a slight, knowing smile as his commander is honored. Belga's sharp, intense eyes then fix upon Wom, confirming his identity by name. He recites Wom's service history, from joining the battalion to learning magic from Willard. The commander then names Wom's unique and devastating magical ability, Ignis Fatuus. A chaotic vision of this fiery power flashes, showing its destructive potential. Belga smiles, impressed by the young soldier, and calls his ability a magnificent talent. Overwhelmed and humbled by the high praise, Wom bows his head and offers his thanks. The commander mentions he has seen this blue fire before and is glad Wom is an ally. Belga muses that this legendary fire from the netherworld is a power of heroes. He then summons his aide, Lynette, instructing her to bring forward a special item. On a white cloth rests a fearsome, black, two-horned demonic mask. Wom's eyes widen as he stares at the strange and intimidating artifact. Belga explains that the mask's original owner was a mysterious otherworlder who went on a rampage. He reveals the crucial connection. That otherworlder could also use the power of Ignis Fatuus. Wom listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes this new information. Belga encourages the hesitant Wom to try on the mask, noting their shared ability. Wom reluctantly brings the horned mask towards his face, ready to wear it. With a look of deep satisfaction, Commander Belga declares the sight to be splendid. The demonic mask settles onto Wom's face, and Belga states that it suits him perfectly. A strange feeling of déjà vu washes over Wom, connecting him to his original world. Belga proclaims that all of Wom's enemies will come to fear that very mask. Reaching up to touch it, Wom quietly accepts the powerful and cursed gift. Wom's weary eye is seen in a tight, emotional close-up. A hand presents a fearsome, two-horned demonic mask as a gift. Commander Belga, a man with a prominent scar, observes the scene. Wom reacts with utter shock, shouting his disbelief at the strange reward. From behind, his squad leader Kane looks on with clear apprehension. A wide, manic grin spreads across Belga's face as he begins to laugh. His squad mates, including the horrified Gina, recoil and declare the mask is cursed. A soldier nervously questions Commander Belga's unsettling and joyous reaction. Belga erupts in a hearty laugh, delighted that the sentient mask approves of Wom. The mask, now a gauntlet, trembles with a strange energy on Wom's hand. From his chair, Belga reassures them that it is harmless and simply reacts to emotion. He explains that some rare weapons have their own will, and this one is very picky. After the meeting, the squad walks down a long, pillared corridor. An exhausted Kane complains about the ordeal, while Gina asks Wom about the mask. Wom angrily snaps at Gina, telling her not to suggest he throw it away. He holds the mask aloft, declaring that the matter is now settled. He reflects on his rebirth into a world of magic, accepting the sentient weapon. His armored boot takes a step onto the grounds of a grand estate. The squad arrives at a palace, its courtyard littered with the bodies of the dead. Gina looks on, her eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected scene. She points to the corpses, asking why mired soldiers are dead here. Wom grimly explains the palace was a treasure trove for the defeated soldiers. He reflects on how quickly wealth and power can ultimately crumble to nothing. Wom remains silent for a moment, processing the grim scene before him. He begins to express his understanding of the dead soldiers' desperation. He laments the futility of dying just to acquire some fleeting wealth. A senior soldier comments on the ungratefulness of the looters towards their own lord. They learn an insurgency of servants and commoners killed the mired leadership. Wom's face remains a grim, impassive mask as he listens to the report. Looking at a ruined statue, he wishes the city's fate had improved. The patrol continues through the city streets, past carts piled high with the dead. A severed hand lies in a pool of blood on the ground. Beside Wom, a comrade observes that the death toll is still rising. Crude graffiti is scrawled across the wall of a building in the occupied city. Their orders are to maintain public order by disposing of looters and hidden soldiers. They witness a man being captured who desperately pleads that he is not a soldier. The man's face is a mask of terror as he begs not to be killed. His captors dismiss his claims, pointing to a fresh wound as proof of his guilt. He offers to perform months of hard labor in exchange for his life. From a distance, Wom watches the dark scene unfold down a narrow street. He grimly concludes that it is useless to intervene in the man's fate. The dark silhouettes of the captors stand over their doomed prisoner. Suddenly, a soldier with a mohawk hears the faint sound of battle nearby. His comrades identify the strange noises as people killing each other. They look towards a nearby building, wondering if it's a small skirmish. A blonde soldier asks his spear-wielding comrade if something has happened. Inside, they find a scene of chaos, realizing their comrades have gone too far. Wom stares with an intense, grim expression at the disturbing aftermath. A soldier explains that their comrades broke in and assaulted the women. The explanation concludes with the brutal truth. They also beat the husband to death. A soldier reports that he has finally captured a rampaging comrade. The squad leader scoffs, calling his men idiots for acting without permission. He explains that the army's victory means the punishment will be lenient. The sentence will be whipping, a brutal but lesser fate than decapitation. Listening nearby, Wom's intense eyes narrow as he processes this information. He quietly asks if a simple whipping is truly a sufficient punishment. The superior officer turns, confirming that getting whipped is a truly awful experience. Wom watches intently, his face partially hidden by his thick, tattered scarf. The officer begins to describe the horrific details of the punishment. With the very first lash, he explains even hardened soldiers will scream. He continues, detailing how skin is flayed and men lose bodily control. A captive civilian woman's face is shown, her eyes wide with terror. The officer grabs her by the hair, asking if the perpetrator can bear it. A younger, blonde soldier is horrified by his superior's callous cruelty. The officer's armored hand tightens its grip on the woman's hair. She stares, tears streaming from her eyes in silent, abject fear. Wom observes the scene, his own dark eyes reflecting cold detachment. The superior taunts the captive men, offering a reduced sentence for their cooperation. At his side, Wom's gloved hand clenches tightly into a fist. Turning his back on the atrocity, he states coldly that he doesn't care. His dark eyes are filled with a chilling indifference as he walks away. Later, Wom sits alone, smoking under a night sky with two moons. A thin wisp of smoke drifts lazily from his cigarette into the air. He takes a long drag, his expression one of deep, settled weariness. The quiet darkness of the night envelopes the camp and the surrounding fields. In the distance, a small, rustic hut stands alone in the pale moonlight. Two large, bright crescent moons hang prominently in the speckled night sky. From his lookout spot, Wom gazes out over the quiet, grassy landscape. He begins to doze off, the exhaustion of his patrol finally catching up. His head droops forward as sleep almost overtakes him during his watch. A sudden noise from near the distant hut jolts him from his slumber. Instantly alert, he stands and challenges the darkness, demanding who is there. His eye is sharp and focused. All traces of sleep vanished in an instant. Gripping his sword, he interrogates the unseen figures, asking for their allegiance. Two people, an old man and a hooded youth, emerge and offer their apologies. Wom confronts them, sternly reminding them that they are breaking the curfew. The old man confirms he is aware of the prohibition against being outside. The two refugees, an old man and a young woman, appear weary and desperate. They explain that the city is no longer safe, forcing them to flee. Wom observes them, thinking they seem like civilians, but remains deeply suspicious. He asks directly if they are military personnel, which the old man denies. Wom notes the man's good posture and the young woman's delicate hands. He deduces that the woman must have lived a very sheltered life. The old man explains he raised his orphan granddaughter to avoid suffering. Listening to the story, Wom's expression shows a flicker of surprise. The old man's feet are planted firmly on the ground as he speaks. His weathered face is a mask of hardship and fierce determination. Suddenly, a loud, undeniable growl breaks the tense silence of the night. The old man's stomach has betrayed him, and he looks utterly mortified. The young woman is equally embarrassed, letting out a small, flustered sound. A young, hooded woman named Rita looks flustered, stammering that it is not what it seems. The High-Cirque soldier, Wom, stares intently, his eyes wide as he takes in the scene. His stern expression cracks as he tries, and fails, to suppress a smirk. No longer able to hold back, he breaks out into unrestrained, hearty laughter. Under the two crescent moons, his laughter rings out as the old man watches. Wom offers a casual apology, admitting he found their reaction endearingly cute. He gives Rita a friendly warning about the dangers a pretty girl faces from bad soldiers. The old man and Rita turn to leave, walking away into the darkness. Wom suddenly calls out, asking them to wait for a moment before they go. The old man looks back, his weathered face showing surprise and confusion. Wom holds out a container, offering them food that he says will soon spoil. Rita and her grandfather are completely taken aback by this unexpected act of kindness. Internally, Wom chastises himself, calling the gesture a hypocritical attempt to ease his guilt. He reassures the hesitant Rita that the food he is offering is not poisoned. Her delicate hand reaches out and accepts the container from Wom's armored grasp. Looking him in the eye, she offers a quiet and sincere expression of thanks. Wom watches them, a bead of sweat on his face as he processes the encounter. He dismisses her gratitude, telling her not to mention it as they finally part ways. From a distance, he observes their small boat moving away across the dark water. The boat becomes a tiny silhouette, eventually disappearing into the vastness of the night. Now alone, Wom lights a cigarette, the trail of smoke curling into the air. He looks up at the sky, his silhouette framed against the dark, empty horizon. He reflects that in the end, the two refugees did not get to go home. On the river, the small boat with its 3 occupants rows steadily onward. Their vessel travels farther, becoming a mere speck on the vast, dark water. Wom's thoughts reveal his inner conflict over their possible sympathy for an invader. The boat is shown hidden amongst the tall, dark reeds at the river's edge. Her companion addresses her with reverence, outlining their plan to travel east along the river. From the boat, a man completely wrapped in bandages lets out a pained groan. He covers his face, lamenting that his mother, father, and everyone he knew are dead. He cries out that since the High-Cirque army attacked, he has done nothing but weep. He despairs that Myard is gone, but Rita firmly tells him that is not true. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as she musters her resolve. The old man affirms that she, Rita Sama, is the only one who can protect Myard. The bandaged man's head is bowed, his despair replaced by renewed loyalty. He kneels, accepting her command to hurry onward towards their destination of Celta. Rita declares that their mission is not over and they still have a homeland to reclaim. Embracing her duty, she announces her full name and title, Rita Myerd-Sama. The sun rises on a new day, 2 months after the fateful encounter. A massive Hyser commander, possibly Due, bellows an order for his men to scream. In response, the entire Hyser army erupts in a chaotic chorus of war cries. From their fortress walls, the furious defenders jeer back at the besieging army. A soldier raises a horn to his lips, adding to the cacophony of the siege. A furious soldier expresses his immense frustration at the enemy's relentless psychological warfare. The Hyser commander laughs, pleased with the ferocity and spirit his troops are showing. A defender on the wall curses the besieging army, calling them barbarians. A Hyser soldier in ornate armor rallies his men, demanding they be even louder. Another defender curses the Hyser army for taunting them from a safe distance. A soldier decisively bangs his cup, signaling the end of the harassment for now. A Hyser commander announces that their work in this area is done for the time being. A Hyser soldier with a plumed helmet grins, announcing it is time to head back. A map shows the Hyser army advancing from Edinburgh, heading straight for Farius territory. The text explains this invasion is because Farius assisted the Myerd army in a recent battle. As Hyser's forces gathered, they strategically split into 2 separate groups. A diagram details the 2-pronged assault, with one group invading and the other encircling. The second group, which includes Wam's Ligurian battalion, is tasked with besieging the Refn mine. A soldier, Burrito, jokes with a comrade, asking when they became a choir. He explains his good mood is because they are successfully seizing the valuable mines. A view of the mountain fortress reveals they have cornered 3,000 Farius soldiers inside. The enemy holds the high ground, making a direct and costly assault unwise. A commander outlines their plan: break the enemy's spirits before wiping them out completely. A soldier listens to the strategy with a slight, knowing smile on his face. From the walls, the Farius soldiers shout defiant threats, requesting an encore of battle. Wam observes the siege, finding this war of attrition more fun than previous battles. 2 weeks later, the psychological warfare continues as a commander rallies his men to scream. A light, smoky texture fills the panel, indicating the passage of time. A commander tells his idle soldiers they are free when not harassing the enemy. With a determined expression, he orders them to use their downtime for training instead. He singles out Wam, telling him to get moving toward a nearby tunnel. Inside the dark tunnel, Celia warns Wam about the risk of his uncontrolled magic. She states his ignis fatuus is abnormal and could incinerate their own allies. Wam agrees, noting the abandoned tunnel is the perfect place for him to practice. He kneels in the dark, cavernous space, preparing to unleash his immense power. Focusing his mind, he whispers to himself, trying to imagine and summon fire. His eye widens as he successfully unleashes his powerful ignis fatuus ability. He quickly flees the blast zone, smirking that his escape was impressively fast. From a distance, the commander Burrito SA watches Wam's training with a thoughtful look. On the training grounds, Burrito SA spars fiercely with a younger, blonde-haired soldier. In a surprising move, the blonde soldier manages to disarm the larger man. The soldier looks on with shock and surprise at his own successful maneuver. Burrito SA is equally stunned by the outcome of their duel. The blonde soldier offers a hand to help his defeated opponent to his feet. The training ground is full of sparring soldiers, one noting Burrito SA's defeat. Burrito SA falls to the ground, admitting that his opponent was strong. Instead of accepting the hand, he grabs it and kisses it with theatrical flair. The blonde soldier recoils, recognizing this strange action as his commander's trademark. Burrito SA declares that this outcome is fine with him. He then playfully threatens to kill the blonde soldier for besting him in their duel. The bizarre interaction causes the blonde soldier to cry out in disgust and confusion. The entire training ground erupts in laughter at the commander's strange antics. Soldiers are shown falling about, amused by the scene that just unfolded. Wom and Celia watch the spectacle, sharing a small, knowing smile. The sound of their laughter echoes across the Hyserk army's encampment. Burrito S.A. laughs to himself, pleased with the light-hearted moment he created. A few days later, Wom continues his training in the dark, rocky cave. Kneeling in the tunnel, he reflects that he can finally control his magic. A thud is heard as he collapses from exhaustion after his practice session. He realizes that despite his progress, there is now an even bigger problem. He discovers he can only use his Ignis Fatuus for a mere 30 seconds. Pushing it longer drains all his mana, leaving him physically weak and vulnerable. His face etched with strain, Wom considers the deadly cost of overusing his power. The dark, shimmering energy of his magic lingers in the air of the cave. From the cave's entrance, his comrade Jose asks if his training is finished. Wom emerges to find his squad mates gathered around a fire with a prepared meal. With a knowing smile, Wom correctly guesses Jose was worried about the chicken getting cold. Jose graciously offers him a plate of food, expressing his thanks for Wom's efforts. Holding the platter, Jose teases Wom, suggesting he was also looking forward to the meal. Wom looks on with a weary but appreciative expression, accepting the food from his friend. He quietly concedes that Jose's teasing observation about his anticipation was probably right. The soldiers sit together in the firelight, sharing a rare moment of camaraderie. Celia explains their commander's cruel but effective psychological warfare tactics involving food. While eating, Wom reflects on the undeniable power of human desire, even in war. Jose agrees, noting that no soldier wants to eat bland food if they can help it. Chewing thoughtfully, Wom contemplates the fundamental nature of human greed. He takes a bite of the savory meat, a simple but profound pleasure. His expression betrays his genuine enjoyment as he admits the food is delicious. He quickly denies his pleasure, claiming he's only eating to replenish his mana. Looking away from the camp, Wom somberly anticipates the end of this brief peace. Celia approaches him, asking what he means by his quiet, ominous thought. From a high vantage point, Wom looks out over the besieged enemy fortress. His gaze is fixed on the enemy position, his expression serious and analytical. He observes that the number of enemy soldiers surrendering has recently increased. A fellow soldier turns to look, confirming Wom's observation with his own eyes. The soldier adds that the enemy can no longer tolerate being trapped inside their walls. Wom acknowledges the harassing fire, but suggests there is another contributing factor. Celia grins, revealing the smell of their cooking is also breaking the enemy's morale. Feigning confusion, Wom laughs nervously at the cruel effectiveness of her logic. Celia laughs heartily at Wom's reaction, clearly amused by his discomfort. He calls the tactic stupid, but Celia urges him to consider the enemy's perspective. Wom imagines the desperation of being trapped, starving, and taunted by delicious smells. Celia explains that a full week of such torment is enough to break anyone's spirit. The thought makes Wom feel physically ill, clutching his mouth with empathetic disgust. She advises him to enjoy these last moments of relative peace while he still can. Wom resolves to observe and learn from her cunning and ruthless methods. 3 days later, a massive explosion of blue fire rips through the fort's main tower. An enemy soldier on the battlements shouts in panic about the unnatural blue flames. Amidst the chaos, a cloaked Wom orders his unseen comrades to find the invaders. He stands resolute, commanding them to extinguish the magical, otherworldly fire. His face is revealed, grimly determined as he vows to annihilate the enemy soldiers. A flashback begins, showing the start of the briefing before the fateful attack. Commander Isela explains the fort's challenging geographical location to his soldiers. He elaborates that its narrow layout prevents them from using their superior numbers. Isela's eye glints with conviction as he reveals the key to their plan. He announces that Wom's special ability will be the weapon for a night raid. Wom's eyes widen in shock and disbelief upon hearing his dangerous assignment. Isela instructs him to take a wind magic user to support the infiltration mission. A lantern hangs in the tent as the commander asks if there are any questions. Wom internally fumes, thinking he is not a pyromaniac and should be able to refuse. With no one speaking up, Isela confirms there are no objections from the soldiers. He declares the plan is simplicity itself, while looking towards the imposing fortress. Crouched in the darkness, a cloaked soldier identifies his target, a stone defensive tower. His mission is revealed: to infiltrate the area and create a chaotic opening. Leaping from a high point, the soldier begins his daring assault on the fortress. With quiet resolve, a determined figure accepts the grim task ahead. A masked warrior declares with finality that it is time for them to act. The elite squad rushes forward, their cloaks billowing as they charge with purpose. A stone wall suddenly explodes outward from a powerful, unseen force. The masked leader, Willat, admits this is his first time using this in battle. He informs his subordinate, Wom, of his high aptitude for fire and wind magic. A nervous Wom asks how he is supposed to practice his wind element abilities. With a focused gaze, Willat suggests that he should practice by jumping high. A command of burst is shouted as the soldiers are launched into the air. Mid-air, a masked figure expresses satisfaction with how the maneuver is unfolding. An infiltrator lands hard upon the stone battlements, signaling the attack has begun. From his post, a startled enemy guard spots the intruder landing on the wall. The guard immediately screams a warning, identifying the presence of an enemy. Moving with lethal speed, the cloaked one cuts down the guard who raised the alarm. The masked attacker clicks his tongue in annoyance at being discovered so quickly. Standing over his victim, he notices more enemy guards approaching his position. Another guard shouts a warning as he sees the attacker's head pop up nearby. The guard lets out a choked cry as he is brutally killed mid-warning. A dark silhouette moves with deadly speed, dispatching another unsuspecting soldier. Pivoting on his heel, the attacker continues his devastating charge along the wall. He sprints with grim purpose toward his primary objective, the defensive tower. The cloaked figure reaches for the tower door, preparing to make his entry. He bursts inside to find 4 soldiers sitting at a table, completely unaware. The masked attacker's eyes widen as he takes in the unprepared enemies. The soldiers at the table look up from their meal with shock and confusion. With a look of cold resolve, the attacker decides stealth is no longer necessary. He unleashes his ignis fatuus, engulfing the room in eerie blue-black flames. The soldiers are consumed by the fire, their bodies contorting in agony. A burning victim looks up, questioning what kind of unnatural fire this is. Amidst the inferno, desperate cries for help turn into pleas for death. A close-up shows a victim's eye, wide with terror, as they scream. On the tower roof, the masked commander, Willat, expresses his annoyance. Soldiers on another battlement are alerted by the noise, asking what happened. One soldier dismisses the sound as wind, but his comrade tells him to be quiet. Their commander, Farius, listens intently, sensing something is horribly wrong. His ear twitches as he picks up the faint, horrifying sound of distant screams. Realization dawns on Farius, and he roars a warning that an enemy is present. A massive explosion of blue fire is seen erupting from the distant tower. The fortress courtyard is plunged into chaos as the full-scale raid begins. Soldiers are violently blown from the walls by the force of the magical blast. A defender screams a frantic warning about the enemy attack. Alarms blare across the fortress as soldiers scramble to take their positions. Soldiers below stare in shock, wondering how a stone tower can be burning. An arrow, fired by the defenders, streaks through the air toward the intruders. A defending officer screams for his men to take cover and call for archers. An enemy archer grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed as he focuses on his target. On the wall, the defenders curse their High-Circ foes as they prepare to fire. A cloaked figure wearing a horned mask stands atop a high fortress wall. Through the mask, an intense eye observes the chaotic scene far below. From the tower roof, a soldier reports to Wom that their position is secure. Commander Willat warns of approaching enemies, urging his squad to act quickly. A grim-faced soldier reflects that taking the tower was hard. Now they must hold it. Willat issues a chilling order to Wom, commanding him to set the passage ablaze. Acknowledging the command, Wom moves toward the bridge, his polearm ready. As his magic activates, his masked face hisses with energy, triggering a memory. A close-up shows his hand, still crackling with the blue energy of his spell. The memory flashes to an abstract image of a person being consumed by fire. Another angle shows the victim's body contorting in the agonizing flames. An eye, wide with the terror of the memory, fills his mind's vision. The blurry image of a screaming mouth flashes before him. The memory concludes with the victim's agonizing scream, but the fire burns unbearably. Back in the present, Wom clutches his head, deeply tormented by his past actions. He grips his hand, struggling with the immense burden of his dark power. The face of his past self laments that his morals have been completely wrecked. He recalls losing control in a past battle, numb to the suffering he caused. He questions if he would suffer less if he were native to this violent world. Wreathed in dark energy, he forcefully commands himself to stop thinking about it. Wom stands at the head of the bridge, unleashing a massive wave of blue fire. On the wall below, enemy soldiers react with shock as the fire spreads rapidly. One soldier looks up in terror at the approaching wall of magical flame. Another screams a desperate warning to his comrades. The soldiers are engulfed, crying out for someone to extinguish the infernal blaze. Men are shown being horribly burned alive by the unnatural blue fire. A mental counter ticks down, marking the 30-second duration of the spell. The flames die down, leaving Wom standing alone amidst the smoldering embers. He collapses to his knees, utterly exhausted from using his powerful ability. His masked face is slick with sweat as he pants, his energy spent. Gasping for breath, he realizes he is almost completely out of magic. He believes, however, that the path is now clear and no one is coming. Walking through the scorched passage, he suddenly sees figures at the other end. The sound of a footstep alerts him to their presence. A voice from the smoke expresses disbelief at the scene of devastation. Wom sees the enemy commander, Farius, and two soldiers who survive the fire. Farius's eyes narrow, his face streaked with soot and sweat from the heat. He confronts Wom, demanding to know if he is the one who caused this fire. Farius sarcastically thanks him for the psychological torment of the siege. A flashback shows the High-Circ soldiers taunting the besieged Farius troops with food. His eyes burning with fury, Farius asks if the High-Circer has any last words. The enemy soldiers stand ready for battle, their commander's rage palpable. Wom's demonic mask fills the frame as he promises to end their service. A title card announces the beginning of the battle between Wom and the soldiers. Wom's foot plants firmly on the ground as he prepares to charge forward. He leaps into action, rushing blindly into the confrontation. His masked form becomes a blur of motion as he closes the distance to attack. He unleashes his signature power move with his polearm. His weapon clashes violently against Farius's massive axe in a powerful impact. Wom's masked face shows shock as his powerful attack is stopped cold. With grim determination, a soldier named Wigner lunges forward with his sword. His opponent, a masked warrior, curses as their weapons clash violently. A close-up reveals the masked man's intense, glaring eyes from behind his disguise. The mysterious warrior leaps high into the air, his long polearm held ready. His face contorted in a snarl, he expresses his shock and furious aggression. A blur of motion shows the swift, clean edge of a blade slicing through the air. A single hand reaches out from the thick smoke, signaling survival. The trio of soldiers stands ready, with Wigner using his shield to defend his comrades. The masked man's eyes burn with focus as he resolves to muster all his strength. He unleashes a massive wave of dark fire, calling out its name, Ignis Fatuus. The warrior leaps back as the fiery explosion engulfs his targets in a massive inferno. Charred earth and lingering smoke are all that remain in the blast's immediate wake. The fire user looks on, questioning the outcome of the powerful magical attack. The masked man's eye narrows as he intently observes the scene. Wigner stands firm, his shield absorbing the brunt of the fiery blast. His weapon glows, deflecting the magical energy with a brilliant shower of sparks. On a wooden walkway, the masked man now faces the three coordinated soldiers. Wigner grits his teeth, cursing the unexpected resilience of their opponent. Floating, disc-like embers surround the masked man, who is filled with frustration. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing his powerful attack has failed. A hand reaches out, confirming that the soldiers have endured the inferno. A massive cloud of smoke and dust billows from the point of impact. The water user asks his comrades if their attacker has finally been killed. On the walkway, the surviving soldiers look out from the dissipating smoke. The masked man begins to understand his opponent's coordinated strategy. He analyzes the nose scar guy, noting his ability to defend with magic. He identifies the fire user's protective role and the last man's water magic. Realizing how they are divided, he prepares his next tactical move. The fire user emerges from the smoke, glaring grimly at the masked warrior. A close-up shows the masked man's eye, watching every move intently. Wigner charges forward, shouting his intent to target the fire user first. A blur of action lines signifies the start of their combined assault. The masked man leaps back, narrowly avoiding their aggressive pincer movement. His masked face shows intense focus as he dodges the coordinated attack. The water user launches a sphere of water as Wigner swings his heavy halberd. Wigner puts his full force into the vicious, arcing swing of his weapon. The masked warrior's eye widens as he realizes all of his opponents are skilled. A thought confirms his assessment of their impressive teamwork and abilities. He feels trapped, as if he's being forced to dance on a deadly minefield. His expression contorts as he manages to land a shallow cut on the fire user. Wigner roars in frustration, his powerful attack having narrowly missed its mark. The masked man seizes his chance, a new, desperate plan forming in his mind. He dodges a swing from Wigner's halberd, creating a crucial opening. The fire user grunts in pain from the small but sharp wound on his arm. The masked man leaps away from one attacker, closing in on another. He grabs the fire user's arm, announcing that the time is now. He unleashes another Ignis Fatuus attack, this time at point-blank range. The fire user is engulfed in the blast, his body contorting in agony. The masked man knows he must end this, or he will be tortured to death. He watches as his opponent attempts to endure the very element he was meant to control. A man named Wigner screams, his innate fire resistance pushed to its absolute limit. Gritting his teeth, he lets out a guttural cry against the overwhelming fiery force. His face contorts in an agonizing scream as the magical flames consume him. A narrow view shows his body charring and blistering under the intense heat. He roars in pain, his body twisting violently in the heart of the inferno. Watching from afar, his scarred comrade screams Wigner's name in horror and disbelief. The scarred man's face sets in a mask of grim, vengeful determination. The water user yells for the attacker to stop as he and his comrade rush forward. Through his demonic mask, the attacker sees his opening as the two soldiers approach. The attacker's eye widens, sensing the danger of the coordinated assault. From his perspective, he confirms that both remaining opponents are coming for him at once. With tears on his face, the water user summons magical orbs of water. He unleashes a torrent of water, not at the attacker, but at his friend. His priority is clear. He is trying to extinguish the flames on Wigner's body. The masked man observes this, noting their deep compassion for their comrades. The blonde soldier's face shows his belief that this compassion makes them bad soldiers. The masked man's eye, seen through his mask, narrows with cold, tactical focus. He moves with blinding speed, his blade ready as he closes in on his target. The scarred man brings his sword up to block the sudden, overwhelming attack. Their weapons meet in a violent clash, the force of the impact shaking them both. A close-up of the masked man shows the sheer effort he puts into his strike. The scarred man grunts in pain, sweat flying from his face as he struggles. He is knocked off balance by the powerful blow, his body forced backward. The masked man's eyes are wide with focus as he presses his deadly advantage. Shock and disbelief flash across the scarred man's face as his weapon is struck. A close-up on a masked man's eye reveals his murderous intent at this critical moment. His hand, crackling with dark energy, prepares for the finishing blow. The scarred man's sword is sent flying, clattering uselessly on the wooden platform. He curses in shock and pain, realizing he is now completely defenseless. The masked man follows through with a devastating horizontal slash across his opponent's chest. The eye of the masked man is cold and merciless as the fatal blow lands. The scarred man's face is a mask of agony as the blade bites deep. His body collapses to the wooden platform, lifeless and still. The water user watches in horror as his second comrade falls, leaving him alone. Tears stream down the young soldier's face as he stares at the carnage. His expression shifts from grief to terror as he looks up at the lone victor. The body of the scarred man lies in a pool of blood, his helmet askew. The water user remains frozen in place, staring at the body of his fallen friend. The masked man stands over his defeated foes, declaring that there is only one left. The water user's face shows his terror, understanding he is the last one. The masked man confirms this, his gaze fixed on the final survivor. The water user's wide, terrified eyes reflect his desperate situation. From within the mask, the attacker's eye shows no emotion, only cold resolve. His other eye, equally cold, stares down at the fallen Wigner. Wigner lies face down on the platform, surrounded by a pool of his own blood. A close-up shows his face, a mix of pain and final, desperate determination. In a last act of defiance, Wigner's hand clenches, grabbing the masked man's ankle. The masked man's eye widens in surprise at this unexpected resistance. Wigner screams a final order for his friend to kill the attacker. The masked man, caught off guard, shouts for Wigner to let go of him. With a thunderous roar, a blonde-haired soldier begins his furious, grief-fueled assault. His eyes are wide with a mix of rage and desperate determination. He charges forward, sword ready, to confront the demonic masked warrior, Iska. Gritting his teeth, he clashes blades violently with his stoic, masked opponent. Through the slits of his mask, Iska's eye remains cold and analytical. Tears of anguish stream down the blonde soldier's face as he screams. His face is a mask of pure agony and fury as he lets out a continuous roar. Iska finds a critical opening, driving his sword into the top of his enemy's helmet. The blonde soldier's eye widens in shock as the blade breaks through his defense. He cries out that it hurts as blood erupts from the devastating head wound. Even with a mortal wound, the soldier's bloodied face remains locked in defiance. Iska shoves his sword deeper, causing a massive, dark spray of blood to erupt. His body finally gives out as he is thrown backward from the fatal attack. Even as he falls, he screams for his enemy to die with manic intensity. The blonde soldier continues to scream for death as Iska twists the embedded blade. Iska's gaze remains chillingly focused, determined to end the grueling fight decisively. Using his momentum, he violently slams the soldier's body down onto the wooden floor. He follows up with a brutal stomp, ensuring his opponent is completely incapacitated. The masked warrior then grabs the soldier's head, preparing for another devastating blow. The blonde soldier's face is a mask of shock as he is hoisted into the air. With immense force, Iska smashes his foe back first onto the hard floorboards. A hissing sound emanates from Iska as he stands over his defeated opponent. He grabs his enemy's head once more, smashing it violently against the wooden planks. His eye remains fixed on his target, showing no mercy in his brutal assault. With a last burst of strength, the soldier's hand shoots out to grab Iska's leg. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Iska is pulled off balance and tumbles. He lands hard on his back, the desperate soldier having turned the tables. The soldier's hand closes around Iska's throat, beginning a final, desperate struggle. Iska's eye widens in alarm as the powerful grip tightens around his neck. He strains and chokes, unable to breathe under the relentless pressure of the attack. The two warriors are locked in a desperate, intimate grapple on the wooden floorboards. Iska claws at his attacker's mask and arms, struggling futilely to break the chokehold. Their faces are inches apart, contorted with the extreme effort of the lethal struggle. Their muscles bulge with strain as one fights to kill and the other to survive. Seen through his mask, Iska's eye shows the immense strain of oxygen deprivation. The blonde soldier puts every last ounce of his fading life force into the attack. Iska's eyes roll back into his head as he begins to lose consciousness from the choke. His masked face shows surprise as the pressure on his throat suddenly vanishes. The attacker collapses, and Iska wonders if his opponent simply fainted from exertion. He pushes the lifeless body off of him, looking down with a sense of finality. His eye widens as he comes to a solemn realization about his dead opponent. He takes a moment to pant, the sound echoing in the relative quiet of the room. Sitting up amidst the surrounding rubble, Iska tries to recover from the brutal fight. With his mask now knocked aside, he looks around, taking in the scene's aftermath. His comrade Kai confirms his thoughts, stating that the other enemies are now dead. Iska's eye widens in sudden, utter disbelief at something he sees off-panel. He looks toward a distant fire, questioning what he is witnessing with shock. A figure, his entire body covered in horrific, patterned burns, rises from the flames. Iska recognizes the impossible survivor as the fire-resistant soldier he thought was dead. Gripping his sword tightly, the horribly burned man stands ready, having survived the inferno. The masked soldier realizes with a start that he has, against all odds, survived. With a brutal tackle, he slams into the soldier named Iska, sending him reeling. Iska's eyes widen in terror as the soldier's hands begin to close around his neck. Just in time, Iska spots his comrade Kai, lauded standing over them, ready to intervene. Kai casually greets the choking Iska, asking if he is still alive. Gasping for air, Iska confirms he is and gratefully acknowledges that Kai saved him. Kai's expression then shifts to one of serious concern, his tone changing. He scolds Iska for nearly getting killed, saying he isn't brave enough for such fires. The reality of the close call suddenly hits Iska, and tears well in his eyes. His friend Kai looks down, acknowledging that Iska was truly on the verge of death. He repeats his grim observation, confirming Iska's life was genuinely in peril. Kai then tells Iska to stay put while he fetches medical supplies for him. Now alone, Iska looks over at the dead attacker, his mind racing. He stares at the corpse, trying to process what has just happened to him. Walking away, Kai cryptically tells him to wait patiently with his new roommate. Iska looks at the dead soldier, remembering he must figure out what happened. He sits near the silent, burned man, his sword resting across his lap. He wonders aloud if his own ignis fatuus magic was what killed his attacker. With a grim look, Iska glances over his shoulder, still on high alert. Hearing the sounds of battle, he notes it sounds like the castle gate is breaking. On the ground nearby lies the fearsome, horned demon mask, now inert and abandoned. A close-up reveals Iska's weary but focused eye, taking in the chaotic scene. He questions the enemy's enjoyment of the carnage, calling them messed up people. A map of the northern archipelago shows the Hyserk army deep in enemy territory. Within a grand castle, a council between three nations convenes to plan their counterattack. The meeting's sole purpose, held in a vast hall, is to deal with the Hycerc Empire. A man in dark robes walks through a guarded corridor toward the council chamber. He is revealed to be Hugo Evans, a man with a confident smirk and a scarred face. His identity is confirmed as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Libertoa. His hand rests on the arm of his chair as he settles in. Hugo leans back in his seat, coolly observing the other attendees of the meeting. A small flame suddenly ignites in the palm of his hand, a casual display of magic. A nearby official is shocked, questioning Hugo's reckless use of magic within the castle. The official watches as Hugo uses the flame to light a large cigarette. Hugo smirks at the man, remarking on his very zealous work ethic. A nearby knight's eye widens in surprise at the brazen display of power. The knight recovers and formally thanks Hugo for attending the important meeting. Hugo looks toward the head of the hall, ready to assess the other leaders. His gaze sweeps over the two thrones where the kings are seated. He identifies the host of the meeting, the elderly King Chester Christ. His eyes then move to the embattled King Baristan Farius, whose lands are invaded. Hugo recalls that King Baristan was once known for being much meeker than his brother. A close-up shows the new, hardened intensity in King Baristan's gaze. Hugo concludes the king's eyes are no longer those of a man backed into a corner. His attention is then drawn to another, unexpected figure in the council. He observes a young woman, noting she seems out of place at a war meeting. Hugo continues to ponder her presence, thinking the reason for it should be obvious. The young woman meets his stare and calmly introduces herself as Rita Myard. A quick memory flashes of Rita's serene face from a previous, less formal encounter. Hugo takes a long drag from his cigarette, processing this intriguing new development. 3 weeks after the fort fell, the scene is set at the quiet Ref mine base. With weary eyes, a Hycerc soldier named Wom asks if their ordeal is finally over. A defeated Farius soldier looks down, remaining silent for a long moment. He then closes his eyes and confirms with a simple sigh of resignation. Stretching with relief, the Farius soldier expresses his joy that the stationary life has ended. From the side, Wom watches the enemy soldier depart with a somber expression. While their strongholds were attacked, the Farius soldiers hid in the mines, slowly destroying themselves. Although their provisions were ample, the relentless psychological pressure of the siege was too much. Consequently, they did not hold out for long, surrendering every fort and the mine castle. Wom recalls the final, brutal ultimatum from Hycerc that was the last straw for them. As his former enemy announces it is time to leave, Wom quietly agrees. Carrying his spear and shield, Wom walks through the ravaged streets of a captured town. His face is a mask of weary contemplation as he observes his surroundings. His gaze falls upon a long, shuffling line of surrendered Farius soldiers. A closer view reveals the captured men shivering, their expressions hollow with defeat. He looks on with a grim smirk, a silent acknowledgement of the war's outcome. Taking a step forward, he leaves the scene of surrender behind him. One of his comrades cheerfully greets him, noting he looks healthy upon his return. 2 soldiers praise the incredible speed of restoration magic, which healed Wom in weeks. The squad's female member, Noor, offers a warm welcome back to the returning Wom. He greets Noor in return, taking in her observation about his rugged appearance. Her expression is one of gentle concern as she continues to speak with him. Noor recounts the hardships their squad faced, including being sent to take another castle. Her voice lowers as she brings up their friend Burrito, hinting at misfortune. Following her lead, Wom turns his attention to Burrito, who stands with his back turned. Seeing the figure from behind, Wom questions if it is truly their friend Burrito. He breaks out in a sweat, utterly shocked and unable to believe his eyes. Burrito stands with his head bowed, revealing a sad, patchy mohawk hairstyle. Barely containing his laughter, Wom questions Burrito about the fate of his famous hairstyle. With a pained expression, Burrito denies that this was a choice he made. Overcome with emotion, he screams that an enemy magician is responsible for his tragedy. A friend notes he's lucky to be alive, though Nur quietly thinks the style suits him. With a wry smile, Wom suggests that the unfortunate hairstyle served a purpose. A lone soldier, possibly their commander, is seen sitting away from the group. A bald soldier with a large fan-like earring looks on stoically. Wom gives a slight wave, a gesture of parting as he prepares to leave. Seeing his squad is safe, his attention turns to his missing commander, Due. With a look of grim determination, he accepts their next mission is to invade Farius. Far away, the scene changes to the towering spires of another kingdom's castle. Seated upon his throne, the king of Farius welcomes the representative from Myard. A scarred delegate from Liberatoa acknowledges the presence of the former king, Elitha's daughter. The princess listens as her nation's right to representation is openly questioned. A close view of her shows not defeat, but a flicker of resolve. Admitting their losses, the princess defiantly states they still control the land of Serta. The mention of Serta elicits a wide, intrigued smile from the Liberatoan delegate. He taunts her, revealing Serta is now the lair of the dreaded lake dragon. This dragon is a top-tier monster, so powerful that even Hyserk avoids it. With unwavering confidence, the princess announces the lake dragon has already been defeated. Stunned by her words, the elderly king of Christ sits in silent disbelief. Leaning forward, the king's eye widens as he seeks confirmation of her incredible claim. A voice recalls that just 6 months ago, capturing the great beast was thought impossible. The aged king of Christ reveals that a specific, extraordinary person was responsible for the deed. On a desolate cliff, a cloaked hero stands victorious over the massive, smoldering corpse of a dragon. Gazing at the destruction he wrought, the hero admits the sight remains amazing every time. From a distance, the princess of Myard observes the hero, acknowledging his power. With a gentle smile, she internally names the hero's devastating ability as his holy strike. The king of Christ formally announces the legendary hero's name, Akuma Yudo. A final portrait reveals Yudo's origin as a powerful assassin from another world, Earth. Under the title of the Four-Nation Alliance, a Hyserk soldier expresses grim satisfaction amidst a pile of bodies. In a conquered village, a looter callously boasts that his army's banner allows him to pillage at will. His comrade agrees, stating that all of Farius's competent soldiers were killed, leaving only easy targets. Nearby, the body of victim lies discarded on the ground, a testament to their cruelty. One of the soldiers urges the group to move on, having already stolen all they could from the village. Another smirks with lecherous satisfaction, commenting on the appeal of the local women. Suddenly, a massive wooden structure is hurled through the air toward the unsuspecting soldiers. A looter's face contorts in pure terror as he realizes what is happening. The structure crashes down with devastating force, crushing the soldiers in a chaotic explosion of debris. Dazed survivors struggle to their feet in the dust, shouting that they are under attack. The furious leader of the looters demands to know the identity of their mysterious assailants. Getting to his knees, he realizes these attackers are unlike any soldiers they have faced before. His dawning horror is complete as he sees that his small group is now completely surrounded. As he begins to identify the approaching enemy, his focus narrows on their distinct appearance. The shocking truth is revealed. They're not Farius soldiers, but the elite knights of Christ. A Hyserk soldier cries out in pain as he is swiftly struck down by a Christ knight. Another looter screams in agony as he is brutally cut down by the superior force. One of the surviving soldiers grimly acknowledges the overwhelming difference in skill, seeing their fight as hopeless. A panicked soldier asks his leader for orders, wanting to know what they should do now. The leader makes a desperate call, ordering his men to abandon the village and everything in it. He laments leaving their collected loot behind, but knows that survival is more important. Their only hope is to use the dust and chaos from the attack as cover for their escape. The leader's mind reels in confusion, wondering why Chris soldiers are even in this territory. Their escape is cut short as a lone, cloaked figure suddenly appears, blocking their path. The hero, Akuma Yudo, calmly demands their surrender, stating that any resistance would be futile. The High Cirque leader, not recognizing him, angrily tells the kid to get out of his way. A nearby soldier sees magical energy gathering around the young man, realizing the danger too late. With a determined expression, the hero from another world unleashes a devastating attack. The aftermath is clear. 3 High Cirque battalions were annihilated, with 700 soldiers lost. Far away, the High Cirque soldier Wom reacts with shock to his new retreat support orders. He questions the sudden change, asking what happened to their planned invasion of Farius. His commander, Due, admits that he too was in disbelief when he heard the news at the War Council. With a grim expression, Due prepares to relay the shocking information he received. Wom's eye widens in confusion, awaiting the unbelievable explanation for their sudden retreat. The commander reveals the unthinkable, for rival nations have formed an unprecedented military alliance. Wom's face is slick with sweat as the full, terrifying weight of the news sinks in. A memory of the cunning Liberatoan representative's sly grin flashes through the soldiers' minds. The determined face of the mired princess is also recalled, now an enemy commander. A young soldier, Nor, voices the horrifying implication, asking if every northern country is now their foe. Wom is baffled, wondering how these perpetually feuding rival nations could suddenly unite. His comrade Burrito nervously asks the question on everyone's mind, the size of the enemy army. The soldiers' unease is palpable as they march, knowing the numbers are not in their favor. A weary Wom calculates their forces, realizing they are severely outnumbered. Commander Due reveals the enemy's overwhelming numbers, which exceed 60,000. In a grand hall, the king of Farius proposes a 4-nation alliance. The alliance would be built on both military and economic cooperation. The elderly king of Christ listens intently to the terms of the proposal. The Princess of Mired maintains a calm, composed expression during the meeting. The scarred Liberatoan representative notes the proposal is a truly bold move. Covering his mouth, the representative lets out a quiet, unsettling chuckle. His strange reaction draws the attention of the other attendees in the room. The princess looks on with unease, finding his behavior deeply creepy. He grins with manic delight, thinking of the interesting chaos to come. He gestures apologetically, interrupting his own thoughts to address the room. With a smile, he apologizes and invites the other leaders to continue. He acknowledges the gravity of the meeting, where nations' fates hang in balance. Far from the meeting, Wom stands grimly in a stone doorway. The High Cirque army begins a staged withdrawal, taking up defensive positions. He questions an officer about the extent of their retreat to Sarajevo. His officer believes their looted supplies give them a fighting chance there. Wom resolves to protect their allies during the fighting retreat to Sarajevo. His comrade Celia laments the waste of abandoning the valuable mine. She questions how they can possibly face an army of 60,000. Wom grimly accepts the reality that they cannot win against such odds. However, he declares with dark resolve they won't surrender it freely. A distant explosion sends smoke into the air, catching Wom's attention. A nearby soldier realizes they are deliberately collapsing the mine entrance. Wom confirms their suspicions about the mine's destruction. He adds the grim detail that all prisoners will also be killed. His face is a mask of cold pragmatism and regret. He reflects on his plan to use prisoners for labor, now impossible. His expression shows weariness at the war's constant, brutal turns. A heavy sigh escapes him, burdened by the weight of command. He understands the brutal logic behind the army's harsh decisions. Commander Emrid orders his troops to hold the mine to cover the retreat. He warns his men not to let their guard down during the battle. His soldiers roar back their acknowledgement of his command. A defender desperately shouts for his comrades to stop the enemy ladders. With gritted teeth, a soldier pushes back against an enemy ladder. Attacking soldiers are struck and fall from the high fortress walls. An attacker lets out a grunt of pain as he is struck. Wom hurls a large, magically charged rock down onto the attackers. The rock shatters against an enemy soldier with devastating force. The explosion sends several enemy soldiers flying through the air. He realizes the main enemy force is from Liberatoa, an old foe. A massive, flaming projectile slams into the fortress wall. A defender looks up in shock at the sudden, fiery assault. The fiery projectile sails over the ramparts towards the defenders. Enemy soldiers swarm the wall, their shields raised against the defense. The dying soldier's last thought is a plea for his comrades to run. An enemy soldier's blade decapitates the Hysark defender in a spray of blood. A soldier urgently calls Wom's name as the enemy breaches their lines. A soldier frantically reports to his commander that the enemy is gaining momentum. With a look of cold fury, Wom orders his men to give a warm welcome. His eyes narrow with lethal intensity as he focuses on the approaching threat. Bellowing a command to go, he launches himself into the fortified corridor. In a blur of motion, he leaps through the air toward an unsuspecting enemy. From a low angle, his powerful sword stroke descends upon the soldier. His comrades exclaim in awe as he takes the enemy's head in one clean strike. Sliding to a halt, his boot scrapes against the stone floor after the kill. His gaze immediately shifts, his eyes already locking onto the next target. The targeted enemy turns in surprise as Wom lands nearby, poised to attack. A fellow soldier, his face etched with concern, calls out Wom's name. Looking down from the rampart, Wom assesses the chaotic battle below. With his helmet now off, he announces his intention to use his ultimate power. A nearby soldier reacts with a sharp intake of breath, knowing what is coming. He shouts a desperate warning for everyone to take cover from the impending blast. Another soldier echoes the warning, yelling for his allies to avoid getting caught. Wom admits to himself that unleashing this power doesn't feel good. His eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly energy as he prepares the spell. From below, an enemy soldier looks up, sensing that something is terribly wrong. The masked soldiers at the gate stare up, spotting the lone figure on the wall. A soldier screams in recognition as the figure's identity becomes clear. The cloaked figure crouches, crackling with a dark and ominous magical power. A small, unnatural blue flame ignites in his hand, signaling the attack. An enemy soldier cries out in terror, identifying the legendary Ignis Fatuous user. His comrade questions in disbelief if it is truly the wielder of that power. Panic erupts as soldiers desperately scream orders to kill him before he can act. Behind a fearsome demonic mask, the user urgently unleashes his terrifying magic. A massive fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the fortress gate and the soldiers below. Men are torn apart by the blast, their bodies thrown amidst the wreckage. A burning soldier screams in agony, crying that the magical fire won't go out. Another man, completely engulfed in flames, runs frantically as his comrades yell. Wom stands silently on the wall, looking down at the carnage he has created. A faint, grim smile appears on his lips, his face covered in soot. He reflects internally that he has already grown accustomed to the horror. He acknowledges his desensitization to the smell of people burning alive. Turning from the edge, he walks away from the scene of destruction. A comrade joins him, remarking on how awful the sight is no matter what. The soldiers whose lives he saved approach him on the walkway. He looks over at them, his expression unreadable as they draw near. The grateful soldiers thank him for his help, relieved he is on their side. He dismisses their gratitude, turning away as a soldier thanks him again. From a distance, two soldiers observe that the enemy now fears his hellfire. Wom listens to their discussion, his expression stoic and unmoving. A voice calls out, informing him that the Due squad is gathering. His comrade adds that the commander has new orders for their upcoming operations. Celia approaches, remarking that this is another disgusting deployment. Wom agrees knowingly. With a grim smile, she admits that she, too, has become used to the brutality. Two figures overlook a fortress, contemplating the dire situation facing their army. Elsewhere, Commander Emrid vows to create an opening for his homeland, Liberatoa. A subordinate tries to warn him of the danger, but Emrid cuts him off. Commander Emrid clenches his jaw, identifying the dreaded fire from hell as his greatest obstacle. An unknown, legendary figure stands over a battlefield, a deadly poison to massed armies. Emrid's mouth twists in a silent curse, his frustration with the situation palpable. Before the fortress, the bodies of an entire company lie annihilated in a grim pile. Sweat drips down a soldier's face, his expression one of extreme tension and fear. Emrid recalls the terrible fate that befell the commander who came before him. With a look of pure, cold fury, Emrid hardens his resolve for the coming assault. A subordinate on a nearby ridge signals his commander's readiness to begin the attack. Turning to his men, Emrid demands to know if his company is prepared to charge. A soldier, with a mix of fear and duty, affirms that they are ready, sir. Bellowing the command to advance, Emrid leads his soldiers into the fray himself. From the fortress walls, the High-Cirque soldier, Wom, observes the enemy making their move. He confirms to a comrade that the enemy's advance is proceeding just as they planned. Wom looks on with a grim, knowing expression as his intricate trap begins to spring. The enemy has positioned themselves perfectly for a devastating, simultaneous counterattack. An Alliance soldier in a winged helmet looks ahead with apprehension before the charge. Beside him, another soldier in a simple helmet appears tense, anticipating the battle. In the trenches, a man is doused with water, a desperate, crude fire prevention tactic. A soldier watches the strange preparations, his gauntlet dripping with the doused water. The men's faces are slick with sweat and water, steeled for the hell to come. Emrid senses his men's deep-seated fear of the infamous ignis fatuus fire. He understands their terror, acknowledging the universal desire to survive, even in squalor. The memory of his predecessor's horrific death by fire flashes through his mind. He vividly recalls the sight of the previous commander's smoking, charred armor. The image of his predecessor's agonized, burned face strengthens his own resolve. With a sharp intake of breath, Emrid pushes his fear aside and moves forward. He leads the charge across the broken ground, sword extended toward the fortress. His men surge behind him, a wave of steel rushing toward the enemy gate. A High-Cirque lookout on the wall spots the flicker of light from the commander's armor. The lookout shouts a desperate warning, alerting the defenders to the imminent attack. He urgently commands his comrades to take cover below the fortress wall. An arrow flies from the ramparts, signaling the beginning of the High-Cirque defense. The first volley finds its mark, striking down several of the charging soldiers. A streak of magical energy, the dreaded ignis fatuus, hurtles toward the attackers. The fire explodes among the Alliance troops, throwing their formation into chaos. Emrid yells for his men to immediately set up the ladders upon reaching the wall. A soldier's eye widens in shock at the sheer intensity of the enemy's counterattack. The Alliance soldiers successfully reach the wall and begin to erect their siege ladders. Emrid sweats with relief, surprised by the unexpectedly light casualties his force has taken. He surveys the battlefield, puzzled by the strangely small number of fallen soldiers. The lack of bodies on the field seems suspicious, not matching the battle's ferocity. His men ascend the ladders with an ease that feels like a deceptive lie. A manic, hopeful grin spreads across Emrid's face as he senses victory is near. He watches with satisfaction as his men swarm the ladders, nearing the ramparts. Suddenly, ignis fatuus erupts again, engulfing the wall and his men in fire. A High-Cirque commander is heard ordering his own men to stop and fall back. The High-Cirque defenders are seen setting their own fortifications ablaze in a retreat. Emrid charges forward, enraged and confused by the enemy's self-destructive tactics. His men rush to smother their burning comrades, their assault now in disarray. He curses, finally understanding he has been completely outmaneuvered and led into a trap. Commander Emmerich observes in disbelief as the enemy sets their own defensive corridor ablaze. A close-up reveals his initial confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre tactic. His expression quickly shifts to one of intense, sweat-drenched fury as he understands. He furiously curses the opposing soldier, startling his subordinate with his rage. In a fit of anger, Emmerich bellows the order for his men to charge the wall. The assault turns into a chaotic scramble as soldiers fall from their ladders. Emmerich's armored boot lands with a heavy rattle on the wooden fortress floor. His gauntlet hands grip the parapet as he powerfully vaults himself over the wall. Now, the fortress ramparts stand completely deserted under a mountainous horizon. The commander's discarded gauntlet lands on the stone wall with a dull thud. The feathered gauntlet lies forgotten, a symbol of his reckless, emotional charge. From a distance, a close shot of Wom's intense eye shows he is watching. Emmerich stands inside the empty fort, shocked to find his enemy has vanished. He clenches his fist in frustration, his armor clattering in the unsettling silence. A blur of motion signifies a rapid, decisive thought or action taking place. His men follow him into the abandoned fort, questioning what is happening. With his back to the wall, Emmerich growls a curse at the enemy bastards. He realizes with dawning horror that the enemy was conducting a slow retreat. His thoughts confirm they intentionally set the fire to cover their rearguard's escape. A tight view shows sweat on his brow, highlighting his stress and mounting anger. His eye is wide with the bitter realization of being completely outmaneuvered. Regaining his composure, he orders his platoons to extinguish the flames and stand guard. A subordinate calls out to his commander, still processing the strange turn of events. Emmerich reveals he had the foresight to send a scout ahead of their position. He swallows nervously, anxiously wondering what awaits him down the road. The returning scout and his men approach, their expressions grim and weary. The scout reports the devastating news that the entire military road has been destroyed. Emmerich sweats, understanding the full, dire gravity of their now-trapped situation. He internally laments that they were played, having captured a worthless, abandoned fort. A High-Cirque soldier explains this brutal, scorched-earth strategy is the reason for their actions. The view reveals a town that has been systematically demolished to halt the enemy. A soldier bellows orders to destroy the houses and block the road with rubble. Another soldier shouts that this destruction is to protect their retreating friends. Wom curses in frustration as he works, his scarf whipping in the wind. Soldiers are seen tirelessly breaking up the road with pickaxes and pouring rubble. An officer directs his men to bury pillars, creating anti-cavalry obstacles. Panting and sweating from the hard labor, Wom asks for more scrap wood. He stumbles over a pile of rubble as his commander runs past him. Pausing for a moment, he catches his breath, his face dirty and exhausted. A soldier points out the arrival of their platoon commander and his retinue. The commander shouts at the top of his lungs for the demolition to stop. He announces from a high vantage point that the Liberatoa army is coming. Wom hears the command to retreat as well and looks up in surprise. A faint, knowing smirk crosses his face as he confirms he was waiting for this. The High-Cirque soldiers begin their full, organized retreat from the ruined town. Wom adjusts his gear, his back to the chaos, preparing to move out. His comrade Burrito warns him to hurry or they will surely be defeated. Burrito tosses a water skin towards Wom as they run through the debris. Wom deftly catches the thrown flask, exclaiming his surprise at the act. Pulling down his scarf, he declares he will help himself to a well-earned drink. A bald soldier, Willart, observes the army's movement, his breath visible in the cold. The platoon leader, Burrito, looks ahead with a grim and weary expression. A soldier shouts at Burrito to hurry, worried they will be left behind by the column. With a grimace, Burrito acknowledges that he is aware of their urgent situation. He then loudly asks if any fools in his unit have managed to get lost. Among the infantry, Wom marches, his face hidden, just another soldier in the retreat. A soldier announces it is time to leave the hated mine and move on. At the head of his squad, Burrito declares the final battle will be at Sarajevo Fortress. A tactical map illustrates the Quadruple Alliance's initial swift advance into High-Cirque territory. The High-Cirque army's cavalry relentlessly attacked the advancing Chris soldiers during the retreat. In addition, High-Cirque forces used magic to collapse a mountain, destroying key roads. These thorough delaying tactics successfully halted the Alliance's advance at Reborn. High-Cirque used the time they bought for themselves to head towards Sarajevo Fortress. The scene shifts to a chaotic Farius military camp, its banner flapping dismally. Inside, soldiers desperately urge a wounded comrade on a stretcher to stay awake. A man cradles his friend, screaming in desperation for a healer to come. He pleads with the medics, explaining his friend's arm was cut and he's fading fast. A medic sorrowfully informs him that all the mages have run out of magic. The soldier cries out in despair, realizing that at this rate, his friend will die. A Christ soldier approaches, identifying the man as a fellow countryman and telling him to follow. The armored soldier, Wam, promises that he will get the wounded man treatment. Overcome with relief and disbelief, the man asks if this promise is really true. Strong winds whip through the chaotic camp, toppling carts and blowing debris around. Blood drips from a tent flap, hinting at the grim work being done within. A guard instructs the wounded Farius soldier to put down his sword before entering. Wam, now unhelmeted, is startled by the guard's order but quickly complies. He looks into the long, dark medical tent, filled with rows of injured men. Another medic, seeing him hesitate, curtly tells him to go inside the tent. Wam helps lay the soldier he brought onto a mat on the ground. A medic calls out for a new wounded man to be brought forward for treatment. Kneeling by his charge, Wam observes the grim scene in the crowded medical tent. He notices a young woman tending to the wounded, thinking she is just a helper. The woman approaches a man with a horribly mangled leg, who hisses in pain. She places her hand over the wound, and a powerful magical light begins to glow. Wam realizes with shock she is performing broken body part treatment, not simple first aid. He watches in disbelief as she heals the wound instantly, noting her special power. He observes that not a single soldier she has treated has died from their injuries. The woman, Ayn, sighs with exhaustion after performing the powerful healing. Wam looks from the healed soldier to the woman, his perception of her changing. The healed soldier is overwhelmed with gratitude, weeping as he thanks her. Wam finally recognizes her as Sugimoto Ayn, one of the legendary 3 Chris heroes. A close-up reveals Ayan's calm, somber, and incredibly weary expression. She places her hand over another wound, the magical energy swirling around her fingers. A soldier whose life she just saved calls her a saint, thanking her profusely. Ayan smiles sadly, humbly stating she only heals because she cannot fight. Her assistant, Maya, approaches to check on her now that the treatments are done. Ayan turns to Maya, her expression softening as she addresses her helper. She thanks Maya for her help, saying she couldn't manage without her support. Maya gently chides her, telling Ayan that her self-esteem is far too low. With a warm smile, Maya encourages Ayan to have more confidence in herself. With her eyes closed, the healer, Ayan, allows herself a gentle, satisfied smile. Inside the medical tent, she recalls that her friends Yudo and Makoto were nearby. Her assistant, Maya-san, confirms that her 2 comrades were not injured in the battle. She continues, explaining they fought Jeff's cavalry and were mobbed by enemy soldiers. Hearing her friends are safe, Ayan's face lights up with a wide, relieved smile. She decides to visit them after her work, an idea Maya-san happily supports. Suddenly, the boisterous Makoto appears, waving and apologizing for the unexpected interruption. Her companion, Yudo, explains that the War Council meeting has finally concluded. Looking at her friends, Ayan expresses her simple gladness that they are both safe. Makoto stretches her arms high, exclaiming that the day's fighting was incredibly tough. The two heroes then discuss the battle, acknowledging the enemy's formidable strength and skill. Maya-san approaches the trio, thoughtfully asking if they have had their dinner yet. Both Yudo and Makoto confirm that they have not yet eaten their evening meal. Beaming, Maya-san announces a gift of delicious food from a grateful, rescued noble. The group stands in the field, surprised by this unexpected turn of good fortune. Overcome with joy, Yudo and Makoto lunge forward, shouting their desperate desire to eat. Maya-san smiles, noticing two soldiers observing the scene with curiosity from a distance. The soldiers identify the trio, realizing they're the legendary three Christ heroes. A portrait introduces the confident Asami Yudo, the dragon slayer with a holy attack. Another image presents the energetic Isaki Makoto, a master of 4 elemental magics. The final portrait reveals Sugimoto Ayane, a healer of immense, chantless power. The observing soldiers remark on the hero's incredible power, but note they are just kids. In the High-Cirque army, Wamsai's upon learning lunch is just beans and potatoes. A long column of High-Cirque soldiers marches along a path through a ruined landscape. A soldier's gloved hand holds a single, lumpy, raw potato, their meager ration. A close-up shows a soldier taking a bite of the unappetizing raw potato. He chews the tough, unappealing meal with visible effort and little enjoyment. With grim determination, Wam swallows his food, the battle's weight on his mind. The army's path forward is littered with the wreckage of previous destructive battles. They march past a collapsed stone bridge, evidence of scorched earth tactics. The High-Cirque forces proceed in a long, organized column toward their destination. Wam's superior, Willart, walks past as another soldier acknowledges his presence. Looking up at the massive fortress, Wam remarks on its amazing, imposing scale. A wide view reveals their destination, the vast and formidable Sarajevo Fortress. The fortress is identified as a key strategic location on the former Mir border. A map illustrates its position, a choke point between territories that cannot be bypassed. Narration explains the fortress fell quickly due to a lack of Mir defenders. Inside, the fortress is chaotically crowded with an overwhelming number of High-Cirque soldiers. A soldier on horseback notes that everyone is eating raw potatoes, a grim comfort. Another soldier complains about the bland potatoes as his superior, Willart, chews his own. Wam and his comrade Celicia comment on the harsh, crowded conditions of the fortress. Willart grimly advises his subordinate to just be happy to have any food. With a mischievous grin, Wam decides he will have baked potatoes instead of raw. His squad mate, Celicia, happily munches on her raw potato, oblivious to his plan. Wam discreetly channels his magical power into the potato he holds in his hand. He feels a thrill of defiance, asserting his right as a magic user. While others chew their cold rations, Wam enjoys his magically cooked meal. The taste is overwhelmingly delicious, a rare moment of pleasure amidst the hardship. A sudden wave of intense panic washes over Wam as he realizes his mistake. His mind races in disbelief, wondering how his squad mates could have possibly noticed. Wam's mind races in panic, questioning how his perfect disguise could have failed. Looking back, he is now certain that someone has seen through his ruse. Beads of sweat form on his face as he realizes he's been noticed. In a tense moment, Wam is confronted by his stern-faced superior, Willart. Willart holds up a cup containing a single raw potato, a silent accusation. It dawns on Wam that his magic must have leaked out, giving him away. With a nervous expression, Wam anxiously awaits Willart's next move. Willart fixes his gaze on Wam and begins to address the situation. He intensely asks the younger soldier what he intends to do now. Wam panics, believing Willart is demanding a magically cooked potato as a bribe. After a silent agreement, Wam asks Willart to take over his water duty. An instructional diagram helpfully explains how to boil potatoes using Ignis' fatuous magic. Wam passes a steaming, freshly cooked potato from his gauntlet to Willart's hand. He wonders what he's doing as Willart and another soldier watch him. Willard is shown sniffing the air, having detected an enticing smell. He confronts Wom, accusing him of eating something delicious without sharing. Another comrade asks if Wom passed something to Willard, but Wom denies it. His squad mate Celicia asks if he can cook while marching, making him twitch. A soldier gently pats Wom's shoulder to get his attention for a request. He explains that after marching for so long, the soldiers crave hot food. His comrades dream aloud of how potatoes would restore their strength and morale. Wom looks completely exasperated by the mounting pressure from his fellow soldiers. Finally relenting, he asks if they would be happy if he boiled some potatoes. Over a large, steaming cauldron, Wom curses his new, lame job as cook. The delicious aroma of the cooking food begins to attract other hungry soldiers. 3 of his squad mates arrive, teasingly calling him a walking potato casserole. He mentally dubs the approaching trio, Linus, Davert, and Danfan, as the 3 idiots. The trio pesters him for potatoes, even offering to find him a woman. Wom's annoyance grows as his comrades continue to make their demands. A long line of soldiers begins to form, all hoping for a hot meal. One soldier politely steps forward, pleading for just a single boiled potato. Wom agrees to the request, but warns him not to make a business. The grateful soldier thanks him, overjoyed to finally eat some hot food. A bead of sweat on his brow, Wom watches the scene unfold. His comrades, Jose and Nor, are shown blissfully enjoying their own hot potatoes. A quiet moment of camaraderie passes between Wom and his squad mates as they eat. Nor asks Wom about his hunting skill, mentioning her hunter grandfather. From a distance, Jose spots Wom and the growing crowd around him. He rushes over, excitedly suggesting they expand their cooking operation for money. His eyes glowing, Jose prepares to unleash his own reckless magic. A dangerous burst of ignis fatuus erupts right next to the cooking pot. His comrades yell at him to stop, fearing their potatoes will be burned. Nora looks on at the chaos, her expression a mix of amusement and annoyance. A small, knowing smile appears on her face as she watches her friends. The group of soldiers stands together, sharing a moment over a simple meal. The sprawling military camp is shown at night, soldiers gathered around campfires. Wom's squad sits together around their own fire, the mood now more somber. He holds a cup, his expression thoughtful as he listens to his comrades. Jose confirms the enemy has been sighted, with the battle only days away. Wom wonders aloud how many corpses will soon pile up in the fortress. His friend Jose by his side, Wom walks away from the campfire's warmth. A close-up reveals Jose's relaxed and cheerful expression, a stark contrast to the mood. Wom, however, appears serious and lost in his own somber thoughts. Seated with his squad, he voices a quiet hope that no one present dies tomorrow. Amidst the camp's activity, Wom sits silently, watching other soldiers in the distance. The atmosphere is heavy. A soldier remarks that this meal feels like a Last Supper. Trying to break the tension, Jose declares it's time for a grand dinner. Wom responds with a dry joke, telling Jose to wash his hands first. Laughing it off, Jose tells his friend to be quiet and get a move on. For a fleeting moment, their laughter echoes under the 2 moons in the night sky. Later, Wom seeks solitude, sitting alone on the cold wooden ramparts. A jug of wine and a simple cup rest beside him on the weathered planks. With practiced fingers, he lights a hand-rolled cigarette, its tip glowing in the dark. Leaning against the fortress wall, he gazes out at the still, dark horizon. He takes a long drag from the cigarette, smoke curling from his lips. His weary expression reveals the heavy burden of the battle that awaits. Jose approaches from behind, asking why he looks so melancholic. Brushing off the concern, Wom claims it is nothing but the evening chill. He then voices the question weighing on his soul. How long will this war last? His friend is momentarily taken aback by the gravity of the question. Ashes fall from Wom's cigarette as he waits for an answer. Jose offers a simple soldier's reply, that the war will end when they win. Wom reflects on how Heiserk gained everything through its many victories. In a world where weakness means death, he wonders if he is naive. He thinks about their nation's relentless push for victory that led to this war. The High Cirque motto of domination by force left no room for peaceful resolution. His eyes narrow as he wonders what to do if the fighting never stops. Jose attempts to reassure him, pointing out their strong defensive position. Acknowledging his friend's words, Wom quietly agrees that he is right. Jose looks on, a little unsure of what to say to his friend's quiet mood. With a sudden smack, Jose playfully hits Wom to snap him out of his funk. He then lounges back against the rampart, pleased with his attempt to lighten the mood. Wom takes a sip from the cup of fruit wine beside him. A close-up shows him drinking from the simple vessel. He leans his head back against the wooden wall as he drinks. He immediately spits out the liquid, disgusted by its sour, oxidized taste. His face contorts with revulsion from the terrible flavor of the bad wine. Jose grins, his prank having successfully broken the heavy atmosphere. The two friends sit together, sharing a quiet, irreplaceable moment of peace. At dawn, the High Cirque Imperial Army's Ligurian Battalion prepares to charge. Across the field, the Christ Royal Army's Rehazen Knight Order stands ready. High Cirque Commander Liguria Radato bellows the ferocious order to kill the enemy. His counterpart, Christ Commander Johanna, commands her own knights to fire. The two massive armies collide with devastating force on the open battlefield. A soldier screams in terror as the chaos of the clash erupts around him. A magical explosion rips through the ranks, tearing soldiers and shields apart. The ground quickly becomes a nightmarish landscape of bodies and broken steel. From the fortress walls, defenders watch the enemy swarm up the slope. Jose asks if this is a graveyard, while Wom grimly states you get used to it. A Christ soldier, having lost his shield, is urged to keep climbing into the fray. A High Cirque soldier suggests a brutal tactic, aiming for the heads of their enemies below. In response, his comrade hefts a large rock over the defensive wall. The projectile smashes into an enemy's face, the impact sending him reeling backward. Clutching his broken nose, a soldier falls while his comrade asks if he is okay. Another massive siege ladder is toppled, sending its occupants plummeting to the ground. The commander expresses his disappointment, believing his men were more capable than this. From the shadows, a soldier's intense eyes watch the unfolding chaos silently. On the wall, Wom observes that a nearby bastion is under heavy assault. A commander orders Wom to contain the enemy, who acknowledges the command. Grabbing hold of a rope, he prepares to descend into the ongoing fight. He lands hard on the stone walkway below with a heavy, jarring thud. His comrades on the wall call out his name, surprised by his sudden appearance. A sense of unease washes over him as he feels he's been summoned. A comrade jokes that he's being called for a surprise, but Wom is skeptical. A messenger arrives, shouting that he carries an urgent order from Commander Kozel. Kozel commands him to stop the enemy breakthrough using his ignis fatuus power. With weary sarcasm, Wom refers to the deadly mission as fire-extinguishing work. An archer retorts that it's arson, telling him to be serious about the situation. The same archer then offers to guide him to the correct location for the attack. He nervously pleads with Wom not to get them both blown up in the process. From above, the enemy strategy is clear. A massive force swarms one slope. Commander Kaido spots the concentrated enemy movement, identifying their single point of attack. He grimly assesses the situation, understanding that this is a critical, dangerous moment. The enemy intends to break through at that single point, overwhelming the defenders. If they succeed, the bastion will fall, giving the enemy unstoppable momentum. Amidst the chaos, his comrades ask if he is going to use his power. Panting with exertion, Wom demands that he be given 2 shields for his task. Kaido realizes someone in command must have ordered this desperate, brutal tactic. Now equipped with a shield on each arm, Wom stands ready for his mission. In this world, the dense formations of close combat are considered essential for victory. However, Wom shouts a warning for his nearby allies to evacuate and take refuge. Wearing his demonic mask, he finally unleashes the terrifying power of Ignis Fatuus. He descends upon the enemy soldiers below, declaring them to be his prey. The masked enemy soldiers look up from the ground in absolute, wide-eyed terror. A massive, fiery explosion erupts in the center of their tightly packed formation. The concussive force of the magical blast sends a soldier flying through the air. Another soldier is instantly engulfed by the unnatural, swirling magical flames of the attack. In a flash of light, a soldier is completely vaporized by the intense explosion. More bodies are violently thrown aside by the sheer, overwhelming force of the blast. The magical inferno tears through the enemy ranks, causing widespread death and destruction. In the aftermath, the battlefield is littered with charred and dismembered corpses. A close-up reveals the brutal detail of a body being torn apart by the blast. A soldier's body smolders, burning away into nothing but ash and embers. Amidst the carnage, a shattered helmet lies next to a scorched, lifeless body. The gruesome detail of a mangled corpse shows the attack's horrifying toll. A mouth is frozen open in a silent, agonizing scream amidst the destruction. The dark, chaotic, magical energy of the Ignis Fatuus swirls like a vortex. Wom stands alone on the wall, looking down at the burning, screaming survivors. He reflects that, strangely enough, he feels no emotional turmoil over the slaughter. When he wears the devil mask, he feels unshaken by the carnage he creates. On a desolate battlefield, a lone figure declares his new identity as a soldier. His foot lands firmly on the stone ramparts of the fortress. From below, Platoon Commander Kozel shouts enthusiastic praise to the soldier, Wom. Kozel's face is a mask of manic glee as he yells his approval. A tight, vertical close-up shows Wom's intense, focused eye. Standing amidst the smoke, Wom quietly offers a simple word of thanks. The devastating aftermath of his Ignis Fatuus attack is revealed below. Amidst the carnage, a lone Liberatoa soldier groans, beginning to stir. The survivor sits up, realizing the rumored Ignis Fatuus user is real. His face, burned and tear-streaked, shows the absolute terror of the moment. The Christ Army's field hospital is a scene of chaos and desperation. Inside the medical tent, medics frantically perform triage amidst screaming wounded. A healer named Maya realizes the nature of the wounds has horrifyingly changed. She reflects on the usual injuries, like fractures and even severed limbs. Her eye widens in shock, understanding the shift happened in the last hour. Every new patient brought in is now suffering from severe, agonizing burns. Maya diagnoses a man whose windpipe was burned from inhaling the magical fire. The patient convulses, spitting blood as she tries to save his life. The damage is internal, something not visible to the naked eye. She applies her healing magic to his chest, trying to stop the bleeding. After stabilizing him, she moves on, leaving him to recover on the floor. She apologizes for not being able to treat the burns on his limbs. Her expression shows exhaustion and sorrow over the limited help she can offer. Immediately, she is called to another patient who is writhing in agony. The man's hand is charred and blackened, his skin peeling away. He lets out a horrific scream of pain, his mouth wide open. Maya finishes providing first aid, leaving the man to wail on the ground. She laments that she would normally treat the limb burns as well. Before she can rest, another medic calls for her help with another victim. She is told the next man has severe burns on his lower body. She responds with a quiet sound of acknowledgement, turning to the new patient. A soldier with bandaged eyes begs for help, pleading that he doesn't want to die. Her gaze softens with empathy as she looks at the desperate man. Maya gently takes his burned, trembling hand into her own. She holds his hand to her forehead, quietly reassuring him it will be okay. Nearby, two shields lie discarded on the chaotic tent floor. Maya calls to her assistant, Ayane, who is kneeling over another patient. She points out that the soldier's clothing has fused with his skin. Ayane, holding a small blade, states they will have to cut it off. The work is relentless, a blur of motion and desperation. Maya suddenly stumbles, overcome by a wave of dizziness. Iane rushes to her side, asking if she is okay. Maya admits she is using too much mana, but the other healers have collapsed. She tells Iane she will cut the fused cloth, getting a nod of agreement. With sweat on her brow, Maya steels her resolve, declaring this tent her battlefield. Her expression is one of fierce determination as she prepares to continue her work. Outside the tent, the sun begins to set over the horizon. A silhouette of a watchtower stands against the evening sky. The clouds are tinged with the colors of the fading light. The sun dips below the horizon, casting the military camp in long shadows. Amidst a desolate battlefield, a lone figure observes a grotesque, towering pile of corpses. A close-up reveals the woman's face, her weary eye reflecting the trauma she has witnessed. From an overhead view, a wounded soldier calls out, surprised to see the healing magician still awake. The bandaged soldier's face is a mask of desperation as he looks up at his potential savior. Silhouetted against a full moon, the soldier sits on the blighted earth, offering profound thanks. The healer's eyes widen with emotion, a single tear catching the moonlight. In another scene, a survivor recounts that the user of the dreaded Ignis Fatuus wore a mask. He recalls seeing the blue flame, believing he was dead, but feeling lucky to have survived. The healer sorrowfully notes that while he lived, everyone around him was lost. A cloaked figure bites their lip, overcome with silent anguish from the memory. Back in the past, Johanna gives water to the wounded soldier, shies, advising him to rest. The bandaged man looks up, questioning her as she seems about to say something more. With tears in her eyes, Johanna expresses her own gratitude, thankful that he survived. Her composure finally breaks as she admits to her helpless, overwhelming fear of war. Under a starry sky, she prays that her childhood friends, Yuto and Makoto, are spared. Filled with a new and sudden resolve, Johanna volunteers her squad for a critical mission. Her commander, Iska, accepts her offer, instructing her to remain calm and wait. A figure wrapped in bandages, one of her friends, vows to succeed in their important task. Two young warriors, Yuto and Makoto, stand ready, their objective clear: assassinate the Ignis Fatuus user. In a grand war room, Commander Iska addresses his officers about their defensive strategy. He acknowledges that the Christ Empire has successfully taken 2 enemy bastions. However, with a grim expression, Iska declares that their momentum shifted only yesterday. He asks his men if they are aware of what happened to the unit that broke through. The entire military fiasco, he reveals, was caused by a single, lone High-Cirque soldier. Johanna listens to the grave report, her face a mask of serious concentration. The other officers in the council appear shocked and deeply concerned by the news. Iska calls for the testimony of the squad leader who survived the front lines. A man so horribly burned he is mummified in bandages is presented to the council. A single tear falls from an eye, conveying the profound horror of the situation. Johanna, concerned for his well-being, suggests a written report would be enough. The bandaged soldier insists that even if he cannot move, he is still able to speak. His eye glares with grim determination as he reveals he asked to be brought here himself. He apologizes to Johanna for worrying her, admitting his own previous imprudence. His testimony begins, describing his unit's all-out assault up a steep embankment. Johanna remembers how she once dismissed the tales of Ignis Fatuus as mere fairy tales. The bandaged soldier pauses for a moment, the gravity of his memory weighing on him. He recalls the terrible moment of the devastating attack on the battlefield. A young soldier looks back, his face a mask of shock and confusion at the unfolding horror. The survivor details the attack's horrifying lethality at different distances from the blast. Another young soldier closes his eyes, trying to process the deeply traumatic scene. An officer recounts how soldiers are normally taught to defend against magic attacks. But the survivor explains that against ignis fatuus, running is the only possible defense. The memory of the attack's overwhelming power leaves the war council speechless. A commander realizes the legend of the bonfire to the netherworld was horrifyingly true. Johanna listens intently, her expression hardening with understanding and grim resolve. Her gaze falls upon a field of wounded, the terrible human cost of the attack evident. Commander Iska clenches his armored fist, taking responsibility for the failure of the bastion's defense. His officers debate the best way to counter this lone, overwhelmingly powerful enemy. With a look of intense frustration, Iska asks the most critical strategic question. The entire war council is stunned in his silence, contemplating the impossible challenge ahead. A young soldier, Wam, observes the proceedings with a concerned and weary expression. Beside him, another soldier glances nervously to the side, a bead of sweat on their face. A commanding female knight, Johanna, raises her hand, requesting to handle the situation with her squad. Her scarred superior, Iska, listens with a grim and silent intensity. He agrees to her request, but warns her to stay calm, as failure is not an option. The target of their discussion, Wam, is shown observing with tired, calculating eyes. Later, he sits on a wooden walkway littered with the bodies of defeated soldiers. Leaning back against a post, he lets out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. He looks down, annoyed, noticing that his thick scarf has become wet. Glancing over, he discovers the source. A soldier sleeping beside him is drooling. He roughly pokes the sleeping man, who groans and begins to stir from his slumber. The man jolts awake in a panic, asking if they are being attacked by an enemy. Wam grabs the man by the hair, forcing him to cower on the wooden planks. A cold, knowing smirk appears on Wam's face as he looks down at his victim. His sharp eye is seen in an intense close-up, highlighting his menacing demeanor. He surveys the rest of the carnage, including a muscular man sitting defeated. Another man roars in agony, his mouth wide open in a silent, powerful scream. The muscular man, tied to a post, strains against his bonds, his face contorted in pain. A hand reaches down towards one of the many unconscious soldiers on the floor. A close-up reveals another soldier drooling in his deep, unconscious state. 3 soldiers are shown in a tangled heap, their bodies contorted and still. The face of a defeated soldier is shown up close, his expression one of pain. A long, vertical shot emphasizes the sheer number of bodies littering the walkway. Wam calmly pats the head of a fallen soldier, his expression unreadable. He notes that the familiar, foul stench of death and filth fills the air. Raising a flask to his lips, he takes a long drink, the scent carried by the wind. His observation complete, he nonchalantly decides it is time to go back to sleep. A sudden, sharp sound marks a change of scene and the start of a new conflict. The large, boisterous commander, Burrito, stands before his platoon and demands they listen. He announces they have received an easy support mission from Platoon Commander Kozel. Burrito roars out the plan: drive back the enemy, using Wam's ignis fatuus if needed. He addresses the helmeted Wam directly, ordering him to preserve his magical energy. He then turns to Jose, an elf-like soldier, entrusting her with the new recruits. The heavily armored mage Walal is told he must also take on some of Wam's duties. Finally, he orders the trio of Linus, Tibbard, and Danfan to exploit any opening. Burrito leads the charge, yelling for his soldiers to send the enemy Christ soldiers to their graves. A soldier lands on the stone ramparts, ready for the ensuing battle. An arm flashes in a blur of motion as a Hycerc soldier begins their attack. Wam leaps into the fray, his face a mask of fierce determination. He kills an enemy soldier, whose comrade watches in shock as blood splatters. On the battlefield, a Crest soldier curses the Hycerc bastards as his friends fall. The face of a Crest soldier is contorted in terror and exertion amidst the chaos. An enemy soldier is struck by 2 arrows at once, the impacts throwing him back. The soldier collapses to the ground, the arrows still protruding from his back. The archer, Nor, stands ready with her bow, her gaze sharp and focused. From a distance, another soldier praises Nor for her excellent shot. A close-up reveals Nor's calm, determined expression under her unique helmet. Wom observes her skill, noting she is the best archer in the entire platoon. Commander Burrito sweats and grits his teeth, worrying his position is at risk. Jose watches her commander's distress with a subtle, knowing smile. Amidst the battle, a soldier braces himself as an enemy fireball shatters against him. He digs his heels in, absorbing the full force of the magical impact. His body withstands the blast, shielding his comrades from the fiery explosion. Another soldier expresses his amazement at the dangerous but successful defensive maneuver. With a slight smirk, the defending soldier complains that the ice fragments are cold. Observing the battle, Wom notes that this attack feels different from the previous ones. He feels a growing unease, wondering if it's just his imagination. From the fortress wall, he surveys the battlefield, sensing something is not right. The enemy soldiers relentlessly swarm up the slope, ignoring their mounting casualties. Even their magic users, who should be in the rear, join the reckless charge. A close-up on Wom's eye reveals his intense confusion at their bizarre tactics. A look of sudden understanding flashes across his face as he processes the scene. He mentally scolds himself for getting lost in thought during the fight. His comrade, Dan Fan, shouts his name, urgently warning him of trouble at the front. A single, intense eye reflects the chaos and violence of the battlefield. A massive magical explosion erupts, engulfing a nearby high-circ defensive position. A surviving soldier looks on, his face a mask of dazed horror. Another screams in terror at the sudden and overwhelming escalation of violence. A third soldier winces, his face contorted in shock and pain from a blast. From the darkness, a voice calls out with a simple, unsettling greeting. A soldier asks his comrade if he intends to use his own body as a wall. It's explained that soldiers have varying levels of resistance to their own magic attribute. The squad praises Wom for protecting them from the fireball without special equipment. The mustached soldier who blocked the blast seems annoyed by all the attention. He then relents, suggesting that they should all just try to get along. From the enemy lines, a fierce princess with flowing hair leads the charge forward. Wom watches her advance, confirming his suspicion that something was wrong. He recognizes the formidable power of the approaching royal knights. A high-circ soldier shouts a challenge, launching a magical attack at the princess. The powerful wind blade spell hurtles through the air toward its target. The princess reacts with a flicker of surprise, raising her shield to block. She continues her charge unabated, effortlessly cutting down another soldier. Wom stares in disbelief, stunned that she nullified the spell with just a shield. The princess's determined expression reveals her formidable and dangerous nature. Wom realizes he faces a true magic knight with immense power and skill. His eye widens in a mix of awe and terror at this revelation. A comrade screams Wom's name in a desperate, panic cry. The squad frantically urges him to unleash his ultimate ability against the new threat. Wom's eyes narrow with grim resolve as he accepts the challenge. He knows he cannot afford to engage this powerful enemy in a direct melee. A soldier shoves a horned, demonic mask at him, pleading for him to use it. Wom looks on in shock as he realizes he has been singled out. From the wall, he sees the princess on the battlefield below, looking up at him. She seems to recognize him, thinking of the legendary mask of an ogre. A predatory glint appears in Wom's eye. He has been waiting for this moment. His confidence turns to panic as he realizes she is preparing to cast a spell. She conjures multiple orbs of water for her water polo attack. The volley of high-pressure water projectiles is launched directly at Wom. He is struck by the magical attack with overwhelming, explosive force. Blown off his feet, his eyes are wide with shock as he is sent flying. A soldier is thrown back by a powerful blast, questioning why this is happening. Lying on the ground, he recalls how many people burned in the recent Ignis Fatuus attack. Looking up, he wonders if the enemy chose the same type of assault today. Across the battlefield, an enemy princess identifies him as her specific target, the Oni fire user. With a fierce glare, she vows that he, the Oni of Flames, is going to die. Bloodied and enraged, Wom screams his defiant refusal to die a second time. He rushes forward with grim determination, meeting the princess's own confident advance. The two warriors charge at each other, their imminent confrontation filling the air with tension. The princess calmly advises him to stay put, assuring him that it will all end soon. A sudden close-up reveals the profound shock and disbelief filling Wom's wide eye. In a flash, her sword plunges deep into Wom's torso, a spray of blood marking the hit. Thrown violently backward, his body contorts on the ground in a silent scream of agony. Watching from the ramparts, his comrade Nur cries out in horrified disbelief. Another soldier's face is slick with sweat as he begins to understand the terrible truth. He realizes the enemy's entire push was a diversion, a feint to reach Wom. Overcome with desperation, the soldier screams Wom's name into the chaotic din of battle. From a distant part of the field, Captain Dewey spots his subordinate in mortal danger. With a powerful roar, the massive captain begins his desperate charge across the field. His face a mask of determination, he vows that he will not let Wom die. Far away, a small group of figures stands silhouetted, observing the unfolding battle. Dewey continues his frantic run, promising to snatch his soldier from death's very grasp. The intense eyes of a mysterious young man watch the distant chaos unfold. An immense explosion of raw energy suddenly tears through the battlefield's center. The enemy princess clicks her tongue in annoyance, declaring that someone is in her way. A close-up shows a blood-spattered eye, capturing the moment of a brutal impact. The mysterious observer senses a great power, holding up his hand as if feeling it. Another soldier on the wall is shocked by the amount of magical power being used. The distant observer makes a grim prediction that someone is about to die. A bead of sweat rolls down a face, contorted with effort and concentration. The young man unleashes his power, a devastating attack called a sacred strike. Captain Dewey's face is a mask of horror as he screams into the oncoming blast. The colossal wave of destructive energy rushes towards the charging captain. The ground erupts as the sacred strike carves a massive trench through the battlefield. Dewey is caught in the explosion, his body obliterated by the overwhelming force. Lying wounded, Wom looks back, his eye wide with shock at the sudden devastation. His leg is shown, possibly injured, as he struggles on the ruined ground. The scene shifts to a memory, focusing on the wide, innocent eyes of a child. In a forest, an older boy calls to his younger brother, a boy named Wom. The younger Wom, carrying a large basket on his back, follows his brother obediently. A close-up shows the serious, somber face of the young boy Wom. His older brother gently wipes a stain from young Wom's cheek with his thumb. The brother explains that with the famine, they are all going to starve soon. He then gets Wom's attention, telling him to look at something he has found. The two boys look upon a large, hidden patch of wild berry bushes. Young Wom's face lights up with wonder and amazement at the discovery. The two brothers rush into the grove, excited by the abundance of berries. The older brother tells Wom to keep their find a secret, as he is still growing. A flock of birds is seen flying high in the sky above the forest. Wom's eye watches them, noting that birds also come to this place for food. Sitting together, the older brother teases Wom for his cold, serious demeanor. A young man looks back over his shoulder, expressing his deep concern for his brother. His older brother explains that their parents worry about his overly serious demeanor. Playfully, he pinches his younger brother's cheek to try and lighten the mood. A distant memory shows the two brothers wrestling happily on the ground together. Moved by the gesture, Wom turns away with a faint, sad smile. Looking down, he offers a quiet apology to his caring older brother. A sudden, jarring close-up reveals a pair of wide, startled eyes, shifting the scene. In a different world, a man in a suit walks alone across a modern overpass. This man, Reizu Takakura, stands with a weary expression under a harsh light. He looks down at his wrist, a sense of profound unease on his face. Checking the time on his watch, he feels he should be heading home. The memory blurs into a disorienting, abstract pattern of his life's routine. His dark silhouette is seen again, a nagging feeling that something has been forgotten. A fragmented memory shows him bowing his head, offering a formal apology in an office. The feeling crystallizes into the certainty that he has forgotten something of great importance. His name, Takakura Reizu, is shown on a document as he dutifully accepts a task. The memory concludes with his lifeless body lying face down on the cold pavement. A disembodied voice seems to acknowledge the undeniable reality of his death. From a high vantage point, a shadowy figure confirms that Takakura Reizu is dead. The mysterious figure, wrapped in a scarf, looks down with a calm, detached expression. Turning his head slightly, the figure's tired eyes seem to meet the viewer's gaze. Standing before a dark, swirling abyss, the figure asks if he wants to jump in. A crowd of silent, silhouetted figures waits at the edge of the pit. Reizu's spirit, weary and resigned, feels that he does not really mind. The world shatters into reality with a close-up of a terrified eye amidst an explosion. Amidst the rubble and devastation, a single eye stares out from the debris. A small figure is thrown violently through the air under a sky with two moons. He lands hard on the shattered earth of the desolate battlefield. Pushing himself up, Wom coughs violently, struggling to get his bearings. He gasps for breath, his face smudged with dirt and his body aching. Trying to see, he realizes with a jolt that something is wrong with his eye. Reaching up, his fingers touch the horribly burned and scarred left side of his face. His remaining eye widens in shock, understanding that magic has seared his flesh. A blurred memory of the devastating blast flashes through his mind. He rationalizes that the dirt shielded him, but his eye was the price for survival. Looking around the ruined landscape, he wonders how long he was unconscious. Before him lies a horrific mountain of corpses, a testament to the battle's brutality. A close view reveals a bloodied sword standing upright in the ground amidst the carnage. His hand hangs limply at his side as he takes in the shocking sight. With dawning horror, he realizes the bodies are all his fellow High-Cirque soldiers. A close-up of his eye shows the raw shock and terror of his discovery. His hand begins to tremble uncontrollably at the sight of his fallen comrades. The trembling hand clenches into a tight, white-knuckled fist of anguish and rage. He falls to his knees before the pile of bodies, overwhelmed by crushing grief. He recognizes the bloodied face of his comrade, Linus, in the pile. His face contorts in a silent scream of denial and desperate pleading. His gaze falls upon another fallen friend, Tibbard, among the dead. He then spots the lifeless face of his squad mate, Dan Fan. A lone figure, Wom sits amidst the jagged ruins of the battlefield. He looks out over the desolate landscape, the sole survivor of his unit. A discarded, pointed helmet lies half-buried in the battlefield's ravaged earth. Nearby, the severed leg of soldier rests next to a long, curved sword. A shattered, ornate axe, its blade stained with blood, is embedded in the ground. Wom's eye widens in horror, realizing Nor, Burrito, and his entire division are gone. Overwhelmed by the loss, he throws his head back in a silent, agonized scream. A memory surfaces of his commander, Dewey, welcoming him as a new soldier. He recalls Dewey's kind offer to always lend an ear if he needed to talk. In the present, Wom collapses to his knees amidst the vast, silent graveyard. Bowing his head in despair, his body is racked with inconsolable sorrow. He slowly looks up, his face a mask of hollowed out, grim resolve. Standing, he surveys the battlefield, his burned eye a testament to the chaos. In the distance, the tattered flags of the four nations' alliance flutter defiantly. His mind processes a map of the area, noting the fortress is now a graveyard. He wonders if any allies escaped, seeing distant lights under black banners. Alone and lost, he questions what his next move should possibly be. His gaze falls upon the bodies of his comrades, piled together in death. The crushing realization hits him that he was meant to be in that pile. His surviving eye widens as he notices a horrifying detail on the corpses. Kneeling down, he confirms that his comrades' eyes have been gouged out. A close-up reveals the desecrated face of a bearded soldier, eyes missing. He recalls his brother Hayes' old story about the eyeless dead wandering forever. The scene confirms they were all tied up and tortured before being killed. He questions the reason for such abject cruelty, even toward enemies. He tries to grasp for some rationality, believing war should have limits. His mind begins to snap under the weight of the senseless brutality. A torrent of hysterical laughter erupts from him, echoing across the desolation. He screams at himself, confronting his own hypocrisy as a merciless killer. With a manic cry, he acknowledges a brutal truth about his world. His mind flashes with the reality that death in war is swift and absolute. Silhouetted against the sun, he accepts the harsh creed: kill or be killed. His cries are overheard by an Alliance soldier, who spots movement below. The soldiers mistake him for an undead nuisance left by the disposal squad. The fundamental question of the war hangs in the air: what is wished for? The soldiers' fears manifest. One wrong step on the battlefield means death. Again, the question repeats, probing the motivations behind the conflict. They debate the danger of a lone, maggot-filled corpse, trying to dismiss it. For a final time, the question of desire and purpose is posed. Various justifications for war flash by: hatred, loyalty, duty, revenge, and service. A new chapter begins as Wom stands silhouetted against the moon, a demonic aura around him. The two Alliance soldiers approach the kneeling figure, hearing only faint moans. One soldier decides to end it quickly, readying his weapon for a final blow. He charges forward, his spear aimed to pierce the lone survivor's back. Wom explodes into motion, dodging the attack with impossible speed. The soldier's face contorts in shock as he realizes his fatal error. Pure terror fills the soldier's eye as he understands he is facing no mere survivor. With a savage grace, Wom's blade slices clean through the soldier's leg. His blood-splattered sword is held ready as the second attacker approaches. The second soldier's eye is wide with a mixture of rage and fear. Wom's expression is one of predatory glee as his opponent recognizes the truth. He meets the final charge, a silhouette of vengeance against the chaos. An enemy soldier cries out in alarm, realizing his target is still alive. With blinding speed, Wom slashes viciously, striking the charging soldier's leg. The severed limb tumbles violently across the dusty, blood-soaked ground. His leg gone, the first soldier collapses while his comrade watches in shock. Wom, his face a grim shadow, readies his sword for the next attack. The second soldier, enraged, screams his intent to kill and lunges forward. A close-up captures the blurring speed of Wom's blade as he moves. Ducking beneath the spear thrust, Wom positions himself for a fatal counter. A tight shot on his eye reveals the crazed, focused intensity of a killer. His sword finds its mark, cutting into the soldier's arm and drawing blood. An upward slash tears through the soldier's torso in a brutal explosion. The dismembered bodies of the two men lie motionless in dark pools of blood. Now alone, Wom stands against the sky, surveying the grim aftermath. A new, chilling thought begins to form in his weary, scarred mind. He recalls his power is also called the bonfire of the underworld. A sorrowful smile appears as he hopes his fire might guide his friends. His expression hardens into one of chilling resolve and grim determination. He announces to himself that it is time to begin his new purpose. Noticing his severed hand, he asks if it will join him on his journey. He warns his new companion that many more fires will be lit ahead. Now masked, Rudo stands over a field of corpses, ready to begin. A flashback begins, showing that those who died knew what they were doing. The memory shows him mourning his comrades on a desolate, war-torn landscape. He remembers seeing the body of a friend who had been sleeping. His thoughts drift to another comrade who was watching over the others. The memories are fragmented and painful. He reflects on the brutal truth of war and the fleeting nature of life. Having seen this grim reality, he now understands what war is truly like. He confirms his dark understanding with a quiet, certain finality. This terrible knowledge becomes the driving force for his actions. He walks through a hell's cape of his own making, ready to continue. The scene shifts to a military camp, identified as the 6th Encampment. Inside a tent, Yudo sleeps fitfully on a cot, his sword nearby. He is jolted awake by a massive commotion, sweating and disoriented. A vision flashes through his mind, a distorted voice commanding to kill the heroes. His companion, Makoto, calls his name, telling him to get a hold of himself. Makoto urgently reports that the encampment is under attack, asking what is going on. Yudo's first thought is for the safety of his friends, Ayane and Johanna. A glimpse of the chaos outside the tent shows the destruction. Yudo and Makoto stand outside, looking up at the source of the attack. They witness a massive fire consuming a large portion of their camp. Makoto confesses that she does not know the details of the assault. Yudo, however, recognizes the flames with a look of dawning horror. He questions how the user can be alive, as he was sure he killed him. Despite his doubt, he confirms to himself that there is no mistaking it. A memory of him delivering the killing blow flashes through his mind. He reaffirms with anguish that he personally killed the man. His eye widens as the impossible, terrifying truth finally sinks in. Realizing the danger, Yudo tells Makoto they must go to their friends at once. A flashback reveals a war council planning a massive offensive for the next day. A woman with long, blonde hair, Johanna, stands cloaked and ready, her arms crossed confidently. In a close-up, Johanna's serious and determined expression reveals her focus. During a tense war council, commanders argue over who should lead the next major offensive. Johanna reflects that their contribution to this war will determine their future political power. She considers that Kraeus heroes already proved their worth by defeating the Ligurian battalion. Frustrated with the bickering, she suggests they simply draw lots to decide who leads. After being rebuked, Johanna apologizes for her indiscreet remark as a figure watches silently. Elsewhere, a gentle-faced Ayane thinks of her friend, Rita, with a worried expression. An attendant approaches the seated Ayane, offering her a cup of hot tea. Looking up with a small smile, Ayane quietly expresses her gratitude for the gesture. A scarred, older man encourages her to drink the tea while it is still warm. Ayane gently blows on the steaming cup as the silent attendant stands beside her. Suddenly, Johanna's expression sharpens with alarm as she senses an approaching danger. The command tent erupts into chaos as a loud, concussive sound startles the leaders. Johanna immediately identifies the noise as the sound of battle and magic outside. Ayane looks up from her tea, her expression questioning the sudden disturbance. A bearded commander calmly dismisses the noise, suggesting it is probably just spies. He then loudly reassures the council that their security is strong and they will wait for information. Johanna, however, feels an unnatural chill, sensing a powerful and malevolent magic in the air. A soldier panics, recognizing a dreaded feeling as an attack comes from the third circle. A commander impatiently demands to know how many survivors there are from the assault. Johanna listens with a grimly focused expression, awaiting the crucial report. A frantic messenger bursts in, revealing the attacker is a single soldier they believed was dead. Johanna's face contorts in horrified realization as she identifies the attacker as the Ignis Fatuous user. She shouts in disbelief while another commander furiously berates her for failing to kill one man. From off-panel, a voice demands to know the current location of the attacker. A massive blast of dark energy rips through the side of the command tent. Johanna leaps forward with incredible speed, her sword drawn to intercept the deadly attack. A soldier is caught in the fiery magical blast and is instantly vaporized. Johanna meets the powerful strike with her sword, the impact creating a massive shockwave. Her cloak billowing, she expertly deflects the destructive energy away from a cowering comrade. The dark, spiky energy of the Ignis Fatuus erupts in a violent, chaotic explosion. The blast tears a path of destruction across the encampment under the dark sky. Surveying the aftermath, Johanna notes with grim finality that only 7 people survived. A close-up on her eyes shows her sharp intake of breath as she processes the devastation. A wounded survivor named Lutwidge weakly expresses his gratitude to her for saving him. Another soldier, wiping his brow, lets out a sigh of exhausted relief. Rudo, the Ignis Fatuus user, appears nearby with a look of intense, vengeful rage. His demonic form manifests as he lunges forward in a blur of dark energy. An enraged soldier screams a curse at the demonic attacker charging towards him. Rudo swiftly impales the soldier with his spear, the force of the blow devastating. Johanna watches in horror as the soldier's body is flung through the air. The masked attacker lands gracefully on the scorched earth, his weapon held ready. A close-up reveals his left hand is mangled and broken, evidence of a past battle. Johanna covers her mouth, her expression a mix of fear and determined resolve. She stands ready, her cape flowing, preparing to face the demonic figure across the battlefield. Her face is a mask of shock and fury as she prepares for the coming fight. Rudo, in his horn mask, glares back, his broken hand held ready to cast a spell. His ornate spear crackles with immense power as he channels his magic into it. The deadly spear stands poised, its tip glowing, ready for the impending duel. 2 warriors clash with explosive force as the hero Johanna yells for a decisive strike. Straining against her foe, she notes his broken fingers yet feels his impossible strength. The demonic mask of her opponent, Thorfinn, glares menacingly during their struggle. In a desperate move, Johanna hurls her sword through the air like a javelin. She lands on a lower precipice, recovering her balance after being knocked back. Her masked enemy leaps down from above, relentlessly pursuing her. The 2 fighters stand opposite each other on the jagged, rocky terrain. A powerful, shadowy attack slams into Johanna, sending shards of rock flying. She lands hard, but is already preparing for the next exchange. Johanna's head whips around, startled by a sudden movement in the chaos. Her expression is sharp and analytical as she assesses her opponent's every move. Thorfinn, known as Ignis Fatuus, stands poised, his dark energy crackling around him. Johanna realizes with grim certainty that this foe will not die from his injuries. Her mind races, deducing he seeks revenge and can now fight without restraint. She yells that his fight is useless, as the Ligurian battalion is already destroyed. A powerful, dark energy attack is unleashed from Thorfinn's position. The hero Johanna is caught in a blinding flash of light from the blast. Sweat beads on her face as she strains to withstand the overwhelming force. He deflects her thrown sword with a casual flick of his armored hand. Thorfinn catches her blade, demonstrating his raw, inhuman strength. Knocked off balance, Johanna stumbles backward across the rocky ground. The demonic mask is twisted into a vicious snarl of pure aggression. One of Johanna's soldiers shouts that using a spear in a duel is disgraceful. The spear-wielding soldier lets out a final, pained grunt as his life ends. Thorfinn brutally impales the soldier, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. The 3 figures are silhouetted against a backdrop of fire and destruction. Elsewhere, the healer Iane sits alone, feeling utterly unable to follow the fighters. She recalls her past experiences, the sieges and battles on the way to the city. Ayn realizes with dawning horror that none of it holds any meaning here. A memory of the crowded command tent flashes, filled with people who are now gone. Thorfinn recalls a battle, wondering how his group was already down to only 5. In a memory, the young noblewoman Rita sits on the ground, paralyzed by fear. A close-up reveals Rita's wide, terrified eyes as she faces her attacker. Her mouth hangs open in a silent scream of disbelief and shock. Thorfinn's face is cast in shadow, reflecting his deep inner conflict. In the memory, Ignis fatuous lunges at the helpless Rita. Commander Grand's face appears in Thorfinn's memory, his expression fierce. Thorfinn's unmasked face reveals the inner turmoil of his past choices. Rita finally lets out a piercing scream of absolute terror. A single thought of deep regret echoes in Thorfinn's mind. He confronts Rita, his voice laced with the sorrow of what he should have done. A dark shadow falls over Rita's face, representing the darkness of his regret. A memory surfaces of him carrying a fallen comrade through the cold. He remembers walking a lonely path, his weapon in hand. Another memory shows him smoking, his expression weary from endless war. His battered and bloody demonic mask is a testament to his violent path. Commander Grand grips his greatsword, ready to defend his charge. The two warriors, Ignis fatuous and Gran, clash in a blur of motion. From a distance, Rita watches the furious duel between the two powerful men. She recalls her own resolve to act for the good of her country and people. A young noblewoman, Rita, looks up with wide, helpless eyes from the ground. Her inner thoughts reveal a crushing feeling of being utterly helpless. She questions her own inaction, wondering why she couldn't rally her people. Elsewhere, Thorfinn reflects that the Quadrilateral Alliance pushed him to this point. A silent, fiery explosion marks the devastating end of the recent battle. Lady Myard rushes to Rita, who quietly confirms she is unharmed. Rita then turns her gaze, inquiring about the fate of their mysterious attacker. Commander Gran explains that the man sparked his Ignis fatuous and then left. A close-up reveals Gran's weary but determined expression after the fight. He decides they will have to find their foe later in the city of Edinburgh. He insists that for now, they must put the encounter out of their minds. His hand hangs limply, showing the immense physical toll of the battle. Lady Myard kindly asks a stumbling soldier if he is okay. Gran grimly confirms that they're the only survivors of the devastating attack. Lady Myard observes that they had severely underestimated their opponent. She concludes that he is more dangerous alone than the 3 great heroes. Lady Myard resolves that their next step is to find Commander Gran. She turns and instructs Rita to accompany them as they regroup with the troops. Rita remains silent, her head bowed as she processes the traumatic events. In profile, her face is a mask of profound sadness and frustration. Her thoughts scream out that she despises being so useless. Far away, a formidable fortress stands under the dark sky, its walls lit by torches. Inside, 2 guards stand watch in a long, tiled stone corridor. A commander sits alone in his strategy room, surrounded by maps and supplies. He quietly muses on the legendary 3 great heroes of the enemy nation, Krayist. Leaning back in his chair, Womban acknowledges the situation is very tricky. He expresses his disbelief that the entire Ligurian battalion could have been destroyed. Taking a drag from a cigarette, he continues to puzzle over the incomprehensible loss. He admits to himself that he simply does not understand what happened. As a cigarette but falls, he accepts that morning will not bring his soldiers back. Spent ammunition casings litter the floor, a testament to the battle's cost. He resolves to use the pieces he has left to pave his way forward. Looking out a barred window, he considers setting a trap, but realizes he lacks a bait. He pores over his maps, dismissing sabotage, assassination, and suicide squads as unviable. These options, he concludes, offer too little reward for their low rate of success. A grim smile forms as he settles on his second plan, a brutal scorched earth war. He knows that if he is forced to give up the land he has conquered, the Parliament will strip him of his position, leaving him to a boring retirement. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the fortress window, interrupting his dark thoughts. Commander Bond looks up, his expression one of sharp and sudden interest. A subordinate notes the shaking windows, wondering about the cause of the disturbance. Bond clutches his chest, a manic and excited energy seizing him. He brushes past his subordinate, insisting he will investigate the commotion himself. Standing on the ramparts, he looks out at the chaos, questioning what is happening. His expression quickly shifts to one of shocked recognition. His eye widens in wild excitement as he lets out an exhilarated shout. He sees Thorfinn unleashing a torrent of magical fire upon his fortress. Below, a soldier screams in terror, identifying the blue flame as the dreaded Ignis Fatuus. A massive, ecstatic grin spreads across Bond's face as his name is called. He throws his arms wide, joyfully ordering his men to unleash every trap for this decisive battle. From a high balcony, Commander Bond shouts at his men, telling them not to be slow. He questions their military school training, emphasizing that time is of the essence. With a crazed expression, Bond screams at the top of his lungs for his soldiers to run. On the fortress floor, a single, hastily discarded cigarette lies smoldering. The fortress storehouse is consumed by a magical blue fire, throwing the soldiers into a panic. Amidst the chaos, soldiers shout that the fire is growing stronger by the minute. A disguised Thorfinn, feigning injury, is helped to his feet by an unsuspecting soldier. After carrying another wounded man to safety, Thorfinn sets him down, panting with exhaustion. Clutching his scarf, he grimaces, a sharp memory of a past wound flashing through his mind. The violent flashback shows Commander Grand's sword brutally impaling him through the torso. A close-up reveals the blade first piercing through his armored hand. Blood spatters as the sword tears through the metal of his gauntlet. He recalls the duel, thinking it was only natural he was defeated by such an opponent. His thoughts turn bitter as he questions the point of revenge in a world without morality. He laments his failure to find the three heroes or the main cavalry force. The memory of his hesitation, his inability to kill the noblewoman Rita, haunts him. He remembers the humiliation of being soundly beaten by the old commander, Gran. A final image of a silent, seated Rita concludes his recollection of failure. Back in the present, Thorfinn sarcastically asks the heavens if the fire was entertaining enough. With renewed determination, he decides he must find a way to escape the fortress. Before leaving, however, he stands over a fallen enemy, resolving to change his outfit. Elsewhere, Feliu's soldiers frantically search for the Ignis Fatuus, user amid the burning ruins. Thorfinn, now disguised, collapses to the ground, playing the part of a wounded man. From a nearby ridge, a Feliu soldier spots him and shouts to get his attention. The soldier rushes over, asking if he is a fellow Feliu soldier and if he is all right. Kneeling down, the soldier urges the disguised Thorfinn to get up before the fire takes him. As he helps him, the soldier advises him to keep talking to stay conscious. Thorfinn remains silent, his face a mask of exhaustion and pain. He finally speaks, agreeing that being caught in the fire would be a bad outcome. The enemy soldier's armor triggers a memory of his own past uniform. The two walk together through the chaos, the burning storehouse looming behind them. A vision of his past self, clad in his old armor, appears in his mind. He thinks of his former gear, a relic of a life he left behind on the battlefield. Turning to his rescuer, he offers a cryptic apology and thanks for past deeds. The confused soldier tries to reassure the seemingly delirious Thorfinn. He decides the best course of action is to take him to the sick bay. Thorfinn smirks, thinking his infiltration plan couldn't be going any better. His thoughts reveal his intent to blend in with the wounded patients once inside. The soldier laughs, telling him he should rejoice for having survived the night. He remarks that the events of the evening were straight out of a nightmare. Thorfinn grimly thinks to himself that he wishes it were only a nightmare. They finally arrive at the large, chaotic medical tent at the heart of the camp. The soldier calls for a healer, explaining that Thorfinn is seriously wounded. After handing him over to the medical staff, the soldier bids him farewell and leaves. Thorfinn is left among the other wounded soldiers lying on simple cots. He looks up with a patient, sinister smile, his infiltration a success. Suddenly, his eye widens in utter shock as he sees something unexpected. He overhears someone asking for assistance for another wounded man nearby. The voice belongs to a soldier on the ground, addressing his healer as Ain Sama. Staring in disbelief, Thorfinn realizes he has found one of the three great heroes. In the Felius army's camp, soldiers observe their enemy, confirming the rumors about three summoned heroes. From his hiding spot, a disguised Hyserk soldier watches one of the heroes intently. The soldier lies grievously wounded, his mind cataloging his many severe injuries. A close-up view of his mangled torso highlights the life-threatening nature of his wounds. Suddenly, the healer Ain appears before him, her presence commanding immediate attention. Her hands gently hover over his torn flesh, preparing to mend his broken body. With a quiet and focused expression, Ain announces that she is beginning the treatment. The soldier is utterly shocked by the unprecedented speed and power of her healing magic. A potent magical energy flows from her hands, knitting his flesh and bone back together. He grimly realizes that healers like her are the reason the enemy can fight so recklessly. As he feels his body mend, a dangerous thought begins to form in his mind. He concludes that for the sake of his army, this powerful healer must be eliminated. His eye widens with a flash of murderous intent as he contemplates the act. But his resolve is shaken by a moment of hesitation, a single bead of sweat forming. He reasons that he has not yet been given a direct order to kill her. The soldier acknowledges that if their roles were reversed, he would not repay this debt. With his eyes closed, he accepts the healing, his scarred face finding a moment's peace. Ain finishes her work, declaring the treatment complete as the soldier sits up. Now fully healed, the soldier expresses immense gratitude, feeling as light as a feather. With a humble smile, Ain replies that she is simply glad to have been of help. After his recovery, the soldier peeks from behind a tent post, planning his escape. He confidently decides his next step is to blend in with the other patients. With a smirk, he believes he can slip away from the infirmary in no time. A look of sly confidence crosses his face as he prepares to make his move. Just as he steps out, his escape is thwarted by the arrival of Joanne's group. He freezes mid-stride, his body tensing with shock as his plan crumbles. The sight of Johan fills him with dread. He wonders what she is doing here. Cursing his terrible luck, he expresses his immense frustration at the timing. He lets out a sharp, panicked breath, sweat dripping from his tense face. Leaning against a wooden post, he tries to appear inconspicuous and calm his nerves. A cold sweat runs down his face as he recognizes the great danger he is in. He understands that the one enemy who can recognize him is blocking his only exit. Resigned to his fate, he accepts that he has no other choice but to confront her. His eyes dart nervously, sweat beading on his brow as he tries to think. He steels himself, knowing he must somehow find a way to pass her group. The group of heroes walks through the camp, unaware of the disguised soldier nearby. His face is a mask of intense concentration as they draw closer to him. One of Joanne's companions expresses her relief that the ignis fatuus user is gone. The disguised soldier inches forward, trying to slip past the group unnoticed. Another companion admits her heart nearly stopped when she heard Johan was attacked. He continues his slow, tense walk, hoping they remain distracted and look away. Johan laments her carelessness, feeling that much of the damage could have been prevented. Her companion tries to console her, insisting that no one could have anticipated it. The disguised soldier wills them to stay focused on their conversation and ignore him. He moves directly past Johann, keeping his head down to hide his face. Beads of sweat drip from his chin as he continues his tense, silent escape. As he passes, Johann turns her head, her profile showing a flicker of recognition. Her sharp eyes narrow slightly, her gaze following the suspicious soldier. The group of heroes continues walking, their backs now turned towards him. He is almost clear, a strained, desperate grin spreading across his face. A young Feliu soldier questions why the badly injured Ignis Fatuus user is still alive. Her commander, Johann, explains the storehouse fire created a diversion for his escape. As Joanne's group passes, a disguised woman nervously asks if something's wrong. She stops and turns to face him, her long hair whipping around dramatically. Wom's eyes widen in panic as Johann asks if they have met before. Her companions watch as Johann admits the soldier's face seems strangely familiar. Johann dismisses her own suspicion, apologizing and saying she was just wondering. Wom remains silent, his face partially obscured by the shaft of his polearm. He forces a smile, suggesting they may have passed during the inner circle attack. A single bead of sweat rolls down from his tense, fearful eye. Johann seems to accept his explanation, though her expression remains thoughtful and uncertain. Her male companion then points, asking Wom about the injury to his eye. Touching the burn scar, Wom claims it was a bad wound from enemy magic. The companion calls it a tragedy, and Wom quietly offers his thanks. He expresses that it was an honor to speak with a knight as he departs. Wom's hand grips his weapon tightly, his knuckles white with tension from the interrogation. He lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he almost made it through. He tells himself to remain calm, as his escape is now within reach. Inside the infirmary, Wom spots the exit, his path to freedom seemingly clear. A sudden blur of motion interrupts the quiet as someone rushes into the tent. A messenger soldier runs frantically towards Johann and her companions. He urgently calls out to them, his expression one of pure desperation. The soldier expresses his relief at finding the three great heroes, especially Johann. He reports that Heiserk soldiers have already broken into their defensive circle. Joanne's eyes widen in absolute shock at the unbelievable news. Her companions and a nearby Wom are stunned by the sudden turn of events. Wom's scarred face is shown in profile, his eye wide with alarm. Johann demands to know how the enemy breached their front lines so quickly. The messenger clarifies that they used hidden tunnels revealed by the fire. A close-up shows Wom's mouth set in a grim, almost imperceptible smile. Joanne's companions are shocked, questioning the existence of tunnels in the Sixth Circle. With grim certainty, Johann identifies the enemy commander responsible, Gerald Berger. The messenger confirms hundreds of enemies are pouring out, supported by Jeff's cavalry. Johann listens intently, processing the dire strategic implications of the surprise attack. Wom realizes his allies are launching a full-scale counterattack. Johann decides she and the other heroes must go to the tunnel themselves. Wom lets out a small, frustrated sound, his chance to escape now gone. Joanne's group begins to run, determined to join the fight against the new threat. Watching them leave, Wom wonders what he should do, his opportunity lost. He knows this is his single best chance to escape while they're distracted. Yet, he understands that letting them go will mean heavy casualties for his side. He tries to convince himself that he has already done enough for the cause. His conflicted expression shows him trying to accept that his duty is done. He tells himself that he followed his orders and should now save himself. His resolve begins to waver as he thinks about the consequences. A sliver of a traumatic memory flashes through his mind. The memory intensifies, showing a past failure where a demonic figure looms over him. A taunting voice from his past asks if he will let them die again. Cursing this low blow from his own conscience, he makes his decision. He abandons his escape, lunging forward with his weapon crackling with dark energy. A close-up captures Iane and her companions' shocked expressions. With a furious cry, Johann lunges forward to attack. The scene blurs with the speed of her violent, sweeping motion. From above, Wom's voice commands everyone to freeze in place. He then adds a dark condition for anyone who attempts to leave. A threat is made to color the entire area bright blue with magic. One of Joanne's soldiers identifies Wom as their dangerous adversary. Johann mockingly asks if he got his tattered clothes from a corpse. With dawning horror, she realizes he is the infamous Ignis Fatuus user. Wom's eyes narrow, confirming that she already knows who he is. He announces his intention to take the healer and all the wounded hostage. Facing Johann and her retinue, Wom grimly accepts that he is screwed. Johann realizes he is blocking their only escape and must be defeated quickly. With a casual gesture, Wom asks if they would mind staying put. A single tear escapes Joanne's eye as she grasps his terrible resolve. Wom's determined face reveals he knows this is a desperate race against time. Through Joanne's eyes, her opponent's gaze seems empty and unreadable. Wom states he doesn't wish to burn the wounded or the medics. He qualifies his statement, adding that he will spare them if he can. Johann angrily accuses him of bluffing, calling him coward. A faint, almost amused smile plays on Wom's lips. He clicks his tongue, annoyed by her aggressive challenge. Johann furiously asks if he thinks they cannot withstand his demon fire. Wom calmly explains that while some might survive, most here cannot. A wounded soldier with a bandaged head listens with growing fear. His eye widens in terror as he begins to sweat profusely. Wom looks at Johann, certain she understands the grim reality of his threat. Enraged, Johann accuses him of being inhuman for his cruel ultimatum. Wom retorts that she is no different for being willing to sacrifice them. His final accusation, a furious "How dare you?" hangs in the air. Exploding into action, Johann orders her soldiers to seize Iane as a hostage. One of her soldiers curses as he rushes to obey the command. Wom roars that he will not allow them to use his demon fire. His eyes narrow as he understands Joanne's desperate gambit. Iane's companion shouts for them to wait, attempting to intervene. Wom unleashes a controlled wave of his Ignis Fatuus magic. Just then, Iane appears at the entrance, asking about the commotion. Joanne's face is a mask of shock and exertion from the blast. Wom is visibly surprised by Iane's sudden and unexpected appearance. A wave of dark energy surges through the medical tent. The force of the explosion throws Johann and another soldier backward. Joanne's eyes are wide with shock as the blast wave hits her. Wom's internal thought identifies the healer Iane as a threat to be handled. He stands amidst the swirling dark flames, his polearm ready for battle. A soldier caught in the magical fire screams in agony as he burns. Wom's hand reaches for one of the fallen soldiers on the ground. He stands in profile, silently contemplating the chaotic scene before him. He lets out a quiet sound of acknowledgement, having made a decision. Looking down at a body, he wonders aloud why they won't just die. The aftermath shows Johann and another soldier thrown amidst the wreckage. With a contorted face, Kuro unleashes a wave of dark, fiery energy. The elven hero Johann is sent reeling from the force of the blast. A nearby soldier looks on in disbelief, questioning what just happened. An overhead view reveals the chaotic aftermath of the explosion inside the tent. Kuro calmly offers his defeated opponent a chance to surrender for a swift end. Joanne's determined eyes show her defiant refusal to give up. With a manic look, Kuro furiously challenges her refusal to surrender. The tent wall is violently torn apart with a loud, snapping sound. Johann expresses her shock, realizing that their commander has already arrived as backup. The massive Commander Gran stands between Kuro and Johann, a formidable presence. A close-up on Commander Gran's face reveals his fierce and determined expression. Gran delivers a powerful blow, his leg moving with incredible speed. Kuro's face is distorted by the impact of Gran's brutal strike. The sheer force of the attack sends Kuro flying backward across the tent. Johann watches the scene unfold, her hair flying from the shockwave. Turning to her commander, Johann begins to protest his intervention. Commander Gran sternly orders her to take her people and retreat immediately. He explains that their position will soon be overrun and they cannot waste time. He emphasizes that the sixth circle is about to fall. A soldier looks on, weeping with despair at the grim situation. Johann pleads, asking to be allowed to stay and fight alongside him. A detail of Gran's ornate, cross-emblazoned armor is shown. Gran repeats his command with thunderous authority, insisting he will stay behind. With a pained expression, Johann finally relents and acknowledges his order. Kuro gets to his feet, facing the towering silhouette of Commander Gran. Gran comments that he thought his initial attack would have been enough to finish Kuro. He acknowledges that Kuro is different, possessing a wide range of skills. Kuro grips the handle of his sword, preparing for the next round. With a bloodied face, Kuro vows not to let the heroes escape. Commander Gran coolly retorts, questioning if Kuro thinks he will be allowed to pursue them. Their swords clash in a violent, high-impact strike. The two warriors are locked in a fierce, dynamic exchange of blows. Kuro screams with effort as he struggles against Gran's overwhelming strength. He realizes with a shock that this man's power is just like Captain Dewey's. Realizing he is facing a brute force fighter, Kuro decides to change tactics. He announces his intention to switch up his fighting style. In a stunning move, Gran grabs the blade of Kuro's sword mid-swing. Gran's armored gauntlet holds firm against the sharp edge of the blade. Kuro is thrown off balance by the unexpected maneuver. His eyes widen in disbelief, realizing he cannot move his weapon at all. Kuro looks on, vulnerable, as Gran prepares his next move. Gran seizes the opening, delivering a powerful, close-range headbutt. The impact stuns Kuro, who realizes with a grunt that his opponent is cunning. A flash of light highlights the speed and violence of the attack. Commander Gran follows through, grabbing Kuro and throwing him across the tent. Kuro tumbles through the air, completely at the mercy of Gran's strength. Blood spatters from Kuro's mouth as he endures the assault. Gran mentally catalogs Kuro's impressive skills, from swordsmanship to his intelligence. Kuro, recovering, grimly states that this man is a pain to fight. A narrow view of his determined eye shows he has another plan in mind. A dark silhouette of the imposing Commander Gran looms as he realizes the situation is no coincidence. In a chaotic medical tent, a horrified Kuro questions if Gran had intentionally targeted the wounded. Looking across the disarray, Kuro understands that this is the very commander he was warned about. He grasps the terrible irony that all the survivors of his ignis fatuus are now trapped here. A close view reveals Kuro's dirt-streaked face, his expression one of dawning horror and understanding. He recalls his earlier resolve, his unwillingness to burn the wounded or the medics who healed him. Kuro's dark hair falls across his face as he grapples with the impossible situation he is in. With renewed determination, Kuro launches himself at the massive commander, his sword held ready. Commander Gran meets the charge with a look of grim, unyielding confidence, unimpressed by the boy. Their swords collide with immense force, the clash of steel echoing through the chaotic tent. The agile Kuro flips through the air, artfully dodging Gran's powerful, sweeping attack. His own strike glances off Gran's heavy armor, who dismisses the effort as too shallow. Gran immediately retaliates with a fierce swing of his own massive greatsword, pressing his advantage. With a quick, desperate step, Kuro narrowly evades the commander's powerful follow-up attack. He leaps again, using his incredible agility to reposition himself during the intense duel. A wounded soldier screams in agony as Gran's attack deliberately and brutally strikes him instead of Kuro. Commander Gran glances sideways, his expression sharp and calculating after his ruthless, tactical move. Kuro stares in shocked disbelief, realizing Gran's cruel strategy as the commander remains impassive. The commander stands over the wounded man, who cries out in pain about his mangled hands. The full horror of Gran's action hits Kuro, who sees the suffering of the wounded man. The soldier's hands are shown, horribly injured by the commander's cold and intentional strike. Turning away from the injured man, Commander Gran prepares to address his stunned opponent. He offers a cold, insincere apology for his ruthless and calculated action against the non-combatant. With an imposing glare, Gran turns to the other patients and commands the wounded soldiers to stay quiet. Kuro looks on, utterly stunned by the commander's audacity and monstrous cruelty. A wounded soldier's face shows pure terror as he listens to Gran's unfolding threat. The commander grits his teeth, his expression one of cold, focused, and inhuman intent. He asks for their silence, explaining that it is necessary for him to kill the ignis fatuus user. He justifies his cruelty with cold logic, stating their wounds can be completely healed by Ain. Kuro's face contorts with rage at the commander's monstrous and manipulative reasoning. He concludes his justification by stating the wounded have no right to complain about their suffering. With a final, terrifying command, he forbids them from letting a single word escape their mouths. Kuro's eyes narrow in fury as he realizes the full extent of the commander's vile plan. He internally expresses his desire for silence, not wanting their cries to dull his sword. Exploiting Kuro's momentary distraction and rage, Commander Gran rushes forward with incredible speed. Kuro turns, but it is too late to block the commander's sudden and overwhelming surprise attack. Gran's greatsword slices through the air, aimed directly at the vulnerable Kuro's back. The blade plunges through Kuro's body as Gran gruffly asks how the fatal blow feels. Gran begins to analyze Kuro's strategy, noting his plan to take the entire tent hostage. He taunts Kuro, stating that his conscience and empathy became his ultimate downfall. The commander declares that Kuro's greatest flaw is his unbalanced, compassionate mind. Kuro stumbles from the grievous wound, letting out a pained and defeated grunt. The dusty, empty floor of the tent is shown, a silent witness to the brutal duel. Commander Gran bellows for Kuro to suffer as he delivers another powerful, crushing blow. Kuro desperately brings his sword up, blocking the attack with a grimace of pain and effort. The sheer force of the blow sends Kuro flying backward, his eyes wide with shock. He reflects on his philosophy that mastering both the place and the men is the key to war. As he impales Kuro again, he tells him to curse his own inability to discard his empathy. A final spray of blood erupts from Kuro's chest as he is run through one last time. His body goes limp, his head falling as he finally succumbs to the fatal wound. A close-up reveals General Due grunting in pain from a powerful blow. Blood erupts violently as the force of the strike lands with brutal impact. In a wider view, Due stands victorious over the seemingly defeated Wom. With a look of grim satisfaction, the general resolves to finish this fight now. Blood drips from Wom's chin as he lies apparently lifeless on the ground. Due's eyes narrow as he vows to ensure his opponent stays dead this time. He stands over the still body, silently contemplating the end of the duel. His curiosity getting the better of him, Due wonders about his foe's tactics. He questions why Wom never deployed his signature ignis fatuus ability. From the ground, Wom mocks the question, calling it stupid and uninteresting. His expression twists into one of cunning defiance as he prepares his surprise. Suddenly, Wom's hand darts out, grabbing Due's armored wrist with shocking strength. The general's eye widens in absolute disbelief at this impossible turn of events. Realizing his fatal error, Due exclaims that he has fallen for a bait. The downed soldier reveals the deception, declaring that Due is far too late. The real Wom appears from behind, driving his sword deep into the general's back. A swift, dark arc shows the blade's path as it finds its target. Due is brutally impaled, his face contorting in agony from the unexpected attack. He lets out a silent scream of pain as the sword pierces his heavy armor. An immense, guttural roar of agony escapes the grievously wounded general. Wom leaps back from his successful strike, landing amidst the shattered earth. Due's eyes dart around wildly, filled with a mixture of confusion and fury. He understands with a jolt that his opponent has vanished from sight instantly. Clutching his bleeding wound, he desperately tries to locate his elusive foe. His instincts scream that the next attack will come from directly behind him. He whirls around, shocked to see Wom beside an injured High-Cirque soldier. Duwei's mind races, questioning how Wom moved so fast and what his plan is. He realizes that all of Wom's seemingly reckless actions were a feint. A close-up shows the bloody, grievous wound on the decoy Wom. The general wonders if every move was part of a single, elaborate trap. Wom's internal thoughts reveal his actions were not simply part of trap. An injured soldier understands Wom used the environment as chains to bind Duwei. He realizes Wom has already grown accustomed to these brutal psychological tactics. Duwei's face contorts with stress as the weight of the deception hits him. The polished blade of his sword glints, reflecting his murderous intent. He now believes the cause of this is the imbalance in his opponent's mind. Wom declares his intention to stop the general right here and now. A blur of motion signals another fighter suddenly entering the chaotic scene. Ayan intercepts Duwei with a powerful attack, creating a fiery explosion. The general shouts in shock at the unexpected assault from a new direction. With a look of pure determination, Ayan vows to burn him to a crisp. The warriors clash in a whirlwind of motion and swirling magical energy. Duwei realizes he can still attack while defending with his magic shield. He brings his sword up, preparing to counter the combined offensive. A soldier is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the clash. Another fighter looks on with grim determination amidst the intense battle. The battlefield is shown from a distance, engulfed in smoke and fire. A flash of light marks another powerful impact in the darkness. Duwei is forced to retreat, fighting off one last opponent to cover his escape. He lets out a breath of relief, having narrowly survived the final encounter. With a bloodied face, Wom declares he will stop his enemies. In a burst of violence, his body is brutally impaled. The force of the blow sends him flying through the air. His victorious opponent vows to take his head next time. Panting heavily, Wom taunts the retreating general, calling him a loser. A distraught Ayan is held back by Johann, crying out for Wom. The wounded general is seen retreating from the battle. From behind, Wom prepares to strike the unsuspecting Duwei. A close-up shows Wom's grimly determined expression. Ayan is stopped by Johann, who demands to know where she is going. Wom confronts a seated Ayan, asking if she has forgotten something. Ayan's face is a mask of sorrow and exhaustion. He looks over the other survivors, expressing pity that they were abandoned. A sudden exclamation signals a new, unexpected threat. Allied soldiers surround Wom with leveled spears, demanding he wait. He quickly explains he is from the Ligurian battalion. Stumbling from blood loss, he pleads not to be killed by allies. He clutches his side, panting his body at its limit. The captain recognizes Wom by his red scarf, noting his terrible state. Wom relays Lord Gerald's orders to retake the lost circles. With a wide grin, the captain confirms this is his squad's mission. Wom admits with a weary smile he didn't expect to be first. The captain expresses his honor at meeting the famed hero. Wom summarizes that the sixth circle has fallen, but they lack a plan. He confidently states that if they keep going, they will win big. The captain is relieved, knowing Lord Gerald will be delighted. A soldier catches Wom as he finally collapses from exhaustion. His comrade offers to help the drained hero. The soldier asks if he needs water or maybe a cigarette. As he agrees, a wave of nausea washes over Wom. His face half in shadow, he admits he has run out of fuel. He leans back, finding a brief, weary respite in the cigarette. Tears of exhaustion and relief well up in his eyes. He takes a long, calming drag from the cigarette. The soldier jokes he wanted to see the famous Ignis Fatuus. Wom thanks him, promising a show when his mana is restored. Far from the battle, General Hugo relaxes in a chair, smoking. A subordinate bursts in, urging him to hurry as they must leave. With a smirk, Hugo learns the four-country alliance is collapsing. The report states 2 heroes were defeated and a third was captured. In silhouette, he scoffs at their failure, calling them idiots. He stands with manic energy, declaring it is his time to shine. Wom's eyes, one clear and one scarred, suddenly snap open. He awakens in a bed, sensing another person in the room. His superior, Gerard, turns and greets him, glad he is finally awake. Wom sits up, immediately asking for a report on the war. Gerard explains that the enemy has retreated, returning them to square one. He offers Wom a mug, declaring that in other words, they won. With a faint smile, Wom accepts the drink and the news of victory. Gerard informs him that the victory is being credited to his efforts. In the quiet of a fortress room, Wom sits alone, sipping from a mug. His eyes are shadowed as he begins a somber internal thought about his own fate. He reflects that despite everything, he couldn't accept death and held on to life. Outwardly, he acknowledges their victory, but feels a deep sense of reservation about it. Sitting on his bed, he is crushed by the heavy realization of being the sole survivor. The kind eyes of his superior, Gerard, watch him with concern from the doorway. Gerard informs Wom that he must report to a higher authority now that he's awake. With a hint of defiance, Wom asks for refills, seeking a moment of delay. When asked if he's in a rush, Gerard calmly states that it's fine. He smiles warmly, generously telling the young soldier to take all the time he needs. In profile, Gerard's expression is one of thoughtful sympathy for the battle-worn soldier. Looking up at the fortress towers, a commander's voice notes his report is due tomorrow. Inside a cell, Commander Heiserk stands over a prisoner, declaring his admiration for common soldiers. He coldly explains that a useless prisoner of war is a burden to any army. His attention then turns to a bound captive on the floor, the healer named Iane. The commander states that during her stay, she will need to make herself useful. He clarifies that her new job will be to treat the Tsaris army's wounded men. To prove his point, he brutally stabs the prisoner, calling him a prime example. Holding his sword, he tells Iane that the wounded man is waiting for her healing. Through the bars of her confinement, Iane looks on with a haunted expression. Heiserk leans in, reminding her that they are not yet out of trouble. He threatens that he will do whatever it takes, as they have plenty of prisoners. His gaze then falls on Iane's assistant, Maya, doubting her usefulness as well. Overwhelmed by the cruelty, Maya bows her head in despair. She breaks, pleading with Heiserk to stop and promising she will help with everything. A halo of light seems to form over him as he expresses satisfaction she came around. Maya's desperate promise to help with everything echoes in the Stark room. Iane looks up, quietly asking how he can call himself human after his actions. Heiserk replies that in war, nothing is human. He just does what is necessary. Elsewhere, a voice apologizes for an intrusion into Heiserk's office. The commander stands grandly, expressing gratitude for Wom's astounding and widespread success. Wom, now before the commander, looks downcast despite the lavish praise. From his seat, he humbly insists that his actions have been highly overestimated. He continues, explaining his survival was just luck while his battalion was being massacred. Heiserk's eyes narrow slightly as he listens to the young soldier's guilt. Wom's voice trails off, overcome with regret and the thought of his own failure. The commander acknowledges the defeat of Dewey's division was a heavy loss for them. He dismisses Wom's survivor's guilt, stating that it is not the point now. Leaning forward, Heiserk explains that Wom must be rewarded for choosing to fight. Wom looks up in shock as he is informed of his promotion to knight status. He questions the meaning of the promotion, confused by the sudden and unexpected honor. The commander clarifies that knighthood is now just a useful, honorary title in Heiserk. He adds that it is like a badge, but one that Wom cannot refuse. With a manic grin, Heiserk congratulates him on taking his first step to becoming a war god. Wom quietly accepts the title, stating that it is an honor. Heiserk notes that while Wom's old outfit was fine, he thinks black suits him best. The young soldier looks down at his new, dark equipment with a sense of surprise. Heiserk gestures, indicating he has another personal gift for him. Wom's eye widens slightly, wondering what else the commander has for him. The commander presents his final gift, a rare, weightless magic pouch. Hyser presents Wom with a gift, who is left speechless but promises to use it well. The commander mentions that he had heard Wom's previous sword was snapped in half. With a confident smile, he reveals a new sword, a cultural treasure from the Hyserk Empire. A detailed view of the weapon shows its intricate hilt, a true gem for a knight. Wom's eye widens in awe as he gazes upon the magnificent blade. Holding the impressive new sword, he takes in its exceptional length and design. He turns to Hyserk and whispers that the weapon is simply amazing. A close-up of Hyserk's face reveals his satisfaction with Wom's reaction. The silhouetted commander wonders aloud what else he has forgotten as Wom waits. Suddenly recalling his final point, Hyserk announces Wom's new direct command. A stunned Wom asks for clarification, wondering if he is now a direct subordinate. Hyserk confirms this, adding that he has Wom's first job and requires his help. Wom listens with focused intensity to the commander's next words. The commander cuts through the suspense, preparing to reveal the mission's details. From above, Hyserk explains Wom will guard Iane Sugimoto, one of Chris' 3 heroes. Wom introduces himself to Iane, stating his new role as her guard and monitor. In profile, Iane calmly reciprocates the introduction, stating her own name. In the busy infirmary, Wom clarifies that a team of 4 will ensure her safety. He internally notes her strange calmness about the situation, finding it unsettling. He wonders if she knows he killed her allies and hurt her childhood friends. Her assistant, Maya, recognizes Wom, recalling that they have met before. A slightly flustered Wom remembers and thanks her for patching him up previously. He explains the terms of their duty, stating they won't interfere unless there's an emergency. Iane looks away, simply stating that she understands the conditions. The scene focuses on a pair of hands channeling potent healing magic over a wound. Maya asks about Iane's condition, but Iane says she isn't recovered yet. Watching the healing, Wom is stunned by its power, thinking it incredible. He sighs, amazed that they healed wounds that would have been fatal in a day. From behind, another soldier observes his intense focus, thinking he'd rather be on a battlefield. On the castle ramparts, a cheerful soldier named Moritz calls out to Wom. Moritz tells him to drop the honorifics, but admits he is wary of an Ignis fatuous user. He explains he's just an errand boy for the chief of staff with no combat experience. Wom smirks, asking if Moritz also possesses the poison resistance skill. Moritz closes his eyes and proudly confirms that he does have the skill. Looking out from the wall, Moritz casually mentions that poison is quite tasty. Wom turns back in disbelief, questioning if his comrade is being serious. Later, they watch the infirmary, marveling at the healers saving half-dead patients. Wom comments that such restoration magic is far scarier than any offensive spell. A sweating Moritz agrees, admitting he is more afraid of the healing power. They stand before the fortress, acknowledging that her magic makes her a great hero. Moritz's profile is shown as he continues his quiet observation of the healers. He notes that Maya's knowledge and Iane's power make them a perfect pair. Standing alone against a wall, Wom agrees with Moritz's assessment of their teamwork. A week later, a crowd of recovered soldiers cheers for Iane and Maya. A grateful soldier enthusiastically offers Iane a gift, thanking her profusely. Wom observes the scene, noting the lighter mood compared to the previous week's desperation. Iane and Maya smile warmly, appreciative of the soldier's gratitude. Wom watches the 2 women with a serious, unreadable expression on his face. In the background, Moritz is seen chatting casually with Iane. Wom observes from a distance, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. A soldier supports his injured comrade, explaining to Wom that the man fell from the ramparts. With a serious face, Wom entrusts the injured man to the care of the healer and her assistant. The patient is placed on a table as Iane asks him to prepare for the pain. A healer's hand hovers over the patient, preparing to begin the magical treatment. Iane calmly instructs her assistant to place the man on the treatment table. Maya channels her restorative magic into the patient's broken arm, her face a mask of concentration. A close-up reveals Iain's eye, watching the healing process with a focused, somber gaze. Wom observes the rapid recovery, noting with satisfaction that it was completed in under 5 minutes. The completely healed soldier expresses his profound gratitude, calling Iain a lifesaver for her incredible work. Wom's gaze sharpens as he suddenly notices something suspicious about another patient in the tent. His attention focuses on a man whose hand remains tightly clenched, an unusually tense posture. Wom recalls that healed patients usually relax, but this one has not opened his fist at all. He considers the possibilities, suspecting it is more than just a simple muscle cramp. The patient's hand is shown secretly clutching a small, dart-launching device between his fingers. The assassin activates his acceleration skill, his eye glowing with intense, murderous intent. The infirmary is thrown into chaos as the assassin lunges towards his unsuspecting target. Maya and another soldier scream a desperate warning as the hitman closes in on Iain. Leaping through the air, the assassin aims his attack directly at the vulnerable healer. Iain's eyes widen in terror as a voice frantically screams her name. In a blur of motion, Wom intercepts the assassin, snapping his arm mid-attack. The would-be killer cries out, his face contorted in agony from the broken limb. Wom smirks coldly, mockingly apologizing for injuring the man right after he was healed. The assassin reels back, screaming uncontrollably from the intense pain of his shattered arm. A hidden accomplice throws a volley of deadly projectiles from the shadows. Moritz identifies the attack as poison darts and shouts a frantic warning to Iain. The poison darts fly through the air, aimed directly at the healer. Iain looks on in shock, frozen as the deadly projectiles speed toward her. Wom's eye narrows with intense focus as he prepares to defend her. He draws his new sword, using his body to shield Iain while deflecting the darts. The deflected projectiles clatter harmlessly away, their threat completely neutralized. The cloaked assassin clutches his chest, stunned by the failure of his attack. He expresses his disbelief at the unique sword that so easily stopped his poison darts. A memory shows Heiserk explaining the sword's magical properties, forged from dragon fire, or Heiserk's voice echoes his eager anticipation to see Wom finally use the weapon. Now identified as Thorfinn, the warrior wields his blade, ready to unleash his ignis fatuus. He swiftly strikes down the blonde assassin, pinning him to the ground with a thud. Thorfinn shouts for his comrades to gag the assassin before he can commit suicide. A brutal slash is shown, part of the swift and decisive takedown of the assassin. Thorfinn moves with fluid grace, his attack leaving the assassin no room to react. He forces a gag into the assassin's mouth, but his efforts are too late. An older commander's face shows grim realization as he examines the now-still body. The assassin dies, foaming at the mouth from a poison capsule hidden in his mouth. Thorfinn and his allies stand over the body, one soldier asking if the man killed himself. The commander confirms the cause of death was a fire toxin poison hidden in his tooth. Iain is comforted by her companion, who reassures her that everyone there is on her side. Thorfinn approaches the two women, beginning to speak with a somber, respectful tone. He explains the grim philosophy that healer's power is scarier than any weapon in war. Iain cries silently, understanding the terrible weight of his words about her role in the conflict. Thorfinn cancels any further treatment for the day, ordering both women to come with him. The final image shows the iron bars of a cell window, signifying their new status as prisoners. Inside a sparse room, Thorfinn watches his two prisoners, Iain and her companion. He observes that since they are underage, they should not drink any wine. A clay jug of wine sits on the table beside a metal goblet. Iain's companion indignantly states that at her age, she is certainly an adult. As she eats, Iain quietly acknowledges that she is still considered underage. Thorfinn reaches into a pouch at his waist, and produces a small pan. The two women watch him with curiosity, wondering if it's a magic pouch. With a soft thud, a wedge of cheese is dropped into the pan. He explains that once melted, they can eat the cheese with bread. Iain's companion looks on with a softened expression as Iain considers the food. With a gloved hand, Thorfinn offers them a bottle of mead as well. He shares some advice about avoiding bland food on the battlefield. Iain takes a bite of the cheesy bread, savoring the simple meal. Her eyes light up with surprise as she exclaims how good it tastes. Thorfinn promises to provide for them, despite their status as prisoners of war. Her companion angrily accuses him of hypocrisy, reminding him of his role as their captor. Iain listens silently, her wide eyes revealing a troubled and conflicted mind. His meal shared, Thorfinn turns and walks away, his dark cloak billowing. At a war council, Lord Berger laments that a recent assassination attempt was unsuccessful. A bald commander warns that they will undoubtedly lose the war on their current path. Thorfinn, standing in the background, silently insists that victory is still possible. Lord Berger shouts in disbelief at the commander's shocking proposal to burn Maird's territory. The commander asks how else they can possibly drive the High-Serk army out. He explains that burning the land will unleash magical beasts upon their enemy. Another commander grimly accepts that any civilian casualties are a necessary sacrifice. The King of Christ declares that their agreement requires a formal vote on the matter. With a hard expression, the King of Christ casts his vote in favor of the plan. Lord Berger, his face filled with anguish, shouts his opposition to his land's destruction. The King of Felius casts the final vote, sealing Maird's fate. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the distant and mysterious Great Magical Territory. A group of survivors thank a cloaked figure named Lysaladia for saving them. Flashes of memory show her observations of past violence and emotional turmoil. Lysaladia stands before a gnarled tree, vowing her actions are for Maird's sake.